There we are. Let's make sure that's the right microphone. Looks like it is. All right, amazing. Hi, everybody. Hope the mic sounds okay. If it doesn't, just let me know. I'll probably do a test with it to see like how far away I should be relative to like how good it sounds, because we haven't exactly done that for the new mic yet, the Samsung Q2U. So we'll try that. Hey, what's up? What's good, Book? Not much. Wow. You know you've made it in streaming when you like the second you press live, you just already have people in the chat. Thanks, guys. You make me feel really special. I'm just going to post this on the Discord real quick so that everybody else can get in here. And then I may as well just talk about what we're doing for today. So the plan for today, because Destiny has so many banger videos that I actually really want to review on stream, I'm going to kind of leave it up to you guys. So we could watch the most recent thing with him and Lauren Southern, which I think would make sense, and I haven't seen it, so it could be like a raw review. Alternatively, we could look at the Arcadum drama stuff, which I actually have notes about, or I think he had one other video recently that I liked, and then he reviewed an article on stream that I really liked. So he's been pumping out some banger content lately, and I think it's React Andy time. So I have a lot of stuff that we could go through. Drama, yeah, maybe. I hope the title doesn't say drama. Oh, good God! If the title says drama, I'm in trouble, because it should say Destiny videos and chill. The last title said drama. Just want to make sure that's not happening. Hold on. React Smarts. Yeah, that's the plan for today. Let's see. Arcadum stuff sounds interesting, but it's a long video. Yeah, that's true. Okay, so it does say Destiny videos. Good. Solid. On YouTube, the title is good. All right, dope. Hey, Books, have to go to bed. Have a blank, blank, blank. I'll be watching the VOD. I'd love to blank your take on the Lauren Southern talk. I assume that's here. That part of the screen's cut off, so hold on a second while I fix this. We orbiting. Yeah, we are. Can people stop calling harassment drama? Everything's drama, bro. Unfortunately, drama is like the genre name for like covering stuff that's happening on the website. So like it or not, that's common parlance, and I'm not going to be the one to overturn that, but I agree with the sentiment there. But yeah, I think everybody knows what I mean when I say drama. So unfortunately, I have to use the word like everybody else. Can you do the Southern video? I haven't seen it myself. Okay, yeah. I think we'll probably end up doing the Lauren Southern vid. Name one instance of harassment that isn't drama. Don't start debate broing people, Turek, or I'll fucking throw your ass in jail, bro. I'll fucking time you out for 20 minutes. I love how I can just see in real time how you're picking a fight. Let's not pick a fight, bro. Let's not have some giant back and forth where at Turok, yeah, dumb fuck. Here's an example, and here's another example. I don't know if you can count past 3, but here's fucking 2 more. Like, and then you guys are just going to be adding each other back and forth for fucking 10.5 years, and I'm not about it. League of Legends? Oh, I hope the thing isn't League of Legends. Hold on, let me change that. No. We're doing just chatting. Let me change that. Done. There we go. Good catch. I'm going to play a new track from Jacob Sampson, our resident DJ. Now, if you could help me develop this song, I would really appreciate it. What Jacob wants are better sound bites to use for the song. The ones that are in there right now are kind of just filler that he came up with, because Jacob isn't like an obsessive, like, watch all of Booksmart's content kind of guy. So if based on this song you can find different clips that you think would be good to include, definitely send those my way, preferably through email, which is booksmarts.twitch@gmail.com. Are you going to watch Doomer's Vouch vid? Yeah. If we have time tonight, I could technically do that after Destiny's Lauren Southern vid, but I doubt we'll have time. There's just so much React content between Destiny's stuff and the Doomer vid and everything else. I feel like there's just tons and tons. I haven't seen the Vosh's Unironically Evil video. I did help to like like give advice and stuff on the script. So like I know what should be in it. I know the contents of it, but I haven't actually seen the edit. I've only seen like a tiny clip of it as like a demonstration of what the edit will look like, and I found that really appealing. So I don't doubt the video is good. Are you gonna watch Doomers? Yeah, okay. Are you going to stream through the night? I thought you preferred to sleep when the sun is down. I do, but that's not the reality that we live in, okay? I have a lot of stuff that needs to be done in the daytime, like getting a haircut and a bunch of other shit. So unfortunately, like I have to do all this stuff, and then I still have more work left, and I have to cut into my nighttime to do it. Streaming is just fucked like that, and it's whatever. You know, it is what it is, because then like all it takes is like one bus trip that's like at the wrong time, and it fucks everything up for me. Like if I go on a bus, I fall asleep. So if I have to go on a bus in the daytime, it'll throw off my whole sleep schedule. Or if I have to go on a bus like super late at night, and then I wake up and then I'm not able to fall back asleep, you know, like the traveling really kills it. So I haven't been able to keep up that sleep schedule since like my first week in Poland. But it's okay. Book life is scary, kind of. Cut into his castle and raptor training time. This is true. Yeah, I want to do more of that stuff. Would be fun seeing your reaction to the debate between Rob Noor and Frank Castle. I don't know who Frank Castle is. Isn't that the Punisher? Dylan uploaded it today. Pretty enjoyable mess. The fact that it's being uploaded by Dylan probably means it wasn't moderated super well, and Rob is somebody that you need moderation on, so I don't know. I guess it depends on who the Frank Castle person is, because I feel like Rob and Dylan are pretty known variables for me. Kevin Castle? Oh, okay. So the person suggesting it is deadass just naming them the wrong way. Where are you now? Austria? No, now I'm in Slovakia. We move around so much. Yeah, today's the first day from Slovakia. Anywho, I'm going to play this song. Let me know if you have clips that would be better. Talk to you guys in a bit.
Dude, we're breaking into it.
Eat a big one, smart.
Oh, thank you. Wow.
fishing mode.
All right, so now you get what I meant when I said we kind of need audio clips. So if there's anything that you feel would be better, you know, to fill those places in the song, definitely let me know. Because, you know, we're on the lookout for those. I think it's fine how it is. Like, I don't have super high bars for the music, and I think the music itself is good. So the clips are like, I don't know, not a huge deal for me, but, you know. Good question, dude. It's legit. Thanks, bro. Are you here really? Are any of us really here? I am. I vibe to this. Me too. If you watch the Doomer vid on stream, you'll want to speed it up. He did a good job with the voiceover and transcript, so it's very doable. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. We're bringing back the pop-ups, boys. We're bringing them back. Because you know what? I spent a lot of time on making these. And they're not perfect by any means. But, you know, I need to get those hours back. So if we don't have like a donation goal or anything, I'm definitely going to be having these pop-ups going. They won't be going the whole time, but I've put buttons on the stream deck, and I'm trying to do those a little bit more. Thanks, Canadian Yeti, and everybody else who subscribed. Rob Thaniel. Let's see, did I miss anybody else? Oh, 5 USD. Eat a big one, fart smarts. Ha! You're so funny. Wow, how original. Now, I need you guys to be honest with me. How is it? Is it bad? Is it good? I needed to cut it. It was getting out of hand. So, yeah. Damn. I hope that's not a bad damn. Puts all pop-up buttons at once? No, I'd rather not. You're looking fine as fuck? Dope. Thanks, Wah. Where's the beard? I shaved it off. It looked ugly. I like, if I had like a detailer and I could like detail my mustache how I want, it would be good. I tried to detail my mustache with like a normal razor, and I was like, you know, and when I looked, I had made it like way too thin from like my lip, and I couldn't do it right. So yeah, without something to style the hair, I think I have to not have it. You look like a white guy now. Yeah, because I've been in cold, dark places. So yeah, I'm looking like a white guy for sure. Especially like where my hair used to be. You see like right here? It's really white because it didn't ever touch the sun. Like, oh, like at this angle, you can kind of see it. See? With the hair, you're more tan. I guess so. It caught the light a little differently. You went full John Waters? I don't know who John Waters is, brother. Are you out of Europeistan yet? No, I'm in Slovakia, so I'm pretty deep into it, bro. I like how Automob was like, is it okay to say you look white? No, it's probably not, because you're fucking trolling. Without any facial hair, you look like you're 12. Well, I got that Andy Milanakis thing going on. Been spending too much time with Lauren. So, all right, okay, enough of that. You know, when my hair was really, really wet, it was like really, really flat. And the dude who was cutting it, he like did the sides really short. And then he just had it like swoop down like this. And I was like, oh God, please tell me I'm not getting a Hitler cut. Holy fuck. The last thing I need after that fucking Lawrence Southern talk is a Hitler cut. And this dude was like one half he had down and one half he had to the side. They're fucking trolling me because the guy that was cutting my hair didn't speak English either. So I go into the barber shop. I go into the first one, which is right by my my apartment place, and they were closed. They were open like 2 seconds ago when I had walked past, and then I went upstairs, got changed, and went down, and they were closed. The next barbershop I go to, they're like, "Oh, do you have an appointment?" "Oh, you don't?" Because we're like kind of popular. And we're like booked until the end of this week. I'm like, okay, just tell me no, bitch. Just tell me. I don't need to know how popular you are. I don't need to know how. She's like going on and on about how many like days they have booked and stuff. So it was kind of cringe. So obviously I don't go to that one. And I keep walking. And mind you, all of these barbershops are like super bougie in my opinion. They're all like very high end because I'm in like a bougie area. And then I go to the next barbershop. And they were like, you don't have an appointment? And I'm like, oh, fuck, here we go with this again. Luckily, they were like, we can't fit you in until like 5 p.m. Is that okay? And I'm like, yeah, that's fine. I mean, after last people told me they were booked until the end of the week or some shit. Like, yeah, that's cool. So I go home, wait until 5, head in, got my hair cut. When I get in there, I have all the pictures on my phone ready. I had pictures of how the lady back home cut it right after and views from different angles. I have different screenshots of what it looked like on stream. I spent the time that I was waiting for the appointment preparing for this very moment. And I sit in the chair and I realize my barber doesn't speak any English. But thank God the guy next to him does. So the guy next to him taps my shoulder and he goes, "I'll be your translator." I'm like, all right, sick. And then, so I show him the pictures. I explain it to him and he talks to the guy. Now, mind you, I did a lot of explaining. I did maybe like 2 minutes straight of explaining. And this guy tells the other guy in like 2 sentences what it is that I want without showing him pictures or anything. And then the guy who is like actually doing my hair, he starts on this long tirade and he's like touching my fucking scalp and like pointing at things and whatever. And at the end of this like 5-minute tirade about my hair, the translator guy goes, "Yeah, so you know, we should probably do something more modern. I mean, you come to a place like this, we're not doing something basic like that. Come on, we got to fade you. We got to fucking make you look like a modern man." Like he's like selling me on some new cut. He doesn't even show me pictures. He doesn't like tell me what exactly they would do. He's just like, you need to look modern. That's not a modern look, bro. That we don't do that kind of shit here. And I'm like, holy fuck. Like, one thing that I told the dude who I'm hanging out with in Bratislava is, which by the way, I'm in Bratislava, Slovakia, the capital, is I told him, when Destiny's talking about how like, getting out of it of a tricky sexual situation on Discord should be easy. You should be able to say no because there's not consequences. But in real life, there very much so is. You're in a position where it's very difficult at any point in time in some of these weird interactions with guys to like say no. And I thought to myself in this one moment that if there is even a piece of that experience, I'm feeling it right now. What's up, party people? What's up, Chud Logic people? I'll finish up this story about my barbershop experience. So basically, I go to this barber. The dude doesn't speak any English. The dude next to me is doing what I think a half-assed job of translating. This dude talked for fucking 5 minutes in Slovakian, and he's giving me basically a sales pitch on a brand new haircut without explaining what the haircut would look like. So all this happens, and I'm feeling like this is a situation where I can't just get up. I have the fucking thing around me. I made the fucking appointment. I had all the pictures. Now I got a translator. People are roped up into this. The lady at the fucking front is like staring at me because now we're doing this weird translating thing, and a dude had to take a break from the haircut next to him. Like, the social pressure is such that there's no way that I'm just saying, please, for the love of God, just do what I told you. Like, I can't. So I cave. I do. I go, okay, whatever you think is best. Because there's no way I'm getting my way out of this situation or getting what I want. And I've been there, done that. So whatever, they do whatever. And that's why the entire time when he's doing, into Chud's chat, when he started cutting it, he parted it like right here. And he like swooped half of it down like this and the other half like swooped over here like this, and I thought he was giving me a Hitler cut. I was so fucking scared. I was like, what do they mean by modern? These guys are super duper macho. They're in an old school barbershop. Like, I don't know what the culture's like here. Did I walk into the wrong fucking hood? Like, I know that there's a lot of conservative people here, but like, I was starting to get so fucking worried. I looked like fucking Hitler. And remember when I told you that I tried shaving my face and I fucked it up? I had a gnarly little mustache and I looked like a little fascist, dude. I looked like a little fascist. I was getting so fucking worried. I was so fucking concerned, dude. I was sweating. I'm like, oh no, this is not the look. Am I going to have to go to a second barbershop after this? I didn't realize what he was doing until like the very end. At the very end, he wets all my hair. We do the shampoo. And then he reaches into this little thing of paste and he goes, and he like slams it into the roots of my hair. And then it started to come together and I saw what it was. And I was like, okay, that's rad. Good to know I have a versatile haircut. I could do a Hitler cut. If the moment calls for it, dude, I can meet the occasion. But yeah, I'm happy. I'm happy with the way it turned out. I'm sorry. I had to set you guys up for that last one. Holy shit. Anywho, so that's a story with the hair. I hope I didn't just waste so much time on that. Now we're going to watch Destiny videos, I promise. So, book with the drip. Thanks, brother. Was it gel or wax? I'm pretty sure it was wax because it's not water soluble. Let's see. I want to go to YouTube, probably. Oh, let's see here. YouTube.com. And FYI, we're live from Bratislava, Slovakia. That's where we're doing all this. Okay, let's watch this Lauren Southern thing, huh? Let's watch this Lauren Southern thing. Let's go to my YouTube thing here. And hopefully that's working. Tell me if it's not. Greetings, Tome Fornicator. Hello, Neon Sky. Do rerolls apply to haircuts? I mean, you could try. I don't know how that would physically work. Thanks for the Prime sub. I appreciate it. Okay. Lauren feels weird, man. Hey, it wouldn't be the first time we've platformed her. We're on round 3 with that now. Well, it is what it is, chat. It is what it is. The haircut has ruined your aesthetic. Yeah. And I ruined your mom last She's like, do you know my son? I'm like, no, I know. There's a lot of people in the chat, bitch. I don't know. And she's like, his name is Meme Name. I'm like, yeah, that's cute. Turn around, baby. I don't want to talk to you. Sorry, Meme Name. If that's TMI, bro, I'm sorry, bro. Honest opinion, who is stronger, Hokage, Kakashi or Tsunade? Tsunade. You called my mom the B word? Not your mom, dude. I called the Meme Name's mom that. I'm pretty sure I'm pretty respectful to your mom. Toad's Vukt. She's like German, right? I don't know. They all blur together, honestly. Okay, enough of this. Let's go ahead and get into this video. So I have no context for this. Let's see what August tells us. Debate in Destiny and Lauren Southern clash on January 6th, Trump misinformation and more. Okay, cool. I don't want teasers. I'm going to skip them. I don't want any spoilers. I don't know how you guys consume this, but I don't want any spoilers. So we're going to jump to trumped up charges.
All right. How's it going today?
Pretty good. How are you going today?
Good. I stayed up late reading through a bunch of the case files from January 6th to make.
As context, I've not seen this, so it will not be a proper review. I'm saving that for other stuff that I care about.
Make sure I was ready for this. Yeah, they're pretty interesting. So first, I don't know if you watched my video I did the other day just about the FBI update, essentially saying they couldn't find any solid evidence that there was any plan for an insurrection. Would you? I think you generally agree with that statement, right?
Hold up. Here's what we gonna do. Y'all ready for this? Hold up a minute. Let's do this properly. I totally agree with you. We should do this properly. So I'm going to open up Notion. We're going to have some notes over here on the side. Let me set that up real quick. Okay, we'll pull it out like this. I've gotten really good at pulling out since fucking your guys' moms. Okay, I'm sorry. I promise I'll stop. I love how this app doesn't work. League sounds, FF. What? What are you talking about? Are you listening to... I think he's playing an entirely different game. Unless Lauren is playing League. We'll do a plus here. Okay. We'll title this Destiny versus Lauren Southern. Okay? Because this is a proper debate, right? Clash in heated January 6th debate. That sounds like a debate to me, right? So we'll take notes this time. Bro, you look good. Thanks. I'm happy to hear it. I am happy to hear it. window capture. We're going to call this one notes. Oh, cool. It like automatically knew what I wanted to capture. That's wonderful. I wonder if it changes size as I change the size of the window. Oh, it does. That's cool. Okay. That's fine. And we're going to want to copy this. Delete. Oops. Go to this view. Oh, wait. What the hell? This wasn't working the whole time? Interesting. Oops, there it is. You guys should have told me. I didn't know it wasn't working. Wait. Is it not working now? Hold on. Okay, this is fine. And then I need to add.
I turn on stream and book has a new look. Not gonna lie, he is looking tasty AF.
Oh my god, chill out. You guys are nutty. Okay, we'll put it like this, huh? I think something like this should be fine. Clear. Okay, we'll put it down over here. And we'll zoom in a bit for you, the zoomers. All right, how about that? That looks fine. Okay, so that'll be over here. Looks trippy as F at the moment. What does my my look? My look looks trippy as fuck right now. Is that what you're telling me? Super thirsty with good read. Jesus Christ. Okay, let's just get to it so I don't have more of you guys creeping on me. I think this is fine. No, the OBS on screen. Oh, okay. Lots of sexualizing of the streamer. Booksmarts is more than his looks. That's true. Hopefully, I think that's something I have to earn. Let's prove that right now.
I update us late reading through.
Going today.
Good. I stayed up late reading through a bunch of the case files from January 6th to make sure I was ready for this.
Wonderful. So she's prepared.
Yeah, they're pretty interesting. So first, I don't know if you watched my video I did the other day just about the FBI update, essentially saying they couldn't find any solid evidence that there was any plan for an insurrection. Would you? I think you generally agree with that statement, right?
My understanding was that the FBI said that 95% of the individuals didn't seem to have been organized, but it was relatively organic. But I do believe there have been a few people charged with conspiracy. Now, there have been...
Would you? I think you generally agree with that statement, right?
My understanding is that the
I am going to play it at 1.5. Fuck everybody.
FBI said that 95% of the individuals didn't seem to have been organized, but it was
95% were not organized. Okay. Let's see if we get both of them to agree with this. That'd be solid. I'd like that. Actually, we should just only write the things that they agree on. Let's do that. Agreement. Let's see if we get
relatively organic, but I do believe there have been a few people charged with conspiracy. Not there haven't been any convictions yet, but there have been a couple related to the Oath Keepers that were charged with actual conspiratorial charges. So they had been like planning things in advance. They had like code names. They communicated with each other and everything.
Right. Yeah. Well, I think a lot of the problems of why people misunderstand those charges and the whole insurrection statement actually come from prosecutors that were involved in the January 6th indictments coming out.
She's talking about misunderstanding. She's not responding to what I had hoped she would.
Now, there haven't been any percent of the individuals didn't seem to have been organized, but it was relatively organic. But I do believe there have been a few people charged with conspiracy. Now,
I do believe there have. We're gonna have to have something else. So 95% weren't organized.
But I do believe there have been a few people charged with.
A few charged with conspiracy. Whoops. The mic is in like not a fun place to be typing, but
Conspiracy. Now, there haven't been any convictions yet, but there have been.
Okay, no convictions. Because Lauren has a problem, and I think that we'll see the problem if I write all these down. This is why I'm writing them down, because I think we're going to have to make a point here, and then we're going to have to listen for the rest, because I don't want to have to keep pointing it out. I promise you, I haven't seen any of this video, but just from this one thing where he said 10 jillion things and she didn't respond to any of them, if this is going to keep happening, like, I want to like point that out and have you understand that.
Been a couple related to the Oath Keepers that were charged with actual conspiratorial charges.
Okay.
So they had been like planning things in advance. They had like code names. They communicated with each other.
Right. Yeah. I
That
think a
is
lot
one nice fresh cut. 10 out of 10 smarts.
Thank you, brother. Thank you. I appreciate
of
it.
the problems of why people misunderstand.
They had like code names. They communicated with each other and everything.
Right. Yeah. I think a lot of the problems of why people misunderstand those charges and the whole insurrection statement actually come from.
Now we're just going to talk about people not understanding. So either the implication here is that Steven doesn't understand based on the few things that he's said, or we're just completely shifting topic or we're not going to address this. So
Prosecutors that were involved in the January 6th indictments coming out and saying they were going to get, or they had charges or strong evidence for.
okay.
Motives to incite a rebellion, which is much different than conspiracy. So obviously motives to incite a rebellion, which is or strong evidence for motives to incite. A rebellion, which is much different than conspiracy. So obviously motives to incite a rebellion or to take over the country is way heavier of a charge than just conspiracy, which in some cases when they're talking about conspiracy in these documents, they're just talking about like general protest planning, right?
Yeah,
so
has anybody been charged with a rebellion charge? Has that been a thing?
No. So this is what's so funny is when I was reading through the cases last night, and this is where we may disagree, is I think a bunch of these charges are completely trumped up for political reasons. And if you asked me a week ago, I wouldn't have said that.
Hold on. We've completely
over the
changed.
country is saying they were going to get, or they had charges or strong evidence for motives to incite a rebellion, which is much different than conspiracy. So obviously motives to incite a rebellion or to take over the country is way heavier of a charge than just conspiracy, which in some cases when they're talking about conspiracy in these documents, they're just talking about like general protest planning, right?
Yeah, has
so
anybody been charged with a rebellion charge? Has that been a thing?
no. So this is what's so funny is when I was reading through the cases last night, and this is where we may disagree, is I think a bunch of these charges are completely trumped up for political reasons. And if you ask me
And sorry if I'm like not good at typing. I'm like reaching around a bunch of shit in front of me. I should really just like move the mic.
a week ago, I wouldn't have said that because I had not spent the time looking into them. So a bunch of these prosecutors are super giddy about this being a very popular political case. They are like, if I get one of these January 6th charges below my belt and people see that I got someone for it, especially if they're a big name like an Owen Schroyer or something, or Oath Keeper, Proud Boy, then that's going to be like on my resume, right? And so all these prosecutors got super giddy with the media. And one guy actually went on 60 Minutes and said, we have strong evidence, a ton of evidence showing that we're going to be able to get these people. He just got super giddy with the media. And one guy actually went on 60 Minutes and said, we have strong
I wonder how Lauren feels about 60 minutes. Okay, so we've seen a lot of repeating about the prosecutors. I'm going to put that in purple, right? Prosecutors. She's focusing a lot on how the prosecutors have like misinformed people by saying they had strong evidence, right? We have this repeated time and time again here. So she's also saying that they're doing this for personal gain. Again, strong evidence on the 60 minutes thing. So a lot circling around this. Now, she's not doing a very good job of like responding to what Steven says. So like Steven starts out by saying 95% were not organized. If you were charged with conspiracy, there were no convictions yet though. And a couple of these have to do with Oath Keepers who did plan in advance. Then she responds, a lot of people don't understand those changes because those charges like, okay, so you're saying that these charges that he explained here, a lot of people don't understand, but we're not saying that he said them wrong or something. We're focused on like how a lot of people don't understand them. And then she puts forward this, and he at least asks something in response to this. So he's picking out this motive to incite a rebellion thing here and asking if anybody's been charged with it. And I like that we're like focusing on this because I don't think that we should be talking about it. Like, I hope that we can diffuse this, like talking about the motive to incite rebellion, because if Southern believes that like these are trumped up charges, people are talking out of their ass when they're saying this, maybe she shouldn't be spending like a bunch of airtime right now discussing the motive to incite rebellion besides just saying that it didn't happen. So if she realizes that kind of purpose here and she's like, yeah, nobody was charged with it, so it's not really worth talking about, then that would be really cool. But I don't think that's how that's going, right? Because then she responds, a bunch of these charges have been trumped up for political reasons. Prosecutors have taken these cases for personal gain. One said that they had strong evidence on 60 Minutes, which is a reference to something she's already said.
Strong evidence, a ton of evidence showing that we're going to be able to get these people or a few of these people for incitement of rebellion. And the DOJ got so pissed off with these prosecutors going and telling the media all this stuff, they actually almost put a gag order on the entire case or the entire indictment process because all of these prosecutors were going out and just making fools of them on statements that were completely untrue. So as you said, absolutely zero charges for inciting a rebellion.
Thanks.
None. And
wow, Sublime, 5 gifted subs. I appreciate it. We're back to basics, so I'm happy to get like responses here that are positive like that. And if you caught one of those, gifted subs, thanks. I may not be as good at talking this stream because a lot of my focus here is going to be on like doing my review properly, because these are two alt-right extremist people that I want to be really careful about platforming. Of course, Steven is responsible for a lot of... No, I'm just fucking with you. But I mean, like, I think there is like increased scrutiny around any coverage that I have of Lauren. So I'm trying to make sure that I'm being like really, really technical here if I'm covering her. And, likewise, there are people that dislike Steven, but certainly not to the extent of like people that get mad when I cover her. So Destiny didn't wear enough eyeliner? Clearly not. Not the greatest lighting. So don't spoil me. We're going to go through this kind of slow to see what the rhythm of this conversation is, and then we'll pick it up.
Conspiracy charges are falling through.
So I haven't heard of any conspiracy charges falling through yet. I don't know how.
Well, we can go through that.
Yeah, sure.
And just making fools of them on statements that were completely untrue. So as you said, absolutely zero charges for inciting a rebellion. None.
Absolutely. Oh, here's where we get into a problem. So DOJ was so pissed they gave a gag order. Absolutely. We have an answer to the question. Woohoo. So I'm going to highlight this as, actually, let's just do yellow. This is important, right? Because he asked that. And then she gave an answer. That's great. I love it. The haircut is piff. Thanks. I hope that's a good thing.
And even
to be clear, real quick,
charges are falling through.
So I haven't heard of any conspiracy charges falling through yet.
Fools of them on statements that were completely untrue. So as you said, absolutely zero charges for inciting a rebellion. None. And even
to be clear, real quick,
charges are falling through.
So I haven't.
And then she adds that. He interrupts before that, though, so I assume he may have a problem with this. What did I highlight the conspiracy charges as? Well, now that's going to get a highlight because now we know it's important. All right. We'll give that an orange. We'll go down here. We'll make this an orange as well. We'll just make all of it orange, kind of important. And then I'll make this bold. Why not? And these are always available to my patrons on Patreon after. So that's a benefit of being on the Patreon. And that's the lowest tier. You pay $3, you get access to all the notes from everything ever. We have really good ones for like the Trump speech where he incited this thing. So kind of tangential to the same conversation we're doing here, which again is part of why I think it's worth, going through the trouble.
I haven't heard of any conspiracy charges falling through yet.
Okay.
I don't know how.
Well, we can go through that.
Yeah, sure. In terms of the assignment to rebellion, I don't know what people have been
Okay, we'll get her response in there.
saying in terms of like going, like, I don't care what people go to the media with. I'm more interested to see what charges are actually filed because people. Go to the meeting and say dumb and stupid shit all the
What
time.
does the yellow and orange mean again? I'm sorry. How do I be polite to you? Remember, if you are somebody that's on the Twitch, drop that sub. Of course, drop the sub. We know that I should get the sub. But after you drop the sub, remember that you can go to the YouTube and rewind this in real time. And I think that would be better than asking me stuff like that. But to just be clear, I'm just randomly doing these. It's not like they have a ton of purpose. They're just to highlight things that are repeating, right? Or sometimes they don't, right? If we have 0 charges for inciting rebellion and 60 minutes, those two things have nothing to do with each other. But 0 charges for inciting rebellion and rebellion might, right? So I'm just trying to highlight, like that. So they're just things that both people are repeating or things that are important, and that's most of it.
For a really good example of that, we can look at Rudy Giuliani, who in front of the media was like the big dog and like going like. I don't care what people go to the media with. I'm more interested to see what charges are actually filed because people go to the media and say dumb and stupid shit all the time. For a really good example of that, we can look at Rudy Giuliani, who in front of the media was like the big dog, and then in front of a judge was the tiny dog, because a lot of the charges he said he was going to bring publicly were way different than what actually got filed in court. So yeah, I'm sure there were some people going on to media saying like, oh, we're going to get these guys on fucking rebellion or crazy shit. But as far as I'm aware, not very many charges were filed related to conspiracy. The vast majority, I think, were like disorderly conduct and trespassing and stuff like that. Which sounds like, depending on if you're on video or not, it sounds like they're actually pretty easy charges to nail somebody on. Like the Owen guy or whatever, I think was charged with, there were all misdemeanor charges, but I think it was like disorderly conduct and trespassing or whatever, which seems like, if you have them on video doing it, we can say that like this is for political reasons, but I guess we'll see how it plays on court. I feel like the DOJ would get pretty upset if a whole bunch of prosecutors were like running to file bullshit charges that weren't going to stick. I feel like they're probably going to.
They are.
Well,
they're very upset.
Very upset that charges are being filed, or very upset that people are going to the media and saying crazy shit?
No, very upset that the actual charges being filed are super embarrassing bad. So
wait,
here,
what is the source on that? Because I'm curious now, because I haven't heard that yet. Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Stick. I feel like they're probably going to.
They are.
Well, but I think it was like disorderly conduct and trespassing or whatever, which seems like, if you have them on video doing it, we can say that like this is for political reasons, but I guess we'll see how it plays out in court. I feel like the DOJ would get pretty upset if a whole bunch of prosecutors were like running to file bullshit charges that weren't.
That BS does not stand for Booksmart's Books New Look.
Going to stick. I feel like they're probably going to.
They are.
Well,
they're very upset.
I feel like the DOJ would get pretty upset if a whole bunch of prosecutors were like running to file bullshit charges that weren't going to stick. I feel like they're probably going to.
They are.
Well,
they're very.
All right, where do we have BS charges here? Conspiracy charges. We can go through it. I don't care about the people say dumb shit all the time. What did I put that as? Trumped up. Said strong evidence. DOJ was pissed. Okay. May as well just highlight this, I guess. We'll give this red, which I can't see. So if you can't see red, ignore it. Just ignore it. I literally can't tell the difference, between these two pieces of text here. Astral Storm, thank you for the sub.
Upset.
Very upset that charges are being filed, or very upset that people are going to the media and saying crazy shit.
No, very upset that the actual.
Love your blah, blah, blah. Love your work. interested to hear something about a background in psych. Yeah, I have a background in it, but that doesn't mean I have education, just to be clear. Because again, I have become a figure who gets a lot of scrutiny from people like Rem and other people. So I just want to make clear, I don't have a formal education in that. I just used to do a lot of work involving it. Can you make something blue, please? It's my favorite. We're saving that
Said
one.
the charges are being filed, or very upset that people are going to the media and saying crazy shit?
No, very upset that the actual charges being filed are like super embarrassingly bad. So
Wait,
here,
what is it?
Okay, now we have our source. So he's asking for a source here. A very, very tough thing. So here's where I finally get to make some rhetorical input here. So as you guys probably already understand, when you ask somebody for a source, shit's going to get heated because they think that the source is going to support them if they're able to provide it. If they cannot provide a source, that's going to be its own kind of shit show. Regardless of which way this happens, right? Like the best way that this could like conclude is they show you a source that very clearly says what they think it says. You both agree and you move past it. That's the ideal because then the conversation can keep going and it's super nice. Thanks, Wraith.
Yo, you like well. Your hair is hot. Have you got any recommendations for productivity if your memory sucks and you're kind of clumsy?
Yeah. Remember how humans back in the day realized that there's a dimension of reality called time. And then we got clocks, and then clocks turned into alarms, and then alarms got digitized, and then phones came out, and then everybody got a phone, and everybody's phone has alarms on it. And then they added the Google thing where you say, hey, blah, 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 and it opens, and then you can tell it what to do. So that's what you should be at, right? Because we've advanced a lot as like a civilization. And I think that looking back to very simple technologies like the alarm and the modern implementations of that, that's what you got to do. When you're talking about I forget shit, that's a temporal problem, baby. That means that like time passes and you forget shit. So it requires a temporal solution, and that's going to be setting alarms and reminders and things like that, which I would do personally in a digital way by like talking to the assistant on my phone. I do that quite a lot. You could ask some of the people that have hosted me in Europe, and I've no doubt that they've heard me yelling at my phone or telling it to set alarms and reminders and things like that. So that would be my advice to you, brother.
What is the source on that? Because I'm curious now, because I haven't heard that yet. Yeah.
Then the alarms broke Pepe. I hate that I know what that's from. Oh, Dylan.
So let me just read you. This is a Reuters article. If it turns out prosecutors misunderstood the meaning of certain text messages...
Oh, I didn't even finish my idea. So yeah, basically, the best thing that could happen when you ask somebody for a source is that they show you the source. It says exactly what they meant it to say. You both move on and there's no hard feelings. Rarely does that happen. A lot of the time it will happen that you get into an argument. And what's the worst thing that could happen is you get into a semantic argument where neither side is conceding like, well, the article says blah, 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 or the nature of the article is X, Y, Z. And like, that means that we shouldn't interpret it the way that you're interpreting it. And then the person is mad. And it reminds me of that comic where like the neutral face says something and then like somebody says something else and it gets like angry eyes. Does anybody know the meme that I'm talking about? That's kind of like what I think happens with sources. You say a source, somebody asks you for it, and then you just get mad. You turned into the NPC Wojak. Yeah, there you go. Then you turn into that NPC is angry thing, right? And then the conversation goes really poorly. And so like, this isn't even implying that the person that challenges it is correct either. They could just as easily be wrong. But like, in any case, then you get bogged down in arguing about a source and you forget what you were really talking about. Thanks for another 5.
Okay, Google, remind me to tell Vels he is cool in 5 minutes.
Bro, you know how many people's fucking computers that you may have just triggered? I need to actually add that in as like not allowed on the thing. Don't be a terrorist with that from now on, people. Please don't. or I'll start talking. It's like he already watched it. I haven't. Like, I'm being 110% honest. I tell you every time I've watched something and how much I've watched it. I literally saw this on my feed and I have not watched it yet. But I did hear him talk about the conversation afterwards, I think, maybe. But that's the extent of my understanding of it.
That would not be a small error, Ferrara says. This could color the way the judge sees this case going forward and impact the outcomes of everything from plea deals to motions to dismiss, Ferrara added. So this article is all about all of these different text messages.
He's not Vosh, guys. Yeah, I don't want to lie to you about like what I've seen and what I've not seen. I want to be really consistent about it so that like in the future, you know that I'm being consistent about it. So I try not to lie about like when I've seen something or when I haven't, because I think that like, and I've said this a lot before, like part of my review process when I'm actually prepping content is I like to, whatchamacallit? I like to, when I'm doing a review, watch it the first time really raw and take a ton of notes because you never get that perspective back. I think it's like a really valuable perspective to have. And the more it's tinted by teasers or whatever, I think like the more you have to take with a grain of salt that first viewing because it's not like a pure experience anymore.
Which I'm not even joking. Like in the court cases, some of the defenses are my client meant that in Minecraft, basically. Like they were taking the way the judge sees this case is. So,
what is the source on that? Because I'm curious now, because I haven't heard that yet.
So let me just read you. This is a Reuters.
All right. I'm going to bump this way up to here. Actually, you know, it'll be more visually striking if we just continue.
Article. If it turns out prosecutors misunderstood the meaning of certain text messages that would not.
Fucking EU. There we are. It's right here. Wait. I don't think this is proper.
Be a small error, Ferrara says. This could come.
Whoops. Opinion. Well, if you have a link, give me the link. You pause a lot? Yeah, I do. So if that's a problem for you, get fucked, moron.
If it turns out prosecutors misunderstood the meaning of certain.
If it turns out. Holy shit, this lady. What article are we talking about? Can somebody just give me a fucking link to it? Where's the dark theme? I don't know how the fuck to turn it on. I really don't. I have no idea. Settings? Oh, fuck me. Appearance? Oh, there we are. Much better. Give me a link. This motherfucker's talking a million miles a minute with her fucking Canadian ass accent. I can't understand a word she's saying.
If it turns out
prosecutors. There we are. Fuck you guys. Thanks, Astral, but you're too fucking late, my brother. Reject all. Thank God. All right, there we go. Finally, Jesus Christ. It really is like when I started out. I'm going to have to do all the fucking work. So here's her source. Go ahead and add it in the Notion document. And I'll toggle it so that we don't have to see it. So that I can just collapse it. If it turns out the prosecutors misunderstood the meaning of certain...
Prosecutors misunderstood the meaning of certain text messages that would not be a small error, Ferrara says. This could color the way the judge sees this case going forward and impact the outcomes of everything from plea deals to motions to dismiss, Ferrara added. So this article is all about all of these different text messages, which I'm not even joking. Like in the court cases, some of the defenses are my client meant that in Minecraft, basically. Like they were taking the piss, and it actually like held up because they found out the people sending the messages.
Forum debates are to cam debates as cam debates are to panel debates on news networks. It feels like you turn the cam debates into forum debate and then back again. I don't know what the fuck you're saying, brother.
So there was, okay, I'll just give you an example of case, and I'm going to send you this this article right now and then give you an example.
That was
of
a
one of these
five-head
cases.
way to find her source? That's how you should, like, Anytime anybody drops a quote, just remember you can put quotation marks around it in Google and it'll look for exactly those words in exactly that order.
This is where the charges were just so stupid compared to what actually happened. I'll just give you an example case. I'm going to send you this article right now and then give you an example of one of these cases where the charges were just so stupid compared to what actually happened. I just linked that to you.
Wait, hold on. Give me like 20 seconds real quick. I'm reading this writer's article you're talking about. 1 second.
Yeah, she's like already sending him a different fucking thing. So he asked for sources, and then she sends a quote, and then she gives a case link. So interesting. Okay.
Okay. Read the Oath Keepers guy, Thomas Caldwell. He was one of the big ones that played a leadership role in the Oath Keepers, was planning to trap politicians in tunnels and gas them.
So he says that he gonna read it. She just keeps on talking. She's like, man, you gotta read this fucking Oath Keepers thing though, bro. Like, I know you're fucking with that other article, and that's cool, that's all right. But, man, you gotta read these fucking cases, bro. It's fucking chumped up charges. Goddamn media gets it wrong again. These motherfuckers. Like, hold up. Like, let me read fucking one thing
With
at
his
a
two
time.
co-conspirators that prosecutors wanted to have arrested as well, and all of it fell through as bullshit.
The Oath Keepers thing, this all fell through as bullshit. Okay, hold on. I'm trying to read. This is part of what makes it difficult for her, for like talking to her about stuff.
Okay, so the writer's one was about how people are worried that, again, I'm looking just for nobody's been charged with like sedition. A charge of sedition, meaning incitement of a rebellion, has not been brought against any of the more than 400 people arrested to date. The most serious charges have been assault, conspiracy.
Okay, so in response to the quote, fuck me. This is not what I want. Please just let me put something underneath this shit. I probably can't. Whatever. So we'll go into this. We'll do a response. No sedition. Yes, we know. Fucking you keep repeating this. It's getting a little bit annoying, but I get it. We got to get the real information out there.
Obstruction of Congress or law enforcement. Okay. And then... Oh, wait. Yeah, sorry. I Googled this while you're reading it. Okay, go for it. And then what's the next thing?
Yeah, so I just want that...
And then obstruction of Congress or law enforcement. Okay.
Now, wait, did he ever get an answer to this? So the DOJ would be upset if prosecutors ran to file BS charges. She was like, yeah, they're embarrassed. And he says, over charges being filed or media talk? She says, charges. He asked for a quote about that. And this is from Ferrara. Let's figure out who Ferrara is real quick, because I actually don't know. Michael Ferrara, a former federal prosecutor with the law firm Kaplan and Heckler. So he's not the DOJ. So if he's asking if the DOJ would be upset if when she said that the DOJ is upset over the media talks, Ferrara is not the DOJ. Am I misunderstanding this? He's a defender attorney. I get that, but what I'm asking a very specific question. Is he associated with or representing the DOJ, the Department of Justice? I'm being very granular about this because like one little thing that people, okay, here's where I'll start with this. So with Lauren, there is often with Miss Southern, or Mrs. Southern, whatever, however I should refer to her. With Lauren, I'm going to say Lauren because I say Steven as well. With Lauren, a problem that she has is she will like give a bunch of sources, or she'll give a bunch of quotes, or she'll get you bogged down in checking one of her things while she puts a billion others out. And this is not a problem unique to her. I think it's a problem that often happens with conservatives more than I see it with people on the lefterly side of things, honestly. That's how I would characterize that flavor of an issue. But needless to say, it makes it very difficult. So one thing that I think I would give as advice to her, having this problem, assuming that it's not intentional, right? Good faith, is that she needs to make sure that if she's giving a source or a quote that it is directly answering whatever the person is asking for, that she needs to use quotes and sources in a more intentional fashion, and she needs to not just rattle them off like this. Because honestly, if somebody starts to key in to the fact that you're giving a gazillion quotes and sources, they're not saying what you think that they're saying when I point it out, if this is happening and you're constantly giving sources, it makes it very easy for people to write off all of your sources. And at a broader level, it makes it very easier for people to write off your broader research, right? Because if on the granular level, every time we check you, you're getting things incorrect, and at a broader level, you're constantly using a bunch of references, which each, as I'm checking them, are incorrect, then I can say that at a level even above that, your research ability must be incredibly flawed, because it is on the back of a bunch of like misquoting, or it's on the back of a bunch of misunderstandings that you're forming this opinion. And I would say that that opinion that you come up with at the end of all of this misunderstanding is malformed, right? It's fucked up. So very careful with this, Lauren. This is something that you should probably work on. I hope that like we get to kind of flesh this out a little bit here, or that Destiny gives some pushback, because this doesn't appear to say what she thinks it says unless this guy is associated with the DOJ, which it doesn't appear that he is, because these are the only 3 times that occurs. It's almost like she's an intentionally dishonest person. It's almost like you should shut your whore mouth, Chad. Book just going off hoof. I mean, like, Lauren says that people are not like very, they're not very specific and fair and whatever in their criticisms of her. So I'm trying to be very specific, very fair, and like give all of the reasoning here, because if she watches this review, I want her to kind of understand where I'm coming from on it. So this is a problem because this does not address what he asked. Let's see if this is clear.
Again, I'm looking just for nobody's been charged with like sedition. A charge of sedition, meaning incitement of a rebellion, has not been brought against any of the more than 400 people arrested to date. The most serious charges have been assault, conspiracy, and obstruction of Congress or law enforcement. Okay. And then, oh wait, yeah, sorry, I googled this while you're reading it. Okay, go for it. And then what's the next thing?
Yeah, so well, I just want that Thomas Caldwell one, so retired U.S. Navy officer from Virginia. They claimed he had a leadership role within the Oath Keepers, that he was plotting to destroy parts of the Capitol, and they accused Caldwell of having 2 co-conspirators that were helping him, telling him to seal members of Congress in tunnels and turn on the gas. And prosecutors were asking for the judge to have his co-conspirators detained as well. And it was later found out that Caldwell was not even a dues-paying member of the Oath Keepers. They lacked the evidence to even prove he was at the Capitol that day. And as for the Facebook messages, the 2 guys that were apparently his co-conspirators helping him plan and get people in the tunnels were 60 miles away from the Capitol. Caldwell never even responded to them, and they were basically just taking the piss. And so like that was just. And as for the Facebook messages, the 2 guys that were apparently his co-conspirators helping him plan and get people in the tunnels were 60 miles away from the Capitol. Caldwell never even responded to them, and they were basically just taking the piss. And so like that was just one of those big conspiracy charges that they had. And there's multitudes of these where they are just so desperate to get someone. They're so desperate to have these charges stick on someone. They're just throwing everything at the wall, and it's falling apart and making an embarrassment of the whole process.
I wouldn't call it an embarrassment. I mean, this is how the
Okay, so now she has said this twice, so I'm going to bold it. There are multitudes. So she's saying that based on this single case, there are tons that are just like this. Okay, lots and lots of details as well to prove that she's listened to it. If I was going to give her advice on the negative side of the research thing, here's advice on the positive side. If you can say a bunch of specific kinds of details about the thing, you're going to give the impression that you read it and that you understood it, and you're painting a picture that you're then able to copy paste by saying that like many fell through like this. There were multitudes, right? So then you can take the success that you've had in establishing this one case and apply it over and over and over again, assuming that somebody doesn't challenge it. So that's part of what's going on here. I'm going to turn this into a toggle just so that it doesn't take up a bunch of space, but similar to this. So we're going to close both of those.
Process works, right? Like people will try to see what they can charge, they can see what they can make stick. In the discovery process, you go back and forth and you see what's there and what's not. And then sometimes at the end of the day, like some of the evidence is too flimsy. The DA says we're probably not going to get a case here, and then like you drop some of the charges. Like that's just how the process works, no?
Right, but a lot of it is getting to the point where it's so clearly, and this is, I mean, anything with the DOJ, any of these indictment process, of course they can have a political swing to them anyways, but
Thanks.
When I say they're like trumped up charges, it's like they are
$1 bill, y'all. Thanks. What was that? Oh, $20 Canadian. Thank you so much, Lucretius. Booksmart's more like book good at giving advice. Thanks, bro. I think it would be fair. She overgeneralizes her argument, but when someone on the other side does the same thing, she calls them on it projection much. I don't like that projection shit, bro. She read a headline about a 60 Minutes interview where they said they believe the facts agree with the conspiracy charges. I don't care. The interviewer never says they're actually charging. I don't care about that either.
desperately trying to get people on really, really tiny things like Owen Schroyer being on the steps that they normally would not go after people for, just because
I can't even focus. Why does he have alerts on?
Really, really tiny things like Owen Schroyer being on the steps that they normally would not go after
2025.
people for, just because I mean,
Well,
to
you
be
say,
fair,
like,
there
you
is
say-
something.
Okay. Let's zoom out for a bit because this is the benefit that we get doing notes. So if we zoom out for a bit here, let's look way up here. 95% we're not. You know what? Actually, I have a good idea. I have a very good idea. I have such a fucking good idea. I cannot believe that I've come up with it on my own. I didn't even need to steal this idea, bro. I just had a fucking brilliant idea. Can you believe it, chat? If I have this like this, you guys can read this okay, right? You guys can read this okay, right? Does it need to be any bigger? This is fine, right? Because I can zoom more. Yes, it's fine. Okay. So I actually can extend this window like this and cover chat and like really like change this window. Okay, this is fucking brilliant. All right, I really like this. I'm sorry, I got distracted. So let's go back to where we started here. Let's really take a look at the notes, and I think I like it big. Yeah, me too. So has anyone been charged with rebellion, right? He asked this question because she said that she was educated on the research. A bunch of these charges have been trumped up for political reasons. Prosecutors have taken these cases for personal gain. One said blah, blah, blah. So the charges have been pumped up. The DOJ was pissed. Absolutely zero charges for inciting rebellion. Even the conspiracy charges are falling through. I haven't heard of the conspiracy charges falling through. We can go through it. So this point is what's repeated twice. I'm going to highlight it because it's importante. Es muy importante eso, right? Eso. So this is going to be yellow background. I'm also going to yellow background this because these two things are repeated by Stephen here. So not many on conspiracy, smaller crimes and misdemeanors. DOJ would be upset. So that's going to be this thing here. We're going to maybe highlight this. Come on, buddy. There we are. We're going to highlight this with blue background because people were asking me for blue earlier, and I don't want to be a dick about it. So DOJ would be upset if prosecutors ran to file those charges. And that's all of this. So they were embarrassed over the charges or over the media talks, charges, blah, 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 blah. And then we're going all the way down.
To be clear real quick, because you keep saying trumped up charges, but I don't see any of that. Like, because the charges that I'm aware of so far, and even the words that you sent me, are all like relatively conservative. Like, I think the worst charge.
Okay, if you're going to be a pedantic fuck, I can change that part about the personal gain. Whatever, dude.
Booksmarts on prosecutors take cases for notoriety.
If you say the same fucking thing again, I'm going to punch you in the fucking nose in a video game, okay? So I don't want to hear it.
Charges that I've heard of that were filed were like assault charges against some of the officers, which I don't think are that insane, at least on some of the videos I saw. And I don't know who specifically was charged, but I don't think there are many trumped up charges. It wouldn't surprise me that
So now he's going to challenge directly this trumped up charges thing. I'm actually going to pull this whole thing back because this is getting to be a bit much here. So let's pull this whole thing back. They're going after people, small things that they normally wouldn't, like being on the steps.
relatively.
I mean,
Well,
to
you
be
say,
fair,
like,
there
you
is
say-
some go after things like oh, enjoy or being on the steps that they normally would not go after
2025.
people for, just because I mean,
Well,
to
you
be
say,
fair,
like,
there
you
is
say, to
something.
be clear real quick, because you keep saying trumped up charges, but I don't see any of that. Like, because the charges that I'm aware of so far, and even the words that you sent me, are all like relative.
I mean,
Well,
to
you
be
say,
fair,
like,
there
you
is
say, to
something.
be clear real quick, because you keep saying trumped up charges, but I don't see any of.
Now, I thought that here, I mean, he doesn't give any leeway here, actually. This is just how the process works, is what he says. So
That, like, because the charges that I'm aware of so far, and even the words that you sent me, are all like relatively conservative. Like,
oh, okay.
I think the worst charges that I've heard of that were filed were like assault charges against some of the officers, which I don't think are that insane, at least on some of the videos I saw. And I don't know who specifically was charged, but I don't think there are many trumped up charges. It wouldn't surprise me that for some of the 400 people charged, that for some, or maybe even a decent number of these people, that they go through and like, okay, well, you know, this video isn't the best evidence, or we can't really prove this as much, and then you drop some of the charges. But this is like how our legal system works. Like, it's not like people are you know, like being convicted and then like it was overturned 10 years later. Like, this is part of the process. As for Owen, I mean, a lot of our justice system is built around discretionary application of the law. You know, not everybody is charged 100% all the time with everything. It wouldn't surprise me though if Owen got charged charged as much as they could, even for stuff that seems kind of minor, because this is a guy that was like on air, you know, like encouraging people to be like pretty extreme, like prior to this. And I'm sure they're probably going to factor that in when it comes to like the judge evaluating the case, or being like, you know, like, okay, well, you were trespassing, you're getting the full whatever for trespassing. But again, even for Owen, those are all misdemeanor charges. It's not like he's being like charged with like attempted murder. I don't even think he's being charged with conspiracy. I don't believe.
Yeah. Well, like that's what's so interesting with Owen's case is they do mention the statements.
Charged with like attempted murder. I don't even think he's being charged with conspiracy. I don't believe.
And I can go back and color code this later. Remember that the conspiracy thing is repeating, and it's really, really important here. So if we go back up to here, this rebellion and conspiracy comes up like over and over and over.
I hope you like Europe and have a great time.
Thanks. I'll try to. I'll make that pink and I'll bring it back down here. Okay.
Yeah. Well, like that's what's so interesting with Owen's case is they do mention the statements he made on social media, but they don't actually attempt to go for any sort of charge based on that of incitement. And I think that is because they've gotten a bit gun shy with putting with Owen's case is they do mention the statements he made on social media, but they don't actually attempt to go for any sort of charge based on that of incitement. And
cool, we have agreement. Let's go up to here. Woohoo! I like it. I like it. Are you still in Poland? No, I'm in Slovakia in Bratislava.
And I think that is because they've gotten a bit gun shy with putting
always has to be something, Lauren.
you know, charges that are overblown or they can't quite get.
Well, incitement
so it is to me it is still
okay, this part, I really don't like this. I'm gonna be real with you guys. I'm gonna give you my opinion here. So, okay. This challenges what she said up here, how she was characterizing these charges, right? Like, has anybody been, a bunch of these charges have been trumped up for political reasons. Prosecutors have taken these cases for notoriety. One said they had strong evidence on 60 Minutes and DOJ was pissed and almost gave a gag order. Then he says absolutely zero charges have been filed for inciting rebellion. Even the conspiracy charges are, oh wait, no, that's, sorry for the voice. That's her. He hasn't heard of any conspiracy charges falling through yet, right? So set aside the conspiracy charges and there's been zero charges for inciting rebellion. So like, why do we even mention this? Like, her thing is so confusing when we get to the edges of it, when we're talking about conspiracy or these things. Like, it feels like they shouldn't even be mentioned because the only place that they were ever mentioned is the 60 Minutes thing that triggered her. And then outside of that, it seems like every time that we look at the actual charges, like they're not mentioned at all. So why we have to even point out that somebody said something on 60 Minutes and it wasn't true, like, I don't know why we care about that. And yet we keep having to come back to it. And it's like kind of throwing my brain for a loop because there's no place in which like that narrative works out here. It like the only point of bringing it up is to say that somebody had said it and they were wrong, right? I'm the new Booksmarts. Okay, dude.
Sam, what is that?
It's Friday then? It's Saturday, Sunday, what?
What? What are you talking about, bro? I'm the old Booksmarts? Nice.
a technicality being on the steps. And I think that is because they've gotten a bit gun shy with putting, charges that are overblown or they can't.
And like this gun shy thing, like, I really don't like this. I really don't like, I'm putting it in a red. I don't like this. I don't like this at all. Because if you disagree with this, then like, why are you playing into the narrative of it so much, Lauren? I don't like it.
Can't quite get.
Well,
so it is, to me, it is still a technicality being on the steps.
I mean, if it's wrong, if it's against the law.
Where does this belong? Jesus Christ. Well, she's just repeating herself again, so we'll go ahead and like being on the steps. Okay. So we'll go ahead and highlight this with yellow. It repeats again here, being on the steps. Yellow again.
Oh, it's against the law.
No, you're right.
Yeah,
It is.
We're so far behind. Okay, so another thing that I want to point out is this is a repeated position that Steven is taking here. So let's go ahead and add something up here real quick. This is going to be... So if I were to characterize something important about Steven's approach, it's that he wants to focus on I think that it's important to know that he's constantly going back to like the way that the system works and trying to bring us up to the surface with like understanding and reminding ourselves like, how does the court system works, right? If there is a charge filed against you, the court has to take it seriously, the lawyers have to take it seriously, and we have to pan out these facts. Do those facts always point to the crime actually happening? No, not necessarily. Sometimes you get to the end of it and you realize that it didn't happen, right? Or sometimes you get to the end of it and the innocent who we presume to be innocent was innocent, and then we're good to go, right? So, like he's trying to remind us of the way that things actually work, right? And then he's also trying to point us to like, what are we actually seeing in the cases? And for Lauren's approach, it's kind of similar. So Lauren, we have a difference here. So he's trying to keep us grounded in the context of the legal systems and their usual operations. And Lauren is doing it in the context of media coverage, right? All of this about these charges and whatever and being confident about them comes back to what she said here with like the prosecutors are going for notoriety and they said they had strong evidence on 60 Minutes, right? And she's going on a case-by-case basis. So far, she's been the one to bring up all of the specifics, and that's going to make her different here, right? We're going on a case-by-case basis. Destiny is going on a wide view, right? Destiny is talking about, well, the numbers of the cases. 95% of this thing was not organized. That's from the FBI report. A few were charged with conspiracy. There were no convictions. All of these things are kind of falling into line with like the wider view. Give us like a statistical overview of what's going on here. Both of them are getting into the details of these cases though, right? Both of them are forced into a place where they need to talk about the details of these cases to support this part, which is going to be the wide view for him, the case by case for her, the problem with the media coverage for her, and like how the normalcy of the legal system for him. Okay. So, both of these are the same. So I'm going to make him gray. Okay. We could keep adding more here. Another thing that I had as a problem with Lauren's approach is that Okay, just to keep track of that. Remember, she overwhelms people with quotes and sources, and I think that that's like generally a problem that she needs to work on, or she needs to be like cognizant of. I'm going to put that in orange. Okay, and then Steven's approach here. I didn't like that he... So... this may change later, and if it does, I'll axe it out, but this is a problem for him right now. So these are the two big problems. Just join. Booksmart's looking fly as fuck with that haircut. Thanks. Anecdotes equals data. I don't care, dude. Is that a new haircut I see? Yes, it is, my Russian friend.
It is against the law.
Incitement is really hard, and it would surprise me if they tried to go on incitement for any of the media figures. Even because, like, even when I was covering this, even in the prime, what was going on, I think a lot of things that people said were like, this is clearly incitement. But when it comes from a legal point of view, if you've got people.
There it is. So remember, I'm not pulling this out of the ether. This focus on the legal systems and their usual operations is going to be the context that he's throwing things back into, and it's helpful to know that when we're trying to interpret this, right?
People in media that are giving messages, and then you call that incitement, you are setting really scary precedents there. And even for Trump, I don't even know if I was coming for Trump being.
I like this. He's giving a concession here. So I'm going to go with agreement here. Let me get it specific.
We're like, this is clearly incitement. But when it comes to what was going on, I think a lot of things that people said were like, this is. Clearly incitement. But when it comes from a legal point of view, if you've got people in media that are giving messages, and then you call that incitement, you are setting really scary precedents there. And even for Trump, I don't even know if I was coming for Trump being charged, even though all of it was
the media is a good qualifier.
Clearly incited by him. But even for Trump, I don't know if I would be comfortable charging him with incitement to riot, because it's like, well, fuck. How many? I don't even know if I was coming for Trump being charged, even though all of it was clearly incited by him. But even for Trump, I don't know if I would be comfortable charging him with incitement to riot, because it's like, well, fuck. How many other things could you say that could be counted as an incitement to riot? I feel like that has to be reserved for literally you're standing outside with a microphone saying, get in there and kill those motherfuckers. It has to be very, very, very clear. Otherwise, it's a huge potential First Amendment case. But other than that, I don't really see any I don't get all the trumped up charges. It seems like the charges were relatively appropriate, and then for some people, the evidence is too scant, and they decided to go forward with it. But I think that's a pretty natural part of the legal process.
Okay, so what I would say to that is, I agree that if someone, typically these cases are happening.
Now, I like that, and this is a rhetorical thing. So at the end of all this concession, of all this agreement about his personal opinion and how it lines up with what Lauren is seeing here, he's going to then include and repeat this problem that we have here about the trumped up charges, which I'm going to just highlight because it seems like it's important, right? Actually, we'll just make it yellow. So this trumped up charges thing. This is also going to be that.
But other than it has to be reserved for literally you're standing outside with a microphone saying, get in there and kill those motherfuckers. It has to be very, very, very clear. Otherwise, it's a huge potential First Amendment case. But other than that, I don't really see any I don't get all the trumped up charges. It seems like the charges were relatively appropriate, and then for some people, the evidence is too scant, and they decided to go forward with it. But I think that's a pretty natural part of the legal process.
Okay, so what I would say to that is, I agree that if someone, typically these cases are happening where if they can't get proof, they can't even prove.
He has 2 points here, and I want to get them in. I promise that we'll stop doing this once we hit, we'll say 1431. Once we get past this first part, I promise I'll stop doing a line by line. I miss doing line by lines, and I feel like I want to have an understanding for specifically how the conversation goes, and then we can generalize after.
People the evidence is too scant, and they decided to go forward with it. But I think that's a pretty natural. Other than that, I don't really see any you're standing outside with a microphone saying, get in there and kill those motherfuckers. It has to be very, very, very clear. Otherwise, it's a huge potential First Amendment case. But other than that, I don't really see any I don't get all the trumped up charges. It seems like the charges were relatively appropriate.
Even the relatively appropriate falls within what I was talking about. I'm glad that I'm on my game for tonight.
And then for some people, the evidence is too scant, and they decided to go forward with it. But I think it seems like the charges were relatively appropriate, and then for some people, the evidence is too.
I want to make this purple. Oops. What was that? I have no idea. Let's make that purple. There we are.
And they decided to go forward with it. But I think that's a pretty natural part of the legal process.
There we are. Okay. Whew.
Okay, so what I would say to that is,
The frustrating thing about Lauren to me is that she gets bogged down in hyperbole and the worst version of her opponent's arguments rather than sticking to the discussion at hand. Sure, but she's not doing that here, really. I'm not even joking. He looks like a completely... Me? If you want to do line by line, go for it. I missed that content. All right, great review book. Look forward to listening to it later. No, do the line by line. It's really interesting. Oh, okay. Nice haircut. Thanks. Just wait for them to get to the article. Pepe laugh. Uh-oh. Do the line by... Okay.
I agree that if someone... Typically, these cases are happening where if they can't get proof, they can't even prove they're at the Capitol, they're falling through. But they are very deliberately and meticulously...
Too scant, and they decide not to go forward with it. But I think that's a pretty natural part of like the legal process.
Okay, so what I would say to that is, I agree that if someone... Typically, these cases are happening where if they can't get proof, they can't even prove they're at the Capitol, they're falling through. But they are very deliberately and meticulously pursuing these cases because of the political circumstances.
What does she agree
Relatively
with?
appropriate, and then for some people, like the evidence is too scant, and they decide not to go forward with it. But I think
Fuck listening to her. I'm not going to fucking listen to her. Where's my goddamn... August, you piece of shit. Where's my transcript, motherfucker? You said the word candy, motherfucker. Why is this... Why don't I have transcripts? I'm like a baby that doesn't get his candy. Where's my transcripts? In case you didn't know, this is a really awesome feature on YouTube. And if you ever want to like do videos like my editor does or something, or do a review, this is very helpful. You can control F through phrases. Everything is timestamped in here. So then you can click it and it'll bring you to that exact timestamp. It's really, really helpful. So to not have that is kind of like annoying. And I don't know why that's not on this video. Maybe it takes a while to get it in, but I don't know. What do? The auto transcribe is sometimes stupid. It is, but you're saying how it's sometimes stupid is probably from using it as captions, which is a stupid way of using it. Captions is very stupid. The auto transcription is very useful. And for however often it fails, it's still monumentally useful for research purposes, which is what I'm talking about, right? I don't care if it doesn't always get exactly the wording right, because what you mostly need it for is looking up keywords.
Nice cut, fresh smarts.
Thanks for the $5, Goobles. How do you get to a transcript like that? I just fucking showed you. Don't trigger me, okay? I'm going to stop reading the chat and go back to my job here.
how many other things could you say that could be counted as an incitement to riot? Like, I feel like that has to be reserved for literally, like, you're standing outside with a microphone saying, get in there and kill those motherfuckers. Like, it has to be very, very, very clear. Otherwise, that's a huge potential First Amendment case. But other than that, like, I don't really see any, like, I don't get, like, all the trumped up charges. Like, it seems like the charges were relatively appropriate, and then for some people, like, the evidence is too scant and they decided to go forward with it. But I think that's a pretty natural part of, like, the legal process.
Okay, so what I would say to that is, I agree that if someone, typically these cases are happening where if they can't get proof, they can't even prove they're at the Capitol, they're falling through. But they are, I agree that...
I'm sorry, if I had the transcripts, I would have fucking remembered. That person triggered me, and now I fucking... Every time I get triggered, you know how you have like random access memory on the computer, and it's meant to be like where you temporarily store information so that you can keep moving at a broader level of processes on the computer, and you just temporarily store that stuff and you are writing and rewriting to it all the time. It's like this motherfucker came with a magnet and they just go through and they wipe all of the RAM that I had, and then I have to start over and like, okay, I just lost my entire cache of memory. Let's try to figure out what I was doing. Why was I talking about transcripts? Oh yeah, the video doesn't have transcripts and I need it because I can't, and then fucking, yeah. So don't trigger me with stupid fucking questions about things that we just did.
If someone, typically these cases are happening where if they can't get proof, they can't even prove they're at the Capitol, they're falling through. Please.
To go forward with it. But I think that's a pretty natural part of like the legal process.
Okay, so what I would say to that is, I agree that if someone, typically these cases are happening where if they can't get proof, they can't even prove they're at the Capitol, they're falling through. But they are very deliberately and meticulously pursuing these cases because of the political circumstances around it.
She starts with an if. That's why it's so fucking confusing. I wish that was written out. August, you need transcripts in your videos, buddy. You need to add transcripts.
That if someone, typically these cases are happening where if they can't get proof, that if someone, typically these cases are
So the agree thing doesn't matter. I have to scrub it from my brain. I'm sorry. I'm so horny for agreement. I just thought it was there and it's not. I need to pay attention to the other signals that women are giving me that the agreement is not there. Okay. No, that's a common problem with Twitch streamers, so I hear. Oh, here comes the Yikers jokes because you fucking triggered me. God damn it. Move up the triggered meter. I'm kind of triggered. I'm going to actually go pour some soda and do some breathing exercises. I feel like I've been doing this quite a bit. Little spicy. Only a little bit. I didn't name any names, so it's not as spicy. All right, ready for round 2. What the fuck? Books cabs are huge. Yeah, they are. Because I walk on my tippy toes. Fun fact about Booksmarts, I walk around on my tippy toes, so... The Dutch angle on the camera, good lord. What the fuck does Dutch angle mean? When the cook in apron constricts over the... Okay, bro. Chill out. How tall are you? I'm like 5'11 or 6'1 on a good day.
Is, you know, I agree that if someone, typically these cases are happening where if they can't get proof, they can't even prove they're at the Capitol, they're falling through. But they are very deliberately...
Wow, thanks, Elgarath. I appreciate it. 5 tier 1s. If you got one of those, thank Elgarath there.
And meticulously pursuing these cases because of the political circumstances around it. Now, if they broke the law, they broke the law. That's their fault. These cases are happening where if they can't get proof, they can't even prove they're at the Capitol, they're falling through. But they are very deliberately and meticulously pursuing these cases because of the political circumstances around it. Now,
so she's being hostile. She's not agreeing with people. And we're focused on, again, going back up here, we're really, really focused on how they're going after people for reasons that might be other than the legal process, right? But we haven't, like, given a lot of evidence for that narrative here, right? He's saying, like, I'm not going to let you get away with trumped up charges because this is how the process works, right? Thanks. And, like, she's not really working with any of these, right? She's really not. She just keeps repeating herself. So I hope that they can meet and like actually talk about this because technically Steven isn't. Oh man, this is tough.
If they broke the law, they broke the law. That's their fault. There are some of these documents I was going through.
Oh, there we go. There's a good little concession. So if they broke the law, they broke the law. All right, I like this.
Books M1 really.
Fair and square. If they broke the law, they broke the law. I like it. I'm adding it.
Last night where it's like, okay, it's so fucking obvious.
What's the benefits? I don't do a cost benefit analysis when I walk on my tippy toes. It's just like how it works, how my habits form. Something to remember here, conspiracy does not require the presence of all the co-conspirators. I don't care about conspiracy. I don't care about any of this. I'm wiping it from my mind. Bloop. It's wiped. Because unless they talk about it, I don't want you poisoning my brain. What are the benefits? Okay, I already asked that. She hasn't presented anything factual. She's an inference drawing open. Okay, I'm ignoring you guys. Congratulations, you have bought me ignoring you.
What you did, dude. Like one of the guys. Oh, I'm trying to remember his name.
As a recommendation, I'll take this opportunity to shill. Anybody can pay $20 into donation for me to reroll any opinion I have specifically here or I have had in the past. It's like a bit of a meme thing. So basically the reroll is I'll try to give a different opinion than what I originally gave. It's like a direct grift of sorts. So if you want to pay to see me be meme and to have to like argue for another side of something, that's a way to do it.
Name. I think I wrote it down. Oh yeah, Philip Young, for example. If you go through his fucking arcs of the political circle, very deliberately and meticulously, they're falling through, but they are very deliberately and meticulously pursuing these cases because of the political circle.
Okay. I mean, like, it's so tough because this isn't a bad thing. If we go to Destiny's perspective, which remember is about the legal systems and their usual operations, they should be very deliberately and meticulously pursuing like any case, right? Like if there is a case to be made and the lawyers are going to make it, they should be deliberate and like if there are charges that they think can be filed, like in these people broke the law, I think they're well within the bounds to go after them, right? Like this is just so shaky for me. I'm not sure I really like that at all.
Circumstances around it. Now, if they broke the law, they broke the law. That's their fault. There are some of these documents I was going through last night where it's like, okay, it's so fucking obvious what you did, dude. Like one of the guys. Oh,
Thanks for gifting another tier 1. I've seen this in lots of... Yeah, give us another example and we'll try to pick this one apart.
Remember his name. I think I wrote it down. Oh yeah, Philip Young, for example. If you go through his case documents, he's there's like a clear photo of him taking a knife and just slowly emptying all of these government vehicle tires, just sitting there with his pocket knife going into all the wheels. And he's actually wearing his workers' trade union shirt. So on any other day, lefties would be calling him very based for his actions. But yeah, so there's ones that are just obvious, like of course. But there's so many in here where it's like.
You gotta love Lauren. Like, hold on for just a minute. Can we please be both sides for a second just to enjoy how comedic it is, how she like forms these points? So she is very anti lefterly people, right? So the one time that she gives a case of somebody being clear, like, this is so weird. Can I listen to this whole thing again?
Tires, just what you did, dude. Like one through last night, where it's like, okay, it's so. To that is, I agree that if someone, typically these cases are happening where if they can't get proof, they can't even prove they're at the Capitol, they're falling through. But they are very deliberately and meticulously pursuing these cases because of the political circumstances around it. Now, if they broke the law, they broke the law. That's their fault. There are some of these documents I was going through.
That's why. Okay. Because I added this up there, I totally missed it, and I was expecting something entirely different.
Last night, where it's like, okay, it's so fucking obvious what you did, dude. Like one of the guys, I'm trying to remember his name. I think I wrote it down. Oh yeah, Philip Young, for example. If you go through his case documents, he's there's like a clear photo of him taking a knife and just slowly emptying.
She
all
does
of these
say it's in lots of cases, right?
Like where it's like, okay, it's so fucking obvious what you did, dude. Like one of the guys, broke the law, they broke the law. That's their fault. There are some of these documents I was going through last night where it's like.
No, okay, some. My bad.
Like, okay, it's so fucking obvious what you did, dude. Like one of the guys, I'm trying to remember his name. I think I wrote it down. Oh yeah, Philip Young, for example. If you go through his case documents, he's there's like a clear photo of him taking a knife and just slowly emptying all of these government vehicle tires, just sitting there with his pocket knife going into all the wheels. And he's actually wearing his workers' trade union shirt. So on any other day, lefties would be calling him very based for his actions. But yeah, so there's ones that are just obvious, like of course. But
like, the only time that she's giving any concession that some of these cases are clear is when it's about a lefterly person. Like, this is what I find funny, because like her fucking her bias is always so clear in everything, and I feel like it hurts her. It may help her with conservative people, but it makes her look like a really big shitter. And if she's going to start talking to more lefterly people, she needs to stop doing this. Like in her videos, when she only uses lefterly examples on screen for bad stuff that's going on in the media, you really got to stop doing that shit. Because like, it's going to be like Lance, okay? I am mean to Lance. I'm mean to Lance because he does the same shit all the time, and it's fucked up, and he's aware of these reviews existing, and he should probably stop doing it. If this continues to be a problem with you, Lauren, you're going to get a lot of shit from me for continuously doing this, and I'm not going to back down on it the same way I don't back down on my criticisms of Steven, because I have a lot of time and energy dedicated into proving that it's happening over and over. Stop doing this. I talked to you about this when we were in a talk together about how this is a problem, and you have to stop doing this because it's not good. I really appreciate you picking up on this. Like, I've watched people watch Lauren talk and miss the hard bias somehow. Yeah, it's like, it doesn't help her at all. Like, maybe with conservative people, but I think this is very off-putting, and she should probably knock it off.
There's so many in here where it's like Tammy flew from Ohio and was sitting on her phone and taking
Destiny's here. I think people should always be charged when they do property damage. Always shows pictures of. Yeah, you mentioned that on your stream. Like, she gives people the ammunition for this shit, and I'm happy that people pick it up because it's like annoying and it doesn't make her look very good. And I think it's got to stop. That's like some rhetorical or optical advice that I would give to her.
And their evidence is like a photo of her on Facebook saying, "I cannot believe what is happening here. I want to go get some pictures inside the Capitol because that's cool." And to me, the big
oops, that's something we need. I'm sorry, when I move my hand to go
him very based for his actions. But yeah, so there's ones that are just obvious, like, of course. But there's so many in here where it's like Tammy flew from Ohio and was sitting on her phone and taking pictures, and their evidence is like a photo of her on Facebook.
Okay, Tammy flew from Ohio. Now we got another person. So trumped up charges. Charges are relatively appropriate. They're okay. And then we're going to go back to this point. So, okay, so Tammy took photos on a plane and what?
Saying, I cannot believe what is happening here. I want to go get some pictures inside the Capitol because that's cool.
I'm not going to write down everything she's saying because some of it's just dumb.
And to me, the big comparison I wanted to make here is if they charge anyone who enters the Capitol on trespassing charges, then it's like, okay, well then, sucks to suck, right? But I was really getting into the Kavanaugh protest stuff the other day because, of course, that...
Where are we going? Okay. Oh, wait, hold on. What?
But I was really getting into the Kavanaugh protest stuff. It sucks to suck, right? But...
Okay, so then we reiterate this point. If it's against the law, it's against the law, sure, whatever. But I really want to talk about this Kavanaugh shit. Thank you. What is this? Why do I want this at all? I don't care. Is this what we're about to talk about? If it is, I'll just plop it here. But if that's not what we're about to talk about, you're going to be timed out for a while because you're distracting me. So sorry. Is that not what we're talking about? If it's not what is going to come up here, you need to time this person out for 24 hours. Time him out for 24 hours. I'm sorry. None of that shit.
I was really getting into the Kavanaugh protest stuff the other day because, of course, that was also, of course, of a very different nature. I'm not comparing the two. I'm more so comparing misdemeanor charges because the actions in Kavanaugh were mostly misdemeanor as well, and how they treat these two different groups based on the political pressures publicly. Do you know much about the Kavanaugh protests from 2018?
I don't know what.
Now we're just randomly switching all the fucking way to Kavanaugh protests. Okay. I need to make this bigger because you guys spend so much time going back and forth on stuff. Okay. Now we're talking about Kavanaugh protests. Okay. What? Why?
Or misdemeanor charges because the actions in Kavanaugh were mostly misdemeanor as well, and how they treat these two different groups based on the political pressures publicly. Do you know much about the Kavanaugh protests from 2018?
I don't know what any of the charges were for that, but it wouldn't surprise me if these were treated differently. And I would say, yeah, obviously they probably should be. Yeah,
I don't know about that.
So again, like part of this, so people on the left and the right oftentimes don't like this, but charges were for that, but it wouldn't surprise me if these were treated differently. And I would say, yeah, obviously they probably should.
Oh.
Should be. Yeah,
I don't know about that.
So again, like part of this, so people on the left and the right.
What does she ask?
I don't know about that.
So again, it should be. Yeah,
I don't know about that.
So again,
how do you know about that?
Like part of this, so people on the left and the right oftentimes don't like this, but I mean, discretion when it...
How is that a response to the... Oh, when we do line by line. Oh, she said, I don't know about that? Okay. I don't know about that. That makes a lot more sense.
Comes to discretion when it comes to charging is a pretty important part of our legal system, and it's exercised at
Oh, here he goes back to this again. Remember, legal system's usual operations, trying to bring us back, trying to bring this sub back up to the surface and remind us of that. And when I'm saying sub, I'm talking about a submarine. I'm not talking about the boys you follow on Twitter.
Every single step of our legal system. So for instance, when a police officer first identifies you, he is already exercising discretion. Let's say that he sees you speeding down the street and he's like, all right, am I gonna pull this cover? Maybe you do, maybe you don't. Maybe when he pulls you over, maybe he runs your plates. Maybe he's like, should I write him a ticket? Should I not? Maybe he does it. Maybe he charges you. When you go in front of a judge, he can exercise discretion. Like you can ask for forgiveness. You can ask for, continuance on the case. You can like try to plead something different. Like there's so much discretion at every level. The factors that are involved at every single level here are going to be incredibly important to how something was charged. So let's say, for instance, me and a group of like 20 friends, we decide to protest. On Capitol Hill. Like, hey, I don't like, I think Democrats and Republicans or one party they suck. They're not defending workers. And let's say we don't get our permit and we don't do anything right and we go to the steps and we wave around our signs like, yeah, fuck this. Like, if there's a chance that, say we're all like college kids, there's a chance that security get called, they come by and they see us and like, hey, get the fuck out of here. What the fuck you guys doing? Maybe they arrest like one or two people that are like in charge of it, but for the most part, they're like, fuck off. But if you showed up with a bunch of people and you were like, we're gonna find and get Pence, we're gonna fucking get this country back, fuck this shit, blah, 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 and you're like breaking into the building and shit, or not breaking it, but say you're walking in or whatever, and you're like way more rowdy, way more boisterous, way more disrespectful, way more, you might actually see way more charges go to that crowd. It's like, okay, well, you guys are fucking assholes. Now we're gonna throw the book at you. But that's like a totally normal part of the entire, it's like a central part of our criminal justice system. So when you're talking about like Kavanaugh protests, now it might be the case that they went to Capitol Hill and they tried to break in and they wanted to like get like lawmakers and shit. I'm willing to bet they probably didn't. So it wouldn't surprise me if way less charges that were filed than a bunch of people that are breaking down the doors, going in, ranting about getting Pence, walking around through the building trying to find lawmakers, like going through offices. Like, I think that that's probably pretty reasonable. I think that's like an okay part of our legal system. Sorry, go ahead.
Okay, yeah, no, I don't disagree with you that there's, even just on a basic policing level, for anyone out there, I've been arrested a few times in my life, and almost every time I've never gotten charged. I have no criminal record because every time I'm very polite and just do what the cops say. It's the attitude check they do. How's your attitude? I'm probably gonna, if you're a dick to me, I'm probably gonna throw the book at you. Absolutely. So I have no doubt that some of that was involved. However, first of all, the idea of running around the halls and going to get Pence, that also came from media statements. They were saying that we were gonna, the guy with the horns, I can't remember his name, people in my chat probably do, they were claiming that he had intentions to go and try to go and assassinate politicians. All of that was walked back. So that's just kind of fake news spread. So far, I haven't seen any actual evidence other than the walked back attempt to get Horns guy for that.
Oh no. Destiny, are you gonna push back on her about this? Because I don't think she's like legitimately responding to, I mean, are you gonna push back on her?
Some of that was involved. However, probably they do. How's your attitude? I'm probably gonna, if you're a dick to me, I'm probably gonna throw the book at you. Absolutely. So I have no doubt that some of that was involved. However, first of all, the idea of running around the halls and going to get Pence. So
now we're gonna stop kind of doing a line by line, and I'm really gonna try to focus on like where I think we're going to have problems. So she calls out this.
That also came from media running around the halls and going to get Pence.
I shouldn't put this in quotes because it's not a direct quote, but this running around the halls to get Pence is something that we are going to challenge right now. Okay. How is this going to go?
That also came from media statements. They were saying that we were going to, the guy with the horns, I can't remember his name.
And remember, she don't like the media. Again, scrolling back up to the top, important part of her perspective, focusing on the context of the media coverage. So this media statements thing is going to constantly come up. I honestly, Lauren, I think this is annoying. This is a personal thing. I think that your focus on media statements for everything is really fucking annoying because you combine that with the way that you present your understanding of the media and how fucking like biased it is, like when you're focusing on like those people from the left were the people who definitely did this and I'm okay with that, and all of the examples that you gave in your coming back video, which were all about CNN and MSNBC fucking up, like you are very biased when it comes to the media. So you focusing on media stuff when people find your like bias like unpalatable, it's just a double whammy of nasty that I really don't like. So every time you do this, every time your focus is this, is like, it really disgusts me and it makes it very difficult to listen to you. Like, oh man, like it just bothers me a lot. Like if you want some legitimate criticism for why you're unpalatable to some people, maybe that's a place to start because this has come up multiple times or it's like really off-putting.
People in my chat probably do. They were claiming that he had intentions to go and try to go and assassinate politicians. Like the guy with the horns, I can't remember his name. People in my chat probably do. They were claiming that he had intentions to go and try to go and assassinate politicians. All of that was walked back. So that's just kind of fake news spread. So far, I haven't seen any actual evidence other than the walked back attempt to get Horns guy for that. As for the Kavanaugh protest, this is what I find very interesting about the two, is they both had and were missing one piece of what was needed for an insurrection, looking at the information available. In the Kavanaugh protest, they had all of the organized and stated intent. They had literally tweeted out, our goal from the Women's March page, verified, millions of people seeing this, our goal is to storm the Capitol, to take it over, and prevent the Democratic...
So she sets this aside as a separate thing. I'm going to see whether or not Stephen chooses to fight back on this challenge here that's going on. If he doesn't, then whatever. But like... now she's going to go back and continue on the Kavanaugh protest thing. So I guess we could move this point up here and just continue. But like, she just kind of threw that one out in the ether. So we'll see if that,
appointment of Kavanaugh, and we will do whatever we can. We like, you go into offices, you take over the Capitol, we'll take it over for days. That is our intent, to overturn the democratic process. But then they had absolutely none of the follow through. Like none of the actual ability to succeed at that. Whereas the Capitol riot had all of the follow through, but none of the intent. So they couldn't prove any follow through. This. Our goal is to storm the Capitol, to take it over, and prevent the democratic, appointment of Kavanaugh, and we will do whatever.
Okay, interesting.
We can. We like you go into offices, you take over the Capitol, we'll take it over for days. That is our intent to
Amusing
overturn
notion.
the democratic process. But then they had absolutely none of the follow through, like none of the actual ability to succeed at that. Whereas the Capitol riot had all of the follow through, but none of the intent. So they couldn't prove any of the intent that people were going there for the purpose of overthrowing the democratic process. So in that case, you know, it's interesting. Do you treat them differently? Do we look at them differently just because one tried to do that but was less successful? And in the case of the Kavanaugh protest, most people wouldn't know this. And this is what was so frustrating to me is misinformation is a bitch, but a lack of information is just as frustrating.
We have more purple. This purple, I hate it.
And there was a serious lack of information when I was trying to look into the Capitol. Frustrating to me is misinformation is a bitch, but a lack of information is just as frustrating. And there was a serious lack of information when I was trying to look into the Kavanaugh protest last night. People wouldn't know it, but there were hundreds, some articles even said 1,000 arrests that happened at Kavanaugh. Because I was sitting around thinking, did they arrest no one? Have they applied the law differently to people for Trump protesters versus left-wing protesters? But no, they actually didn't. They arrested hundreds of people at the Kavanaugh protests for misdemeanors. And they just didn't get charged with anything, right? They just, you know, they let them go on the spot and they were processing them all on the spot. Now, there were about 17 women who directly planned to go into a senator, the senator of West Virginia's office and take it over with the explicit intent of making him change his vote or change his decision on Kavanaugh. And they took over his office. They actually stayed there till 1 a.m. after the police had told them, listen, we're going to charge you with trespassing if you don't leave. And their explicit intent, taking over his office, illegally trespassing, was to threaten him until he changed his vote, that they weren't going to leave. And of those 17 women, I believe 9 were charged with trespassing, a few left before that end time. But to me, you know, looking at that, I could not find anything about them having gotten, you know, actually seeing those charges.
We have so many points.
Trespassing if you don't leave. His decision on Kavanaugh. And they took over his office. They actually stayed there till 1 a.m. after the police had told them, listen.
The other frustrating thing, like I said before, is this like case by case thing. Like, because like we have to dive into every single thing that you like mention, kind of like it's almost like every time you use a quote, especially if we want to challenge you on sources, like he opened up doing, where is it? Right here. Like, it's so difficult because if you want to have the kind of conversation where you challenge her on every single one of these points, it's going to be a long fucking conversation. It's going to be a real fucking long one. Like I have to add a bunch of fucking points here if I really want to do it like line by line. It makes this so hard.
Them all on the spot. Now, there were about 17 women who directly planned to go into a senator. No.
What are you guys saying? It's a bad thing, blah, blah, blah. It was far more than 1 day, 1 hour. It was an entire narrative to convince. It is strange she's smart enough to know how weak her point. What? They walked into his office at night? I don't get why she thinks this point is strong enough to bring up. She says a lot of fucking points, dude. She just talks. She just makes a ton of fucking points. It makes it very difficult to keep up with her. Well, like, I think we should only write down what Steven responds to, honestly. I'm going to start doing that because it's going to take a lot of fucking time and energy to do this. So what I'm going to do from here on out is I'm just going to write down if Steven responds to something.
Oh, they actually didn't. They arrested.
Because I'm not fucking doing point by this when this lady's going to lay out a gazillion fucking points every single time. So is this a gish scallop? No, I don't think so. Like, I mean, like, if you want to call it that, you can. I'm not going to fucking jump in front of that gun and bite that bullet. No, thanks. I'm not going to fucking use some fucking debatey terms and be a little asshole. I don't use Mott and Bailey. I don't use Gishkel. I don't fucking use those terms. If you want to call it, you can call it, but I'm not going to.
And hundreds of people at Kavanaugh protests for misdemeanors.
That's like a usual thing on this channel. I don't like the debate terms.
And they just didn't get charged with anything, right? They just, you know, they let them go on the spot and they were processing them all on the spot. Now, there were about 17 women who directly planned to go into a senator, the senator of West Virginia's office and take it over with the explicit intent of making him change his vote or change his decision on Kavanaugh. And they took over his office. They actually stayed there till 1 a.m. after the police had told them, listen, we're going to charge you with trespassing if you don't leave. And their explicit intent, taking over his office, illegally trespassing, was to threaten him until he changed his vote, that they weren't going to leave. And of those 17 women, I believe 9 were charged with trespassing, a few left before that end time. But to me, you know, looking at that, I could not find anything about them having gotten, actually seeing those charges go through. I'm not sure if the charges were dropped. I'm not sure what happened with them. There was no massive media indictment about how these women were trying to, affect the democratic process through a legal taking over of his office and trespassing. I couldn't find anything in the media. In fact, the only article I could find were sympathetic articles talking about how all these women believe their arrests were worth it to try to pressure the government. And once again, that brings up the question: do we treat them differently just because they sucked more in their execution of illegal activities?
Yeah, I mean, so things are going to be treated differently, but I mean, like, yeah, of course. But that's not only is that always going to be the case, that probably should be the case. Like, they might have had a website set up where they had plans to take over the government, but like the Trump crowd was literally shouting, like, hang Pence, hang Pence. Like
you have that video? Because I literally have not seen proof for that, but if there is, like, I'm
Okay, so we're gonna go back to this. I like it.
But like the Trump crowd was literally shouting, like,
fight her.
hang Pence, hang Pence. Really should be the case. Like, they might have had a website set up where they had plans to take over the government, but like the Trump crowd was literally shouting, like, hang Pence, hang Pence.
Whatever. I don't care to capitalize.
Like
you have that video? Because I literally have not seen proof for that, but if there is, like, I'm
I think we watched this on one of the New York Times things. But if somebody wants to, oh, here, hold on a second.
Yeah, I'll just check it out.
And we have a challenge. We have a challenge. Lovely. I like to see it. All right. We'll see how this source check goes. He let her get away on that last one, which I think was a big mistake that I pointed out here. He missed that opportunity to nail her on that source, which I think was a kind of a failure. And if you guys don't know why I'm saying that, if we go back to this link, which should be here, and go down to here, Michael Ferrara, as far as I understand, is not a part of the DOJ. So the failure to point that out, that her article wasn't saying that, I think is a failure on Steven's part. But, I feel bad to like harp on it too much. It's just, it's the one thing that I've seen that feels bad. Why do you keep doing that voice? I don't know, dude. I randomly do voice. I can't even think of the voice that you're talking about, honestly. So it's probably not some thing.
Fuck, I fucked the link up. Let me listen to this real quick. One sec to make sure this is the right one. This is what something like.
Yeah. Like, I don't doubt there was some idiot in the crowd doing that for sure.
What do you mean, Lauren? Wait. Did I hear that right?
Fuck, I fucked the link up. Let me listen to this real quick. One sec to make sure this is the right one. This is what something like.
Yeah. Like, I don't doubt there was some idiot in the crowd doing that for sure.
I'm gonna have to fucking timestamp this so we can get back to it. When did this challenge happen?
Actually seeing those charges go through. I'm not sure if the charges were dropped. I'm not sure what happened with them. There was no massive media indictment about how these women were the senator of West Virginia's office and take it over with the explicit intent of making him change his vote or change his decision on Kavanaugh. And they took over his office. They actually stayed there till 1 a.m. after the police had told them that they weren't going to leave. So looking at that, charges were dropped. I'm not sure what happened with them. There was no massive media indictment about how these women, the article, like, if we treat them differently just because they sucked more in their execution of illegal activities.
Yeah, I mean, so that where they had plans to take over the government, but like the Trump, I think we watched this on one of the
what was needed for an insurrection, looking at the information available. In the Kavanaugh protest, they had all of that also came from media statements. They were
Here it is.
saying that we're gonna, the guy with the horse, dude, every time I've never gotten charged. I have no criminal record because every time I'm very polite and just do what the cops say. It's the
Can I fucking just put this on 2.5? Ah, god damn it.
attitude check they do. How's your attitude? I'm probably gonna, if you're a dick to me, I'm probably gonna throw the book at you. Absolutely. So I have no doubt that some of that was involved. However, first of all, the idea of running around the halls and going to get Pence, that also came from media statements. They were saying that we're gonna, the guy with the horns, I can't remember his name, people in my chat probably do, they were claiming that he had intentions to go and assassinate politicians. All of that was walked back. So that's just kind of fake news spread so far. I haven't seen any actual evidence other than the walked back attempt to get Horn's guy for that. As for the Kavanaugh protest, this is what I find very interesting about the two, is they both had and were missing one piece of what was needed for an insurrection, looking at the information available.
Okay, so that
also came from media statements. They were arrested a few times in my life, and almost every time I've never gotten charged. I have no criminal record because every time I'm very polite and just do what the cops say. It's the attitude check they do. How's your attitude? I'm probably gonna, if you're a dick to me, I'm probably gonna throw you. Absolutely. So I don't doubt that some of that was involved. However, first of all, the idea of running around the halls going to get Pence, that also came from.
Okay, so we're going to put that at 17 minutes. So 17 minutes, whatever. Just to remind me, that's not exactly when this quote happened. I'm going to have it at 3, and then I'm going to switch back. So fuck you, VOD people. Sorry. Hopefully this gets a fucking YouTube video. We're still working on the other Lawrence Southern one, so we'll fucking see. But,
Fuck, I fucked the link up. Let me listen to this real quick. One sec to make sure this is the right one. This is what somebody linked me.
Yeah. Like, I don't doubt there was some idiot in the crowd doing that for sure.
Zach, what's your fucking problem? Do I need to kick you out of the YouTube chat? Are you calling me out? What are you doing here, bud? Let's go ahead and fucking audit the audit here. And I'm going to fucking put it on the screen. Matter of fact, Zach, let's see. What do you got to say, Zach? Let's find your very first one. It's pretty bad faith to assume Trump didn't give the media any ammunition against him. Okay. There is ample footage of the police fighting against riot tees at choke points. Letting them in was a retreat to choke. Who are you talking to? Damn, you swap to adhom when you lose a point. Nice. Who are you talking to? All right. I'm sorry, buddy. I have to do it to you. You're having an aneurysm. You're like talking to nobody. You're gone. I'm sorry. I can't. He's annoying, dude. He's distracting as fuck. I don't want to watch that shit anymore. I don't want to see it in front of me. I don't care if he's mad at another YouTube channel.
As Officer Eugene Goodman led...
This is a shorter clip of it, but this sounds more than like one person.
As Officer Eugene Goodman led...
This is a shorter clip of it, but this sounds more than like one person.
Yep. Wanted to find.
So, I mean, like, when you have, like, a crowd that's that energized and is there for the reasons that they're there, of course it's always going to be treated differently. Like, yeah, I don't know. It seems like, I feel like a lot of...
Did she say yep earlier?
Wanted to find.
So, I mean, like, when you have, like, a crowd that's that energized and is there for the reasons that they're there, of course it's always going to be treated differently. Like, yeah,
yep.
I don't know.
Okay, so we'll go ahead and add that to our agreement thing here. Because we are trying to really, as much of the agreement as we can do. Okay. And we got a concession from her. Lovely. Wonderful. Very passive. Lauren, another rhetorical tip to you. When there is a concession, you should be clear about it. So I'm just going to note that in here. You specifically really need help looking reasonable, like looking like you're going to be reasonable to the other side. So when there's concessions, I think you should probably do a better job about that.
It seems like I feel like a lot of problems that have happened over the past 2 years with people criticizing government or our justice system, and when I say our, I mean American, because it might be different in Canada, is a lot of people just don't understand how a lot of the institutions work. There is going to be like a lot of like, it sounds crazy, but like, even the outfit that you choose to go to court in is going to have a bearing on how the judge treats you. Like, for dumb reasons, I've been arrested before, and I've watched a judge throw somebody out of court before because of how they showed up. Like, he continued their case and he told them to get the fuck out and to come back when they were ready to like actually like be in court. Like, I've seen this happen firsthand, and I'm sure it happens like way more in other places. Yeah, I mean, like when it comes to everything related to the January 6th stuff and how
he started with a concession or like an agreement here. I really want to remember.
There's a lot of people just don't understand how a lot of problems that have happened. I don't know the reasons that they're there.
As Officer Eugene Goodman led...
This is a short clip, but this sounds more than like one person.
Wanted to find.
So I mean, like when you have the crowd that's energized and is therefore the reasons that they're there, of course it's always going to be treated differently. Like, yeah, I don't know. It seems like I feel like a lot of problems that have happened over the past 2 years with the government or our justice system. I'm sorry, Americans, it might be in Canada. A lot of people don't understand how a lot of the institutions work. There is going to be a lot of like.
This is something that she said too, right? I mean, more or less.
It sounds crazy, but like even the outfit that you choose to go to court in is going to have a bearing on how the judge treats you. Like for dumb reasons, I watched a judge throw somebody out of court because how they showed up. Like, you can take the fuck out and come back and they're ready to actually be in court. I've seen that, I'm sure it happens like way more other places. Yeah, I mean, like when it comes to everything related to the January 6th stuff and how extreme and how crazy that whole event was, nothing's that surprising to me. Like, I mean, you said Trump got charges over again. Like all charges are being conservative. There were no like dissident or rebellious charges, sedition charges filed. They had 400.
He just doesn't finish this point. Okay. I guess this is like meant to be about discretion again. So he's repeating himself about discretion here. I'm not sure.
Talking about the conspiracy charges that are all...
The charges are pretty conservative. There were no like dissident or rebellious charges or sedition charges filed. They had 400
like,
plus
we're talking
arrests.
about the conspiracy charges that are all... that not all, but you have conspiracy charges that are falling through because they can't even prove some of these people were in the Capitol. And some of these people are sitting in jail right now, right? So that's why it's such a big deal. It's not just like, all right, we'll throw this at the wall and see if it sticks, and if it doesn't stick, then awesome, justice, made its way through the court system.
Here I am doing
Sure,
a
but I mean,
line
like,
delay
that's
again.
again,
It's
like,
like some
even,
people are in jail right now.
I mean, like, even for the Kavanaugh stuff, right? A lot of those people were probably arrested. They were probably booked in holding, and then at the end of the day, they're like, we're not gonna try to prove like who was at a fucking riot or whatever. We're just gonna like release them all. Like, that's just kind of what happens.
They
But I mean,
fined them 30. $35.
sure. Well,
I'm not even joking.
maybe, okay, but like, I mean, you're going to this is part of what you do when you go to a protest or a riot, and I mean, this is kind of what you have to be ready for. If you show up to a protest or a riot, there's a chance that you're going to get arrested. If you don't want to like go.
Okay. I don't know about that. Like a riot for sure, but Steven, here's an optical problem for Steven. Do not combine protest and riot. Because you specifically just like with the arsonist problem, you really have to be very careful about this, bruh. Honestly, like moving forward, don't combine, like always have these separate, because it's not good. Like this advice I think really makes sense for a riot, much more debatable for a protest. Same with your, the clip that you got in trouble for about the arsonists, right? Like if you would have this combining these two things and having them so close together and not really separating them is a problem. So just be very, very careful about this. If there's a possibility to turn this into crimes, right? Because your entire perspective is meant to be on the legal systems and their usual operations, I would say avoid protest and riot like altogether, and say like, if you are going to a protest or a riot and you are going to commit crimes like trespass or things like this, then you need to be willing to accept the chance of getting arrested for that, getting booked for that, maybe even getting prosecuted for that, right? That would be a much better way of putting this. Mixing up the protest and riot thing, I think, is a problem. Mixing up protesting, rioting, and specific crimes is another problem. So just, I would bear this in mind. Do you think Lauren caught on to that? I don't know. We'll see. But like, I think it's understandable to expect a chance of getting arrested for, okay. So I don't care to debate with you. So if you have some like different opinion, I don't care to fucking hear it, dude. Can you really make a hard distinction though? If a protest is deemed unlawful by the police, does it become a riot? I don't know, brother. Like, none of this has to do with what I'm saying optically, right? You guys are missing the point about rhetoric is just going over your head. So go into rhetoric mode for a second here. I'm saying that mixing these two things up is a problem that he's had in the past. And it's a problem that like anybody like Lauren right now could step upon, right? Like this advice, I think this is debatable. We can debate about it because I'm tempted to debate you right now about it, right? So what I'm saying is to avoid getting bogged down in a semantic argument, it's better to be careful about the specificity of what you're saying. I think talking about crimes in specific is going to be better than talking about protesting or rioting. Protesting technically is like a protected thing, right? Like it's easy to get stuck in an argument when you say protesting. Rioting, by the like very definition of what it is going to be a much more troublesome thing. If he would have just said riot, that would have been better here, right? Like this is what I'm trying to point you to, is the importance and the distinctions between these two different words here. The distinction. Oh, fuck. Between protests, riots, and committing crimes, right? Like, a lot of people, especially dependent on, how does this not come out with the right fucking thing? I don't care. Maybe it's 2 T's. Okay. So protests, I'm going to put in green. That's okay. A lot of people are fine with protests. And depending on the purpose of the protest, people are going to be supportive of it, right? Riots are not a good thing. These are bad, right? And committing crimes is the undeniable bad, right? So like within this spectrum from green all the way to red, like we need to keep in mind that these words are treated differently. That protests, depending on the circumstances of them, are going to be supported a lot. And anything that you say that's negative about protesting may attract people to argue with you. Riots, that's way worse. But again, this is going to depend on what the purpose of the riot is. The committing crimes thing, even if you believe in the purpose of the committing of the crime, it's going to be a lot more difficult to hold on to your words and like have stepping stones for a further debate about things, right? Because in this conversation, which again, think with your fucking brain, in this conversation, one of the few things that we've agreed upon here is that if they broke the law, they broke the law, right? So if we just focus on the people committing crimes, should expect that there's a chance that they might get held or they might have to go to jail or that they might be prosecuted. That's what we should focus on because we already have agreement there and we can build off of that. So that's what I'm trying to say. And I'm not going to talk to you guys anymore. I'm going to go back to focusing on the video for a little bit. Thank you for the comments about my hair. D-Man in chat, what is he saying? Is he saying something cringe? If you go to any protest, it could turn into a riot. Meh, you should always be ready to be booked for a night or something. Okay, that's your personal opinion. But like what I want you to focus on here, Steven, is just like how these different words are different, right? How like saying protests versus saying riots versus saying specific crimes that are being committed is very different. And here you probably should have just focused on the crimes thing because it could start less arguments unless your purpose is to create a bunch of arguments, right? Like that's mostly the takeaway here. He wrote more. Oh, Jesus. He missed my first comment. Okay, I'll go back and reread all of it. Control F, Destiny. Okay, I'll scroll up. I got you. That's true, but she is going to so many places. Hold on. That's true, but she is going to so many places. I'm trying not to get bogged down in hyper nuance and everything. I think I just want to try to convey some super general points. Sure. I understand why you were at that point and why you said it. Just because we're doing the line by line thing, I'm just trying to be specific about it. I'm happy that, we're not arguing about this. Thank you, bro. Book, you don't understand. You have to hear his excuses. I'm polite, bro. I'm polite. If he's actually going to sit here and sit through it, then I'm going to hear him out.
Go through that part of the legal system, then you probably shouldn't be there.
I'm not saying that they shouldn't go through the legal system. I'm saying that the overall process of this all, both from media, from government, and the DOJ, has been highly politicized. And
who else?
From media, from government, and the DOJ has been highly politicized. And because of that, you're seeing ridiculous charges that are following through. You're seeing media spread so much misinformation about it to the point where people literally think that. And because of that, you're seeing ridiculous charges that are following through. You're seeing media spread so much misinformation about it to the point where people literally think that there was a Taliban-like plot to take over the government, to the point where some of the biggest filmmakers in the left-wing sphere, like Michael Moore, are sharing that opinion, and almost none of it is being corrected publicly, and even more so, some of the biggest filmmakers in the left-wing sphere, like Michael Moore, are sharing that opinion, and almost none of it is being corrected publicly, and even more so, some of it is spilling into the legal cases where,
Okay. If you want to call this gish scalping, whatever, but here we go with the gazillion points again.
Are shared over the government to the point where some of the biggest filmmakers in the left-wing sphere, like Michael Moore, are sharing that opinion, and almost none of it is being corrected publicly.
None of it is being corrected publicly. Here we go again with all this focus on the media. It's just like, I get that this is her perspective, but boy, oh boy, is it just like, okay, filmmakers, Michael Moore, like it's just a bunch of people that you don't like. I don't know. And this charge is falling through thing, like, can we fucking tie the knot on that so I don't have to hear about it anymore? Like, some charges fall through. Like, Owens was not charged with incitement, things that people... Like, can we add something to this agreement list so I don't have to keep hearing this? What is Destiny saying? Yeah, she is a narrative machine. She is constantly ready to literally give her entire ideology every time a thing comes. Yeah, it's just annoying.
Is spilling into the legal cases where, you know, you have Gerald B. Lefcourt, who was one of the lawyers who defended the Black Panthers and the Chicago 7. And he said they're obviously just trying to build up the most horrendous cases possible because that's what the public wants. And it is the politicizing of criminal justice. And that's what I have a problem with. I do not have a problem with people obviously just trying to build up the most horrendous cases possible because that's what the public wants. And it is the politicizing of criminal justice. And that's what I have a problem with. I do not have a problem with people being brought to court because they committed
I'm just going to fucking put that because that's really what she wants you to take away from
actions.
that.
Yes, there's always going to be bias in some of these cases. Yes, there is always going to be, if an event was more scary publicly or, you know, there were more bad acts.
Book. Of the 631 cases, only one has been dismissed as of today. Sorry, I'm going to have to wipe that from my brain because you know who hasn't brought that up? Stephen Benelli. So, like, that would be a wonderful point, but it hasn't been brought up. So I can't look at it. I'm not banning him or her or they, you fucking trans erasing piece of shit.
Actors, even if you weren't one of those bad actors, you're probably going to get dragged in the net. But there is a very obvious, you already have evidence that some of these people obviously committed illegal acts. Get them on that. The obvious politicizing and overextending of some of these narratives that anyone can go and read in the documents. It's out there. Hell, 14 of the people that are included in these arrests for the January 6th riot in some of the public articles are people that were just out past curfew. Some of these narratives that anyone can go and read in the documents. It's out there. Hell, 14 of the people that are included in these arrests for the January 6th riot in some of the public articles are people that were just out past curfew.
But we don't know how many total arrests were done. How many total, like, and this is illegal. Do we know? Do we? They broke the law. They broke the law. What is this? If you're out past curfew, you're breaking the law. No. Why does this matter? Yeah, if you're fucking out and about, maybe you should be arrested for being out past the curfew. I don't understand. Oh my God, I hope you point this out. But you don't focus on agreement and stuff, so I doubt that that's where your brain is at. But let's see how you respond here, Steven.
Like, that's it. They were out past curfew.
Out past curfew, is it? That's a chargeable offense, is it not?
Oh, yes. Okay, good.
For sure, but they're being thrown in as January 6th criminals.
I'm so happy that you mentioned it. After that first point, bro, I have some fucking whiplash. I'm so afraid that you're not going to do it.
Well, like, yeah, but I mean, like...
Sure, but they're being thrown in as January 6th criminals.
Why do you care about that? They were criminals who committed a crime on January the 6th. Because the media thing. Oh, this is because of the media thing. Why do I think it's dumb that you focus on this, Lauren? Because you lose sight of like what is rational when you get so sucked up in your own fucking ideology and shit. This is something you need to correct for. And the way that you correct for this is not by listening to people on the other side that you distrust and you think super negatively of. That's not how you fix this. This needs to be done in your private time. And you really have to consider this when you're reading and prepping for debates and stuff, because boy, it just comes off so bad. Like nobody's going to believe you that you're trying to reform or that you're trying to see both sides or whatever. Like, because this is what you care about. You care about like the optics from a writerly perspective, and it seeps into everything you talk about, and it means that like there's not a lot of substance there. Like it's like we've created an artificial sand bed along a lake, and like you dig 2 inches deep and it's just cement. It's all like artificial because this is all that you care about. Like everything on top is just meant to look like you care about all this other stuff, but this is what you care about. You care about the optics of this particular thing, and it just looks so bad when we're constantly focused on bad media coverage or people looking like they're January 6 criminals, which of course the media has covered poorly. And I hate people like Michael Moore talking about this shit and these fucking people in the leftern sphere. And none of it's corrected publicly. And I can't find any evidence to support the people that I think are bad, right? Because there was nothing in the media. They were only one thing. They were talking positive about these people that did the Kavanaugh thing. And that's like the same thing. Like, whoa, yo, you got to chill the fuck out, because all of your research is just based around this ideology about how like the left is bad and nobody's talking about it, and the right always gets a bad rap for the same shit the left. Like, you're starting with this like contradiction that you think is there, and like it just looks really bad. He's doing it again. What are you talking about? The voice? Oh, okay. Been acting different ever since he got a clean cut. The voices don't mean anything. I'm just like, I'm going crazy. I'm tired of hearing this. What happened? Book is just going off. I thought you wanted to be more. I am being charitable. How long have we spent? We're only 20 something minutes in. Like, this is important. Your error here is you don't start from the fundamental axiom of media is bad. All right, bro. And I'm going to go get more soda. I swear to God, you guys. Ugh. Oh, look at those calves. Ooh. Absolutely despicable. Yeah, my bad, bro.
Well,
Like,
yeah, but I
that's
mean, like,
crazy.
well, that's not, again, out past curfew, that's a chargeable offense, is it not?
For sure, but they're being thrown in as January 6 criminals.
Well,
Like,
yeah, but I
that's
mean, like,
crazy.
well, that's not, again, so that's not crazy. Like, that's what's just gonna happen, right? Because how many people, when you go to start arresting people in a crowd like that, how many people are gonna say, I'm just here, I'm not protesting, right? Like, that's pretty obvious that that's gonna be a thing that you run into. So you.
That's why I knew I would hate this stupid fucking point from you. Oh man, you're not gonna like me for this, but this is not the way that you address this, in my opinion. Like, just because they like the focus should not be on the fact that they participated in the protest. The focus should be on the fact that they broke the law by going out past curfew. You should double down on the chargeable offense thing, as opposed to focusing on like this stupid fucking advice about protests. Like, this is a problem. Like, chat, am I fucking crazy? Like, whatever you think of his advice about the protest thing, do you see how he misses the opportunity to really put the thumb down on her about the chargeable offenses and to move away from this January 6 criminals thing? But he doesn't accomplish that because he goes to advice about the protests that he had made before. Like, this is what I mean. So regardless of what you think about that advice, it misses him opportunities to stay on topic with her, which is super duper important with Lauren. I think with somebody else, you could easily like fit in a bunch of advice and stuff, but like, oh, okay. You're ban hen ia. That person gets a permanent ban. And if they want to, appeal that, they can go ahead and appeal that and write me an entire thing about how they said a word they're not allowed to say. But please go ahead and ban that person. So unfortunately, I think it's true. Yeah, like regardless. Yeah. Okay, good. We got past that.
Charge people, you jail them, or you see if you have charges for them, and if not,
Seems like he is not trying to alienate her from the convo. You can create excuses for him, but he's missing this opportunity here. All right, I'm done with the chat. We're going back to the video.
then you let them out. People are going to say, "I'm just here. I'm not protesting," right? Like. That's pretty obvious that's going to be a thing that you run into. So you charge people, you jail them, or you see if you have charges for them, and if not, then you let them out. In terms of like, I feel like a lot of I feel like, first of all, we have to separate two institutions. We have to separate the media from like the actual legal system, because these two things.
Mods are sleeping? Yeah, they fucking are, dude. Lux, I'm making you a mod. It's official, because I need you punishing dumb fucks. I need it. I need you punishing dumb fucks. So /mod Lux. Yep. Nope. You're gonna be a mod now. Yep. Because my mods are fucking not doing their job. So there you are. And where is this fucking person so that I can ban them? And you're gonna be permanently banned. Cool. Amazing. All right, taken care of. I really shouldn't have to do this. Yeah, I guess Tommy. I'll add. The problem is Tommy's a fucking troll. So that's the problem, Tommy. Is you troll enough to where like I don't want to make you a mod. But I think I'm going to have to start doing that. I'm going to have to start giving swords to people that maybe shouldn't be getting swords because, you know, you guys are forcing my hand here.
Exist in entirely different.
It's Steven's fucking ableist community coming in here today. Every time Steven and his fucking ableist community comes in here, it highlights my need for more mods, dude. These fucking hate raids or hate attention, dude. That's what it is.
Now, I know
that's why I took the fucking day off. It's shit like this, bro.
I know that they bleed over for sure, but I'm saying that like our treatment of them and our expectations of them are completely different. The media is fucked in terms of how they report on a lot of this. I'm not here to defend the media's report.
Good. I miss this whole
thing. In terms of like, I feel like a lot of if you're arresting people in a crowd like that, how many people are going to say, "I'm just here, I'm not protesting," right? Like, that's pretty obvious that's going to be a thing you run into. So you charge people, you jail them, or you see if you have charges for them, and if not, then you let them out. In terms of like, I feel like a lot of I feel like first of all, we have to separate two institutions. We have to separate the media from like the actual legal system, because these two things exist in entirely different worlds. Now I know that they bleed over for sure, but I'm saying like our treatment of them and our expectations of them are completely different. The media is fucked in terms of how.
Okay. Come on. Wonderful. So we'll add that into the agreement pile here. And we're going to start really separating the difference between how these two people are viewing things. So they can agree that the media is fucked. Now, he is trying hard to separate these two. Oh, man, this is working out so perfectly. Okay. So his context of the legal system and its usual operations and her context of the media coverage are just two entirely different approaches to this, right? And it's probably like the tail wagging the dog here for the media coverage focus being where Lauren is going with case by case and how his legal system's usual operations is going to his wider view of the situation, right? So like this is important. This purple is really key. And that's good that we're going to try and separate this here. I think that's something that we really need to do. Although I don't know how much luck he's going to have here with that. So we'll see.
How they report on a lot of this. I'm not here to defend the media's reporting on any of this ever, because there are a lot of things that could be improved from a lot of different directions, for sure. But when we look at just the legal side of things and how the charges are going, right? When we say that like charges are falling through, like your implication when you say that is that like, oh man, like they're beating all these cases and all of these charges were made up, blah, blah, blah. No, 400 people who were arrested.
That's not my implication.
Sure, okay, but I'm saying that's what it sounds like, right? Like, charges are falling through. Like, oh man, like they're beating all these cases and all of these charges were made up, blah, blah, blah. No, 400 people who were arrested.
That's not my implication.
Sure, okay, but I'm saying.
You don't get to choose what the fuck the implication. Like, to be clear, chat, the same way Arcadum doesn't get to choose the way that his, like, the implication behind a lot of the yikesy shit that he fucking says, I don't think that you get to choose what the implication behind your statements are. Your intention Most certainly. You can argue till the cows come home about how something wasn't your intention. Vosh does that all the time. And it's something that I can't fight back against, right? If you say your intentions were one way and it's different from the intentions I'm ascribing to you, I personally find it difficult to project over the top of that. So that's fine. Steven, on the other hand, doesn't. When he covers drama and stuff, he'll call people manipulators and whatever. But the implication you do not have control over, right? I think that the implication lies in the hands of the viewers and of the people listening. And if there's enough people picking up that implication in Steven's thing, I think that, like, in Steven's chat, I think that's enough to push that forward. And if a regular listener who maybe doesn't have a dog in the fight, like, I have my problems with Steven. I have my problems with Lauren. I like Steven's content. I think Lauren can be funny because, okay, I won't get into that. I think Lauren can be funny. But like, this is not good. Oh no. Okay. So the charges falling through thing. Let's try to focus on this real quick.
That's what it sounds like, right? Like, charges are falling through. It was all politicized. It was a political rally. Of course, there's going to be like a lot of like heated things and different people.
I don't even know if I want to
But like,
know
it's also not surprising. I would be shocked. I would be shocked if in the history of anything in the United States, if 100+ people get arrested and a whole bunch of charges over the next like few weeks aren't just like kind of dropped, where they look through and they're like, okay, this guy was not this guy didn't do this guy wasn't supposed to be here, this dude was just picking up his fucking brother, this guy didn't do this shit, right? That's probably completely a natural thing. I bet that happens anytime hundreds of people are arrested for anything. So like, I don't know, like, just like, I think that when you see
I don't know when I would play League with her. I offered in DMs, so we'll see if that ever happens, but I have no time scale on playing League with Lauren. Charges falling through. So I love it. I love it. So go ahead and talk about the implications thing, separate the media thing, and then talk about how, like, this is a normal thing that happens, right? Because again, his focus, as we said at the beginning, is on the normal operations of the court system, and he's being pretty consistent about that. We're able to tell that from the very beginning, and it's continuing to persist.
400 people arrested, and you see the charges are conservative. They are. They're not incredibly crazy. You don't see the seditions, and then you start seeing some charges drop off. Like, all of this so far looks like it's just proceeding as it should to me. Like, nothing seems like out of place or out of character. Now,
He's
people like Alex Jones or Aaron Owen,
many
those guys
times
are being
now
booked
that the charges are conservative
and charged with like sedition or some shit. Now I'd be like, oh, okay, well, this is getting a little bit scary. All right, but like some, prosecutors going into the media on 60 Minutes talking, a whole bunch of shit. Fucking people do this all the time. Look at that the Cohen did this. The one lawyer for the porn star woman against Trump did this. Giuliani's done this. Like, the fucking lawyers, no offense, but lawyers talk so much shit, and they'll do it anywhere where somebody will listen to them. I know this in real life, and I know this in like on the media. So yeah, I don't see anything super wrong so far. Like, I don't see anything where it's like, oh my god, this is so fucked. A bunch of people got arrested. Some charges are dropping off. Like, the system is doing as it should right now.
Okay, fair enough. I think we agree on more than we disagree on the capital stuff. There are people that deserve charges. There are charges and absolutely public stuff being said by the prosecutors that are completely overblown. Let me ask, do you think that your...
Let me go ahead and add that in here.
There are charges and absolutely public stuff being said by the prosecutors that are completely overblown. People that deserve charges. There are charges and absolutely public stuff being said by the prosecutors that are completely
She slips charges in there in a way that I'm not really comfortable with. Like, he's saying that, like, charges falling through is a normal thing that happens, but he's not really agreeing with you per se on what you're trying to get agreement on here, which is this, like, hold on, let's listen again.
On the capital stuff. There are people that deserve charges. There are charges and absolutely public stuff being said by the prosecutors that are
She's combining these two things to, like, get it in.
Completely overblown.
There are charges that are completely overblown, right? Because if we separate out the lawyer in between, which is, or the statements from the lawyer in between, which is combined with this statement, like, she is slipping in that these charges are overblown. But that gets back to, like, what he's trying to say is the charges are conservative and some number are going to fall through, but that's a normal thing. Like,
absolutely public stuff being said by the prosecutors that are completely overblown.
The charges aren't overblown though. So, like, Jesus Christ, this is so fucking rough. I don't like this. I don't like this at all.
Let me ask, do you think that your audience and the general public have an accurate analysis or understanding of what is going on with the indictments and what went down on January 6th at all?
Absolutely not, but that's an indictment, I think, of the media, not of our legal system.
Right. What about your own audience? Because I actually wanted to have this conversation with you because it was a lot of people in your audience that particularly had at all.
Absolutely not, but that's an indictment.
Generally overblown. Let me ask, do you think that your audience and the general public have an accurate analysis or understanding of what is going on with the indictments and what went down on
I'm not gonna write shit down. We'll just pick fights and we'll. I know I keep saying that, but like I'm getting really sick of doing it point by
January
point.
6th at all.
Absolutely not. But that's an indictment, I think, of the media, not of our legal system.
Right. What about your own audience? Because I actually wanted to have this conversation with you because it was a lot of people in your audience.
So fucking good. That's an indictment of the media, not the legal system, right? He's trying to separate these so fucking hard. Oh, okay. This is really important. He needs to keep hammering this home, and I think he'll be good.
Particularly had a problem with my video.
I would say, if I had to guess,
January 6th was not an insurrection.
If I had to
like, how
guess,
dare she downplay it?
I would think that probably 40 to 50% of my audience probably thinks that there was a massively coordinated plan, and that like 30 to 40% of the people in the building had all like prior like armed up, and they all had handcuffs. But probably that wouldn't surprise me, because that is what the prevailing media narrative is around this event.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I guess we can agree on that then. The media
We can, and that sucks. But my frustration, though, is that while 95% of what people, even in my fucking community, might believe is fucking horseshit, it was still like a historically horrendous event that I think is really unique in American history. And I think that it is something that like should be looked upon like in a pretty serious way. Not necessarily that like every person needs the crazy charges or whatever, but that we essentially had like a sitting president that was more or less like driving these events like front and center. And I think that's a really, really, really fucked up thing. And I think there's something really unique about that.
Do you think that, I don't disagree, and I won't push it because I'm pretty sure you'd agree the same with all the BLM riots and stuff. But do you think that Trump...
Sorry, God, I'll let you finish. Go ahead, sorry.
As in, you'd agree that at least... Because I get annoyed when people say this is a historic event that we need to focus on, but also, the BLM riots.
I never saw... When Biden was talking about the BLM riots, the only thing I ever saw Biden say was that we need to stop the rioting. That's what I heard Biden say over and over. I never heard... Now, I know that there were a couple of stupid statements made that were highly irresponsible by... I think Pelosi maybe even made one, but the general gist of the Democratic Party was not supporting the riots. Like, when I say Democrat, I mean the lawmakers and the politicians, and definitely not like Biden. And I think that's way different than the messaging that came from the top down in the Republican Party, where it wasn't just Sean Hannity, it wasn't just Tucker Carlson, it was Trump saying that we need to fight to take this country back, that they're trying to steal the election. And that's what I think makes it unique and uniquely historical, is because the president of the United States was the one cheerleading that stuff. That's why I think it was, unique.
I would disagree that there wasn't a swath of Democrat politicians and leaders using similar rhetoric. I mean, there's a video that came out, and it's literally a compilation of just, Nancy Pelosi and all of these Democrat talking heads on CNN literally saying, people need to start taking to the streets, people need to start fighting back, we need to take back these streets. Like,
write down you guys are freaking out that I need to write down the BLM thing. We'll go back and write it if this turns it. Well, I guess you guys have watched the video already. What do we need to point out that she's saying here about BLM?
You'd agree that, I'm sure you'd agree the same with all the BLM riots and stuff.
Events like front and center, and I think that's a really, really, really fucked up thing. And I think there's something really unique about that.
Do you think that, I don't disagree, and I won't push it because I'm pretty sure you'd agree the same with all the BLM riots and stuff. But do you think that Trump...
So she doesn't disagree on this? Okay. I mean, hey, you know what? I'm going to put that in the agreement. Yeah, let's go ahead and add that in. That's good as fuck. Okay, that's huge. I like that. That's great.
Sorry, God, I'll let you finish. Go ahead, sorry.
As in, you'd agree that at least... Because I get annoyed when people say this is a historic event that we need to focus on, but also, the BLM riots.
I never saw... When Biden was...
There you go. You guys get your point. And you get your yeah.
Was talking about the BLM riots. The only thing I ever saw Biden say was that we need to stop the rioting. That's what I heard Biden say over and over. I never heard... Now, I know that there were a couple of stupid statements made that were highly irresponsible.
And yes, I'm not pointing it out because I'm trying not to get triggered. And you guys were like, you promised you'd be fair to her, man. You're not being fucking fair, dude. You stop pointing out stuff that she's saying that you don't like, man. I do have a problem with this. Like, actually, I should probably put it in here for her. This needs to be orange, and this one will be orange too. So, yeah, that's a problem as well that we'll go ahead and log it. Yeah, that deserves a log. Okay. Because it's turned into a problem.
I think Pelosi maybe even made one, but the general gist of the Democratic Party was not supporting the riots. Like, when I say Democrat, I mean the lawmakers and the politicians, and definitely not like Biden. And I think that's way different than the messaging that came from the top down in the Republican Party, where it wasn't just Sean Hannity, it wasn't just Tucker Carlson, it was Trump saying that we need to fight to take this country back, that they're trying to steal the election. And that's what I think makes it unique and uniquely historical, is because the president of the United States was the one cheerleading that stuff. That's
Okay.
I think it was, yeah, unique.
I would disagree that there wasn't a swath of Democrat politicians and leaders using similar rhetoric. I mean, there's a video that came out, and it's literally a compilation.
Sure, but he said the president, right?
This country back on handing that came from the top, maybe even made one. But the general gist of the Democratic Party was not something made stupid statements made over BLM rights. The only thing I ever saw Biden say was that we need to stop the rioting. That's what I heard Biden say over. I never heard. Now I know that there were a couple of stupid statements made that were highly irresponsible. By I think Biden. I never saw when Biden was talking about the BLM rights. The only thing I ever saw Biden say was that we.
This is dangerous. Rhetorically, right? So when you're using every, any, only, these kinds of like words, you want to be very, very, very careful about this, right? So now I think it's well coupled with like I ever heard, as in this may have happened, but I haven't heard it, right? But when you say the only thing, all it takes is one example and your entire point kind of, I think he qualifies it. Okay, but like, just let me fucking talk. I have to ignore you guys. So when you're saying things like the only thing, she stops listening here. The only thing I ever heard Biden say, she already knows what your point is with the point that you're saying that like, he wasn't in support of these BLM riots or pushed them. And when you say the only thing, I don't care what your only thing was because it's meant to support a narrative that I don't think is true, right? I think that Biden was in support of the BLM riots. So whatever evidence you have about the only thing that you heard, I don't give a fuck because you're clearly not listening, right? Because I've heard things that I believe are counter to that. So whatever comes after the only thing I ever heard Biden say is not something that we're going to like listen to, right? So like, this is a problem and we probably want to avoid doing this. So I'm going to give that an orange highlight for now. I get this. You could count that as a qualification, sure, but the optical cost is exacted right here. It doesn't matter what comes after right here. So that's a bit of a problem.
We need to stop the writing. That's what I heard Biden say over. I never heard. Now I know that there were a couple of stupid statements made that were highly irresponsible. By I think Pelosi maybe even made one. But the general gist of the Democratic Party. Was not supporting the riots. Like the Democrats.
So generally is doing a lot of work here. I'm not gonna, knock it necessarily, but like we want to focus on the generally here, right? Generally, the Democratic Party was not supporting the riots. Very, very different thing than saying the only thing I ever heard Biden say, blah, 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 right? So these two statements, like generally, if he would have said generally here instead of the only thing, like generally Biden was pretty against the riots. I remember one line in particular where he said blah, 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 blah. And that's what really sticks in my memory, right? Like very, very different than saying the only thing, right? This is what I'm trying to focus on. Like we already see a better alternative here just when he's talking about other things. But because she was already triggered with the Biden thing and we've got this kind of tension building up, even this is going to start triggering her and she's not going to believe any of this shit.
I mean the lawmakers and the politicians, and definitely not like Biden. And I think that's way.
And then he adds in.
Different than the messaging that came from the top down in the Republican Party, where it wasn't just Sean Hannity, it wasn't just Tucker Carlson. It was Trump saying that we need to fight to take this country back, that they're trying to steal the election. And that's what I think makes it unique and unique.
So in more words than he used before, again, we're focusing on it was Trump. I like that like he includes this bit about the media because she is so focused on the media. I think it's a good toss to him or to her, I mean. So I like this. The top down focus, like this is good rhetoric. We're even including kind of what we're focused on here. Because again, we go back to here that our president pushed. Now this is going to get yellow because it's clearly important. Oh, fuck. Come on. There we are. Like, he keeps repeating himself. So, like, everywhere he's focused on the president, the president, the president. I almost feel like this whole part was a mistake. In hindsight, I don't expect him to know this in the moment. To be clear, Stephen, I don't expect you to know this in the moment. This part seems to be the biggest mistake here. If we would have just stuck to the president and only frame this as the president, because the president is what makes it unique and historical, it was the top-down aspect of it, that it came from Trump, that Biden didn't say, you know, like, this I like. I hope to God she does not focus on this Pelosi and generally the Democratic Party. That would be unfortunate, but you've given her that foothold by doing this rather than forcing her to focus on the presidential aspect of this, which seems from what you're saying to be like the primary focus here, right? But she brings up Democrats. It doesn't matter if she brings up you can't like, oh man, like she brings up tons of shit. She brings up individual cases of people. She brings up a leftist slash type. She is going to bring up all sorts of shit, Radin. So it doesn't matter what the fuck she brings up. That has no bearing on where Destiny chooses to place his focus, right? Like we really want to be careful with that. It doesn't matter. What you're saying is irrelevant to the advice, right? The advice is that during your speaking time, don't let her be the one to direct like that thing. If your focus is here, then focus here. But like making little mistakes anywhere in here is going to be a problem, and I wouldn't take the risk.
Uniquely historical is because the president of the United States was the one cheerleading that stuff. That's why I think it was unique.
I would disagree.
This is all him getting to talk like unabetted.
Agree that at least because I get annoyed when people say this is a historic event that we need to focus on, but also, you know, the BLM riots.
I never saw when Biden was talking about the BLM riots. The only thing I ever saw Biden say was that we need to stop the rioting. That's what I heard Biden say. I never heard. Now I know there were a couple of stupid statements made that were highly irresponsible. But I think Pelosi maybe even made one.
See, like he does it on his own. What are you talking about? I'll go back to her talking. We can listen to her talk. I mean, I'll listen because I don't know if you guys can keep up like past 2.
The Cohen did this. The one lawyer for porn star when Trump did this. The fucking lawyers. No offense, the lawyers talk so much shit, and any works will listen to them. I know it's enough. I know it's on media. So yeah, I don't see anything super wrong so far. I don't see anything super wrong so far. Okay, fair enough. I think actually we disagree on the other stuff. There are charges and absolutely public studies that prosecutors are completely overblown. Let me ask, do you think that your audience, the general public, have an accurate analysis of what's going on with the items down here? Absolutely not. That's not the media, not the system.
Okay, so your audience, it's actually one conversation with you because it was a lot of your audience that particularly had a problem with my video. I would say January 6th was not insurrection.
I would think probably 40% of the audience probably thinks there's a massive plan, 30-40% people all like armed all hands are probably because that's what the internet is around this event.
Yeah. Okay, let's see if we
my frustration though is that while 95% of people, even my fucking believe it's fucking bullshit, it was still a historically poor event that is really unique in American history. I think it's something that like, should be looked upon in a pretty serious way. Not necessarily that every person is pretty but we actually have the same president. It was more or less like driving these events front and center, and I think that's really really fucking. I think it's really about that.
Did you think that? No, I don't disagree. I don't push against the same rights and stuff. But David Trump, I didn't agree that at least because I know people say this is that we focus on, but also BLM rights.
When Biden was talking about BLM rights, the only thing I ever saw Biden say was that we need to stop rioting. That's what I read. I never. I know there were a couple of stupid statements made, but David Trump and stuff. Because of events front and center, and I think that's really really fucking. I think it's really about that.
Did you think that? No, I don't disagree. I don't push against the same BLM rights and stuff. But David Trump, I didn't agree that at least because I know people say this is that we focus on, but also BLM rights.
When Biden was talking about BLM rights, the only thing I ever saw Biden say was that we need to stop rioting. That's what I read. I never.
She doesn't even bring it up, you dumb fuck. She's not the one that brings up Democrats. He does it of his own accord. When you said that, I was like, am I being gaslit? Because she does. I don't remember her bringing this up. He just does it on his own. That's exactly what happened. Like, I wish I made $200,000 a year from Destiny. That'd be fucking rad. But I unfortunately do not. So yeah, like you're full of shit. You don't fucking. Here's the thing. If you have in your little brain, your little fucking pee-wee brain, 2 neurons shout at you to fucking type something in defense of Steven because you like him, please, for the love of God, have a 3rd neuron that steps in and goes, hey, maybe I should watch that back to see if what I'm about to say actually happened. Before I make Booksmarts go through the fucking review, because I said some stupid shit and he takes everybody in chat. Like, how about we think about that? How about if Lux or anybody that's a mod right now wants to go back, find whoever said that and time them out for the rest of the stream today, you do that. Because that like you just wasted so much of my time. And I just think we should take away your ability to chat for the rest of this while you consider like never doing that again. Because similar to the person that links me something that has absolutely nothing to do with the stream, if you are just going to instinctively defend Steven when this didn't happen, like I need you to not, and I need to not hear from you for the rest of the stream.
know that there were a couple of stupid statements made that were highly irresponsible by, I think Pelosi maybe even made one, but the general gist of the Democratic Party was not supporting the riots. Like, when I say Democratic, I mean the lawmakers and the politicians, and definitely not like Biden. And I think that's way different than the messaging that came from the top down in the Republican Party, where it wasn't just Sean Hannity, it wasn't just Tucker Carlson, it was Trump saying that we need to fight to take this country back, that they're trying to steal the election. And that's what I think makes it unique and uniquely historical, is because the president of the United States was the one cheerleading that stuff. That's why I think it was, yeah, unique.
I would.
Okay, where does she focus? Let's see where she focuses now that we've gotten this fucking constipated shit out of my system. Now that we know that he just brought this up of his own accord, where is she going to choose to focus?
Disagree that there wasn't a swath of Democrat politicians and leaders using.
No. Who would have guessed? She focuses on these two statements. Fascinating. Despite us making clear president, she's going to find the one thing she disagrees with, as is common in a debate, and that's where she's going to focus. So now we're focusing here. Wonderful.
Similar rhetoric. I mean, there's a video that came out, and it's literally a compilation of just, Nancy Pelosi and all of these Democrat talking heads on CNN literally saying people need to start taking to the streets. People need to start fighting back. We need to take back these streets. Like, there was a lot of language like that. And I mean, you won't like this because it's a Donald Trump Jr. tweet, but it's actual footage of all the Democrats saying this. And if you want to suggest that there was not an equal amount of incitement from both parties, I would recommend you at least play that video.
Suggest? Yeah, well, you get to use suggestions and implications and all that, but you get real mad when other people do it to you. Let's be fair here, Lauren. So when people try to nail you about, like, the way that what you're saying could be, how it could be interpreted, or how you can go 2 steps extra to come up with a different statement, just keep that in mind. You do the same shit to other people with the statements that they're making. You just did it to him, and I think it's more than fair to do the same to you. So let's just, a little mental note there.
Yeah, we're watching.
Sure. So I can watch. Yeah. So I can watch the compilation. But the thing that I think is unique and different, and the issue that I have with populists in general, it would have been Bernie Sanders, but because Trump won, it's Donald Trump. My issue is that having a whole bunch of politicians talking about taking to the streets and fighting back and blah blah blah, I think that is fundamentally different than having somebody that's part of the government attacking part of your most fundamental institutions. Because Donald Trump wasn't saying like, oh, you.
Oh no! Oh no! Now we're a whole level down. Okay. We're not gonna back off on this. We're not gonna repeat that it's about Biden. We're gonna now we're taking a very different approach here.
I think that is fundamentally different.
What are you talking about, Tommy? Do we have to fucking time you out, bro?
And have streets and fighting back and blah blah blah. I think that is fundamentally different than having somebody that's part of the government attacking part of your most fundamental institutions.
Okay.
Because Donald Trump wasn't saying like, oh, you just need to take the streets. Donald Trump was accusing the entire institution that was the United States democratic process of being fundamentally hollowed out and worthless. And that is
how is that?
The entire institution that was the United States democratic process of being fundamentally hollowed out and worthless. And that is,
how is that any worse than accusing the entire system of being racist and intentionally shooting black people in the streets? Just because they're black. This is simply the rhetoric of politics in 2020, 2021. I agree. Like, it's insane to assert some of these things, but unfortunately that's just where the rhetoric has gone with politics in general.
Yeah, so I would agree that for even for some Democratic lawmakers that the rhetoric got a little bit too spicy. I would definitely agree with that. However, there's a fundamental difference between a lot of parts of the U.S. Criminal justice.
That's an agreement. Oh, we'll add it to the list. I'll qualify it because he qualifies it. Okay, cool.
system are racist, which maybe it's a separate conversation. There's decent evidence. There is some racial bias, maybe not as bad as progressives claim. There is definitely some racial bias. There's a difference between that claim versus saying your entire democratic system is broken, and if you don't show up and kill these fucking politicians, everything is going to be taken from you. Those two things are worlds apart in terms of severity.
Who said we need to show up and kill these politicians?
So it's not show up and kill. Sorry, those were my words. I'm not quoting somebody. But when the message over and over again,
I don't think anyone...
No, you're not being careful. What are you doing?
Everything is going to be taken from you. Those two things are worlds apart in terms of severity.
Who said we need to...
Is some racial bias, maybe not as bad as progressives claim. There's definitely some racial bias.
Because look at how nice he is about the decent evidence or some racial, but he got all this from this like entire system racist and cops shoot black people in the streets or being black. Like, but then he does what she does here, which is go really hardcore like on this other part.
There's a difference between that claim versus saying your entire democratic system is broken, and if you don't show up and kill these fucking politicians, everything is going.
Because he's getting heated. He's like getting all fucking. He does this thing with his jaw when he gets heated. I hope this doesn't turn into like a bully smarts moment, but like when he gets really heated and he's making points, he does this like kind of like a cow chewing cud where he like moves the jaw back and forth when he's getting really heated, like. And I always pick up on
going
it.
To be taken from you. Those two things are worlds apart. Maybe it's a separate conversation. There's decent evidence. There is some racial bias. Maybe not as bad as progressives claim, but there is definitely some racial bias. There's a difference between that claim versus saying your entire democratic system is broken, and if you don't show up and kill these fucking politicians, everything is going to be taken from you. Those two things are worlds apart.
I don't know why I focus on that.
In terms of severity.
Who said we need to show up and kill these politicians?
So it's fucking politicians, everything is going to be taken from you. Those two things are worlds apart.
Everything is going to be taken from you. Jesus Christ. This is a fuck up. Really? Why do we do this? Okay, well.
In terms of severity.
Who said we need to show up and kill these politicians?
So it's not show up and kill. Sorry, those were my words. I'm not quoting somebody. But when the message over and over again,
I don't think anyone was saying.
I mean, I can give you like we can go look up 30 Donald Trump quotes about you need to fight to take this country back. That people are going to steal your country from you. That people are going that the election is rigged. That all the votes are rigged. Right? And you're getting this over and over again. And people are telling you like your country's being taken from you. Your country's being, and these are like more or less verbatim Donald Trump quotes. I'm going to look it up. And you think that way that like your country's being stolen and the votes are rigged and you need to go and protest. But what is your only option? Right? There's no point in protesting because the democracy is broken. So violence is literally the only answer. And that's my issue. Donald Trump's rhetoric made it sound as if violence was the only solution left. On that day, he even tweeted out that Pence, the last line of defense, had failed. So like, what are you supposed to do as a citizen at that point?
Yeah, I don't disagree with you. I don't disagree with you. The only thing I would say is we should really look at how we got to that state. As in, we should look at the fact that for the last 2, 3, 4 years, it's become impossible or very difficult to have conversations that aren't extremely hyperbolic to the point where right now...
Do you know the story behind his jaw? I have no idea. Is there a story? Isn't it the remnants of his speech impediment might actually be able... Oh my God. Oh, this is a bully smarts moment. I just pick up on it. I don't know why anyone who debates Destiny doesn't just destroy him on his food. Oh, Jesus Christ. His old speech impediment coming out. Interesting. I had no idea.
I mean, we can sit here and dissect them, and it's going to be pretty fucking difficult to distinguish what is a rhetorical flourish versus what is an actual order, which is why even you yourself are uncomfortable with the idea of Owen Schroyer getting charges for incitement, because that leads to like the open floodgates of almost every media figure being brought in for trying to incite riots. Yourself too, probably, for some of your rhetorical flourishes, right? And we need to talk about why we got to that point, how we get back from that point. And I do think there's a very good point that
the only solution left. On that day, he even tweeted out that Pence, the last line of defense, had failed. So like, what are you supposed to do as a citizen at that point?
Yeah, I don't disagree with you. I don't disagree with you. The only thing I would say is we should really look at how we got to that state. As in, we should look at the fact that for the last 2, 3, 4 years, it's become impossible or very difficult to have conversations that aren't extremely hyperbolic to the point where right now, I mean, we can sit here and dissect them. It's going to be pretty fucking difficult to distinguish what is a rhetorical flourish versus what is an actual order.
Sure, but doesn't this, like... Now she's turning into Vosh. We have to focus on the system, party people. We need to focus on how we got here, not about the specific... I know. See, we can't even fucking sort fact from fiction, bro. Who knows what he meant? Who knows if it was an order or a rhetorical flourish? You know, the Democrats be doing that too. We go out and riot in the streets. That's what I'm saying. Like, it's a systematic problem, you see. We got to talk about the systems here. That's what we got to do. You know what I mean? That's what we got to do.
Which is why even you yourself are uncomfortable with the idea of Owen Schroyer getting charges for incitement, because that leads to like the open floodgates of almost every media figure being brought in for trying to incite riots. Yourself too, probably, for some of your rhetorical flourishes, right? And we need to talk about why we got to that point, how we get back from that point. And I do think there's a very good point that because of the following actions, obviously, and because Trump is Trump, people took Trump's rhetorical flourishes way more seriously than they do 99% of the other groups of people that normalize this behavior.
I mean, like, Trump claiming their election was rigged is not a rhetorical flourish, right? Trump saying that Pence failed to protect the election is not a rhetorical flourish.
I was more so talking about we need to take our nation back kind of thing. But I'm taking these straight that's rhetorical flourish. We're talking about misinformation. Don't pretend as it's existing on all sides. So
there are different levels of misinformation, and that's the problem. The only reason the United States made it through 4 years of Trump, regardless of how you feel about it, the only reason they made it was because somehow the institutions in the United States are actually pretty powerful. They actually do what they're supposed to. I think that's surprising for most people, not people who are doing everything. I think it's actually really surprising at how well the majority of our institutions held up. But to have someone that is sitting at the head of state is constantly trying to destroy these institutions and say that every part of these institutions is rigged, that you can't trust anything, you can't trust the FBI, you can't trust any intelligence, you can't trust my own DOJ, he was his own attorney general, multiple attorney generals on the bus, you can't trust the Department of Homeland Security, he was all his own people on the bus, you can't trust you can't trust anything in the electoral process. It's not the same government can be trusted, right? That is fundamentally different. And I will say I didn't like a lot of the rhetoric that came out of some left-leaning state lawmakers and some of the other ones. That's way different than saying like the police are rigged, we need to do something about
No. Okay, right now you're trying to. This is my opinion. It sounds like you're trying to privilege the misinformation you don't like as more dangerous than the misinformation that comes from the left, and I just cannot agree. I think that.
I don't want to listen to this anymore. I want to be done. I'm setting a timer. I'm calling it. Unless we get $50 of donations, I'm not listening to more of this. I'm not, because we're looping now. Now we're looping. We have hit the moment of shill. Set a timer for 20 minutes. Okay, so we got 20 more minutes that I will spend on this. But I'm not skipping. If you want me to skip, then you can donate $50. Fuck you guys. There has not been a donation in a while. I'm starting to feel like Mike from PA. This is not worth my time. I'm not getting paid. I'm done with this. I think we've hit rock bottom with what these problems are, where the focuses are. Everything is just, I think we're going to loop.
Privilege the misinformation you don't like as more dangerous.
And it's, I'm fine with socialism. If two people want to donate 25, that's cool, you know. But yeah, if you want me to skip, pay 50 and say skip.
Misinformation that comes from the left, and I just cannot agree. I think that
some of the federal ones, that's way different than saying like the police are rigged, we need to do something about the police.
No. Okay, right now you're trying to. This is my opinion. It sounds like you're trying to privilege the misinformation.
This is not even a fucking word. Whatever. Oh, it is? Okay.
Information you don't like is more dangerous than the misinformation that comes from the left. And I just cannot agree. I think that while the Capitol riot itself was absolutely a historical and, you know, a terrifying event, I'm sure, for some people, the riots over all of 2020 did far more damage, destroyed far more lives, led to far more loss of life. And people just don't want to talk about the misinformation that led to that. People want to exaggerate and blow up the misinformation around what Trump said because it's politically convenient.
I think that there's room to talk about that. But I mean, even when we talk about the BLM riots, there were like over like 15,000 people got arrested for that, right? It wasn't like, or it might have been 17,000 or 20,000. I don't know. A lot of people got arrested over the BLM riot stuff. The problem is that the BLM, there's a lot to unpack. I would consider, okay.
If you are told that cops are just slaughtering black people in the streets, that they're inherently racist, they will just shoot you, there's no justice system that works, they don't care, violence is the only answer to that too, and that's what we saw for an entire year. And you're trying to act as if these things are not comparable.
So the difference is the level of misinformation and the type of institution that you're attacking. So I will agree. Well, the first thing that I'll reject.
Okay, so level of misinfo. But he's going off
the type of institution you're attacking.
And type of institution. And that's going to be the cops and racial bias. Oh no, please don't tell me that's
like your content.
Oh, 10. That's 10 towards it. That's now we're only 40 away, party people. Only 40 away.
So I will agree. Well, the first thing that I'll reject is the first thing you said is where our disagreement is. You're saying that like I prefer some forms of misinformation over others. Of course I do. Everybody does. There are absolutely some forms of misinformation that are less harmful than others. So for instance, a lot of people listening right now think that you need to drink like 16 glasses.
That doesn't count. You can't do 10 fucking... I don't get all 50. I'm counting that as 25. I'm counting that as 25. I only get half of that, so I'm gonna be fucking real capitalist smarts with you. That was a dumb fucking thing for you to do because you only got half of your fucking voting power. That's your fucking problem. That's 25 plus 10, that's 35. So I'm not a scammer. I said fucking dono. There is technically no dollar amount attached to a Twitch sub, so technically I should give you 0, but I don't want to be mean. Okay? You guys want to keep fucking pushing me, I'm gonna fucking make it 0. And then I'll really be scam smarts, huh? Life ain't fair. Deal with it. But this stream certainly is. I think that's a fair thing to do.
I prefer some forms of misinformation over others. Of course I do.
This motherfucker wanted to donate half their money to Bezos. That's not my fucking problem, dude. That's a dumb fuck decision that they made. $4.99. That's 5. I'll round it up to 5. I'll give you guys another penny on that, on the subs there. What does that bring us up to? Fucking 25 plus 20 plus... wait, hold on. Okay. I think we've hit 50. I think we've hit 50. It's September, genius. Oh, so do I count it as even less? Should I... You're the fucking genius. Do you want more content or not, High Five Guy? You're convincing me to make it even less, you dumb fuck. Oh, shit. Okay. I'll keep watching. I'll add another hour on the clock, okay?
My friend.
So, yeah, I'll do another hour. Okay, I'll do another hour. That's fine. Set a timer for 1 hour and 20 minutes. Okay, so there you go. You've bought yourself another fucking hour of this shit. But nobody said to skip, so I'll keep watching. But I'm gonna call for a fucking $100 donation after that hour in 20 minutes. You best fucking believe it, dude. I'm fucking stepping that shit up. Matter of fact, because I don't think this is getting any better. Quite honestly.
Everybody does. There are absolutely some forms of misinformation that are less harmful than others. So, for instance, a lot of people listening right now think that you need to drink like 16 glasses of water a day. That's actually totally bullshit.
And people just don't want to talk about the misinformation that led to that. People want to exaggerate and blow up the misinformation around.
1,000 people got arrested for that, right? It wasn't like, or not even 17,000 or 20,000. A lot of people got arrested over the BLM rights stuff. The problem is that
I'll contribute to your suffering.
There's a lot to unpack. I would consider... Okay.
If you are told that cops are just slaughtering black people in the streets, that they're inherently racist, they will just shoot you, there's no justice system that works, they don't care, violence is the only answer to that too, and that's what we saw for an entire year. And you're trying to act as if these things are not comparable.
So the difference is the level of misinformation and the type of institution you're attacking.
Going.
So I will agree. Well, the first thing that I'll reject is the first thing you said is where our disagreement is. You're saying that like I prefer some forms of misinformation over others. Of course I do. Everybody does. There are absolutely some forms of misinformation that are less.
Well, they can both agree on that. I think that's one for the agreement category, boys and girls and NBs. I think that's one for the agreement category. He most certainly does prefer some types of misinfo over others. That is not okay.
Harmful than others. So, for instance, a lot of people listening right now think that you need to drink like 16 glasses of water a day. That's actually totally bullshit. It's based on some...
Yeah, I guess, bro. I guess so.
Child medical study. It's actually completely not true. But a lot of people think there's a subreddit called Hydro Homies based on it. But that information is like relatively harmless. Misinformation is relatively harmless, okay? Now, scaling this up, if we look at a lot of the stuff around the BLM riots, okay, I know you've heard me talk about like Rittenhouse and shit. I hate a lot of the misinformation that exists around a lot of the police narratives in this country. I hate everybody thinks you get bullied by a cop, you can get executed, etc. I think a lot of that's stupid. But that level of misinformation, one, only like puts it at odds, like people with local police departments, a lot of which got changed and then rolled back because people are like, okay, wait, this is stupid. We can't defund our police. We've got crime. This is dumb. And two, where it came from, it wasn't the president of the United States saying we need to destroy all cops. We need to get rid of the cops.
What is this point
with
here?
Local police departments, a lot of which got only like puts it at odds, like people with local police departments, a lot of...
But that's not true. Okay, just real quick. I hope this doesn't trigger the DGG people, but this is underplaying the impact of this, right? Like, we have an entire meme about all cops are bastards and how people dead ass believe that shit. It's not only putting at odds people in their local police departments, it's putting at odds people at any police department in the entirety of the US. Like, this is downplaying it quite a bit, and I wouldn't be surprised if she kind of points that out, right? And fairly so, right? Because that is downplaying it.
Of which got changed and then rolled back because people are like, okay, wait, this is stupid. We can't defund our police. We've got crime. This is dumb. And two, where it came from, it wasn't...
Okay. Got rolled back. No comment from me.
The president of the United States saying we need to destroy all cops. We need to get rid of the cops. All of the cops have been rotten. Even Obama, even when he was at his highest virtue signaling point, was never saying things like we need to get rid of all the cops in this country. But Trump was saying the whole country was rigged. Every institution was rigged. Every part of it was rotten to the core. I do think that there is a difference between these two levels of misinformation, even if I do disagree with them both.
Okay. just because you have a preference for some misinformation doesn't make that misinformation more principled or a sustainable view. There's both Trump and both BLM we're trying to portray, at least with the description you gave, that there is an apartheid state of which one side is getting totally fucked over and the other side isn't, and there's no way to oppose this because the system is broken, so we have to violently take it over and take it down. And just as you've made the claim, oh well, we had some BLM people that sustainable view. There's
Even if I do disagree with them both.
okay. Just because you have a preference for some misinformation doesn't make that misinformation more principled or a
I think she means this like in an objective sense, right? To be very charitable to
sustainable view. There's both Trump and both BLM we're trying to portray, at least with the description you gave, that there is an apartheid state of which, at least with the description you gave, that there is an apartheid
Okay.
state of which one side is getting totally fucked over and the other side isn't, and there's no way to oppose this because the system is broken, so we have to violently take it over and take it down. And just as you've made the claim, oh well, we had some BLM state of which one side is getting totally fucked over and the other side isn't, and there's no
So I think this is bad optics or rhetoric or whatever. We don't need to. I don't like the use of this really. Personally, I don't think this is helping you, especially with your kind of history of talking about history and like, I don't know, be careful. You and race, Lauren, you mix together like fucking crude oil and the surface of the ocean. Okay. I would avoid this kind of shit, but that's me.
No way to oppose this because the system is broken, so we have to violently take it over and take it down. And just as you've made the claim,
she also I want to put this in agree that they both agree that Trump is doing this, but she made sure to caveat this with like the way that you're describing it. So she's simply playing along with like, hypothetically, if I took you at your word here about how you're describing both of these things, like it's not her belief. And she was careful to kind of caveat it. So while I would like to put that she admits that Trump is like portraying it this way, I think she's given herself enough wiggle room that like it could happen in the future that she gets out. Hype the train. Hype train, woo, it's September, it's cheaper, woo. There you go.
Oh, well, we had some BLM people that came out and went, taking down the police is stupid. We need to walk that back a bit. I could take the quotes of Trump saying, come out and make your voice heard peacefully. Don't invade the Capitol. Don't do this. But that does not take away the fact that we already saw all of these statements publicly. We can see the effect and impact that they had. And I don't know, man, like I felt like I'm biting the bullet here and saying there was absolutely misinformation in the Trump camp that led to the idea of an apartheid state of which the only
Okay, that's good shit. I love it. Yes, concede. Let's get some agreement. Back to the agreement section here. I love it. Yes, say that one more time.
Like I'm biting the bullet here and saying there was absolutely misinformation in the Trump camp that led to the idea of an apartheid
and she doubles down on apartheid state. Okay.
State of which the only response to it was violence. And I don't know why you are having so much trouble saying the exact same thing happened in the other camp.
Well,
and in fact, first.
So to be clear, I have no trouble saying that. In fact, like half of my stream.
But you're trying to make it.
Ooh, I'm gonna put right underneath that. That's the same thing for BLM. Holy shit. Help mods. Uh-oh. Are we getting a bunch of boring spammy people? Mods, you got to get in there and help. Okay. Whew. Jesus Christ. One man spam. Oh, is it?
Seem like Trump's is worse.
Absolutely,
when
yeah, of course.
Clearly significantly more powerful than Trump when it comes to affecting the public. The public Trump is worse.
Absolutely. In fact, like half of my stream.
But you're trying to make it seem like Trump's is worse.
Yes. These two things can exist at the same time, right? Like, why is she have such a hard time? Like,
Absolutely, yeah, of course.
Clearly significantly more powerful than Trump when it comes to affecting the public, trying to make it seem like Trump's is worse.
Absolutely, yeah, of course.
Clearly significantly more powerful than Trump when it comes to affecting. Clearly significantly more powerful than Trump when it comes to affecting the public in general. Trump could mobilize a bit of his group, but he ultimately lost the election. He ultimately
half the Republicans in the state don't even believe he lost, though, right? Like, so the problem is that, like, I will tell you, I don't even consider it a concession. I'll say misinformation exists on both sides, but you can't seriously tell me that all misinformation is equal. Again, like, there's
Okay. We'll see if we come into that.
Misinformation, like if you eat carrots, it's going to make your eyes healthier, versus misinformation.
No, I won't. I think the media's misinformation led to more damage objectively, and we can look at that. We can calculate the amount of damage done. We can calculate the amount of people damage objectively, and we
Okay, so media again. She's very focused on the media. Let's see. We really have to challenge her here, buddy, because she's pushing this media thing. You're pushing the Trump thing. Like, we're coming to a head here. We're coming to a head here. Like, you have to.
We can look at that. We can calculate the amount of damage done. We can calculate the amount of people killed. We can calculate how long the riot.
I love this because it's like they're at two different wavelengths, right? And it starts off that, like, Destiny makes a bunch of points about the legal system and whatever. She makes a bunch of points about the media. And they swoop back around like, I'm not talking about the media. I'm talking about this. And they're like, they both make their points and they say their thing again. And like, yeah, but the media is different. And I think that it comes down to Biden. And then, like, we're like slowly closing in the gap in between, like, coming back to this main disagreement, which is like the Trump and the impact that he had, and the media and the impact that it has. And like, now we're at a point where we're almost in sync. We're going to have to see how this ends up, like, canceling out here. These waves are going to hit each other and then they're going to turn into something. Like, I wonder what color it's going to be at the end. Are we going to focus on the media misinfo being more or Trump being more, right? Like, I think that when we're focusing on misinfo, if I'm being honest, my bias, I would say that the media misinformation is probably more impactful objectively than Trump's. But, like, if he gives this concession, he's going to have to go back and make clear a bunch of other stuff, right? Like, so I think we have to concede here that the media misinfo is worse. But that's because we're in her court. We're talking about what she wanted to, right? His whole thing about like Biden, the president pushing it makes it historical. This historic thing, we've completely lost it. We've been lost. Like, we're not focusing on this anymore. Like, historic is very different than like impactful, right? Like, it's historic. We should remember it should be treated specially because it's historic. Like, I don't know, like that's the only thing I could think of to like pull us away from this, but we really have to confront the media thing, and we're just going to keep bouncing back and forth until we sort this out, until there's concession here. That's how a lot of the things with Lauren were, right? Like until we get concession, until we reach like something that we can both agree on, we're going to have to keep coming back to her because she has a lot of pull in the conversation and she'll keep focusing it back. So like his attempt to separate like, oh man, where was it? His attempt to separate like talking about like, man, where is it? Man, fuck. I take all these notes. I can't even navigate them. Somewhere around here. I'm looking for like two colors next to each other. I'm not seeing it. Maybe she's right about apartheid. I got note apartheid. Where I'm not seeing where I wrote that. Is it really this part? Oh, here it is. The media and legal system. Oh, I didn't fucking... That's my bad. I didn't turn these into their correct colors. Oops. There we are. Oh, it broke my thing. Come on now. Oh, it broke it on both of them. I just didn't notice. Whatever. The media and legal... That's kind of buggy. The media and legal system need to be separate. Okay, yeah. So we did that. The media is fucked in their reporting. Lawyers talk shit ton. So he tries to concede on the media thing. The charges falling through thing has implications. They talk about the implications and we have a gap. Yeah. So we weren't able to separate there.
It went on, how many shops and businesses were destroyed. We can calculate those things, how much it costs the country, just based on...
It's madness to be talking about the media like it's all left. Well, that's because she has this fucking problem of only using lefterly examples when she talks about things that are bad and avoiding conservative examples when she's talking about things that are bad. Like, that's the impression that she's giving, and having the opinion that you have is part of the reason why I think optically she needs to do better about that. But, like, to be fair to her here, Spooky Skeletons, like... media misinfo is a much broader thing, and she's talking about it broadly here. Like, she may give examples that are lefterly, but at the end of the day, the point is a more general one. When she's talking about media misinfo, like, I think it's like this is a problem in and of itself, and we need to like be okay with that, right? Like we need to kind of give some good charity or whatever to her that this is technically a both sides thing. If you ask her, she'll have the like cringe take that like Fox and Newsmax and whatever are not as bad as the left and what they're doing. You know, she probably believes that, but that's not really what she's saying here. And we got to be careful about that. Do you think her assertion that the BLM riots are more destructive financially is relevant? Well, like, she's just picking a dimension where she can win, right? like he's talking about historical, and if she chooses to talk about economical, they're both just picking things that are like already givens, right? Like, if he chooses to say that like it was our president pushing it and that it was a historic event, right? Like, then he's kind of forcing this is like the metric that we should look at. And then if she talks about how economical it is, then she's forcing and just picking a metric that'll give the point to her, right? So I don't really care about it one way or the other, because I don't think that they're actually like weighing like history and its effect versus like the economy and its impact. I think they're both just picking things that like support their preconceived notion about things, and they're not really like comparing it to everything and doing apples and oranges and whatever. Like, sorry if I'm not making sense. I'm getting tired. It's not really addressing the point when she jumps the property damage. I don't know, bro.
Healthier versus misinformation.
No, I won't. I think the media's misinformation led to more damage objectively, and we can look at that. We can calculate the amount.
Like, I don't really care about your opinion that they're not comparable, because they're comparing them right now.
Damage done. We can calculate the amount of people killed. We can calculate how long the riots go.
Seriously tell me that all misinformation is equal. Again, like, there's misinformation, like if you eat carrots, it's going to make your eyes healthier, versus misinformation.
No, I won't. I think the media's misinformation led to more damage objectively, and we can look at that. We can calculate the amount of damage done. We can calculate the amount of people killed. We can calculate how long.
Like, objectively is not a pivot, because she said, like, you guys are being fucking not good faith to Lauren. Because over here, she talked about how like your preference doesn't make it more principled objectively, right? And this objectively that is implied here with the principled thing, like, this could be tying back to, like, you're not really being fair to her here, because he also talks about history. He thinks it's a historic event, and she didn't ever talk about history. He pivoted to history, right? He pivoted to the president, right? Like, you're just kind of being bad faith in the way that you're applying that to her. I don't think this is a pivot. I think that this is what she believes, dude.
Long the riots went on, how many shops and businesses were destroyed. We can calculate those things, how much it cost the country.
So that's why she's focusing on the economy, because they can compare nuts and bolts, right? And it guarantees her a victory, because she already knows that there's a difference between the Capitol riots and its economic impact in this.
Just based on calculation alone, the BLM misinformation was significantly worse than Trump's misinformation. Not decision alone, the things, how much it cost the country. Just based on calculation alone, the BLM misinformation was significantly.
Okay, so there's the hot take. Whatever.
Worse than Trump's misinformation. Not to say they weren't both misinformation.
My bad.
That shouldn't have happened.
But that calculation is going to be very difficult, because when I point at the Trump stuff, I'm going to be pointing out, like, how much economic damage have we suffered because people won't get vaccinated? How many more lives were lost because people don't trust the CDC when it comes.
This is why it's good to have a fucking debate, bro, versing this person. Holy shit. Normally, I don't like that we have this cascading, like, tree of just a gazillion points, but if she's gonna rock off a billion fucking points out of the back of her pocket, the fact that he can fucking meet that, and not even just meet that with his own pre-prepared, like, dialogue tree, but using her words and stuff to, like, get back at this, right? So, like, because it's not like we're making separate points here. He's staying within the bounds of economics and calculations, right? Like, well, actually, if we economically like, oh man, that's good. I like that. I like that a lot. Okay.
Comes to being told to wear a mask or socially distance, because the damage that Trump did wasn't just restricted to the January 6th riots. It was an undermining. And
we're talking about January 6th right now.
No.
We can talk about misinformation. If we talk about misinformation on a.
This is fucking cope from Lauren. This has gotta be fucking cope from Lauren. Don't you fucking try to backpedal your way out of this and say that we're only talking about January 6th and shit. Because this BLM shit has nothing to do with January 6th. Like, oh man. This looked good, I think. Yeah, like, that doesn't look good for her at all. I think this trying to retreat back to the January 6th as a topic when you're talking about BLM and we're really comparing, like, Trump's rhetoric to BLM, and we got on this whole thing about misinformation, like, after you failed a bunch when we were talking about, like, this stuff here, and you lost this challenge, and then, like, he makes this point, and then you just keep going back to the highly politicized, the media cover, like, this just doesn't work. I don't think this works for Lauren here. Even if I'm trying to, like, think objectively, I don't think this works for her at all.
General level, definitely the media are going to have way more hell to pay.
The CDC when it comes to being told to wear a mask or socially distance, because the damage that Trump did wasn't just restricted to the January 6th riots. It was an undermining. And
we're talking about January 6th right now.
No.
We can talk about misinformation. If we talk about misinformation on a general level, definitely the media are going to have way more hell to pay than Trump.
You're acting.
You can't just restate the thing that you... I hope this was as clear when you guys listened to it in real time as it is, like, going line by line. Because, again, I didn't have the opportunity to watch this conversation before. This is why that first watch in real time is super duper valuable, because I would know how impactful this actually was in real time. But, like, she's just, like, repeating her point again.
Completely over the history.
It was an undermining.
And we're talking about January 6th right now.
No.
We can talk about misinformation. If we talk about misinformation on a general level, definitely the media are going to have way more hell to pay than Trump.
You're acting
absolutely over the history of forever.
Trump
but we're talking about just riots.
Trump's. I don't know how much conservative media you listen to that, but Trump set the narrative on a lot of right-leaning media. He literally called in multiple times to
the media are going to have way more hell.
I like that he's sticking inside of these points too. This I really like. I'm gonna actually put this in green. I really like every time that he does this, because I really think that this is good. He doesn't go to his own thing. He stays within the context of what she's talking about.
You're acting
Absolutely, over the history of forever.
Like the debate, bro, like point. It works so well in these cases.
Talking about just riots.
Trump's, I don't know how much conservative media you listen to that is, but Trump set the narrative on a lot of right-leaning media. He literally called in multiple times to the Fox and Friends show. People like Rush Limbaugh would literally talk about conversations they've had with him. People like Sean Hannity and Tucker Carlson and Rudy Giuliani, these are people that directly sometimes talk to Trump. Or Michael Cohen are literally going on these shows from Trump. You can't act like Trump existed in this bubble that was totally independent of the media, number one. And number two,
and remember how I talking about the president, talking about the media, these two things are colliding here, and who's going to come out on top? Look at this. So this is a direct confrontation to that kind of switching back and forth between talking about the presidents and their impact in the media and their misinformation, their impact. Like, he's saying, like, if anything, the president in this specific situation had an overwhelming impact on the misinformation being spread by the media. If Trump is put on top of the media in terms of like control over disinformation, then we can point to Trump, we can point to the president, we can point to the things that he was saying as the greater of these evils, because it's the tail wagging the dog when it comes to Trump and the media. Like, sure, the media like has some impact on the way people think and stuff, but what is having an impact on the media? Well, on the right side of things, Trump is, for sure. He's guiding a lot of the conversation, and he did that very skillfully, in my opinion, while he was president. Whether you agree with his opinions or not, or the things he was doing or not, the way that he engaged with right-leaning media and the way that he had them in the palm of his hand through a lot of his presidency, I think was very skillful on his part. And to bring the attention to this point here, I think is really helpful at closing this gap for Stephen, in really getting to trump this media, literally trump the media thing by putting Trump on the top of like our consideration here. Let's see how she responds.
there is still a special, unique fact that Trump was the president of the United States that was echoing some of
You're shifting the goalposts from talking about riots, because I think we both realize that when it comes to riots, BLM disinformation did way more damage. No, we can have
What? What? I don't understand any of that. Hold on. What is she saying?
You're shifting the goalposts from talking about riots, because I think we both realize that when it comes to riots, BLM disinformation did way more damage.
Were we specifically talking about riots? Lauren was, yes. Well, I understand that Lauren wants to talk about the BLM riots, but the BLM riots were always mentioned right in line with Trump as the president and stuff, right? Like, oh, that's right. Okay, yeah, because we're at the wavelength thing, right? Trump is the president. Goalposts moving. And to talk about BLM riots. You don't wanna, because why does she think he doesn't want to talk about this?
That was
You're shifting the goalposts from talking about riots, because I think we both realize that when it comes to riots, BLM disinformation did way more damage. No, we can have realize that when it comes to riots, BLM disinformation did way more damage. No, we can have a conversation about general Trump misinformation, absolutely, but when we're talking about the riot, realize that when it comes to riots, BLM disinformation did way more damage. No, we can have a conversation about general Trump misinformation, absolutely, but when we're talking about the...
So she's saying that the BLM disinformation is what's causing riots, more so than Trump's rhetoric causing riots, right? BLM is greater than Trump when it comes to causing riots. Okay. But you said damage, and you said economics and calculations, and then you got your fucking booty blasted, pardon my French there. So no, You moved to economics and calculations and talked about how the BLM misinfo was worse impact than Trump's. You got your asshole blasted. And then you said the media are going to have way more hell to pay regarding misinformation. And then he talked about how Trump is often leading the disinformation right-wing media, and that he's not a bubble independent from it. He should be considered in the same breath as like misinformation on the right media. And then she says that the goalposts are moving and you're meant to talk about riots and you don't want... She always framed in the context of BLM riots versus January 6th. Sure, but that's not how he's talking about it. And this is where the problem's going to come in these two people not listening to each other, not really, it doesn't matter how much she's talking about what she's talking about. I have to listen to both people. This is where she fails. Oh, this is very interesting. So where she really fails is when you're not only listening to her. Like, if you are somebody who like is listening to Lauren Southern and loves Lauren Southern and you disregard what Destiny is saying, or you don't hold in your mind, in your like mental RAM, the points that he's making, and you're only focusing on Lauren, then you may feel really sympathetic to her because she's been saying the same shit the whole time. But like, Steven is the one who's like incorporating a lot of what she's saying into what he's saying, right? Like, he's like, if we're talking about this back and forth of these two waves, like, I think his side is like putting in more effort to talk in her terms than she is in his. The only time she talks in his, the only time she talks in his terms really is to kind of, I don't know. I don't want to say this, but like, I'll stop talking about that. But like, yeah, interesting. I'll let you guys be the decider on ratios and stuff based on doing the line by line.
Riots in themselves, January 6th. And
Destiny is trying to build a bridge, but not getting through. Yeah, but like she makes concessions too. So I want to be very careful about this, right? Because we have some agreement points that were from her. And I think this was a huge bite the bullet, that there was absolutely misinformation, the Trump cap that led to the idea of an apartheid state, of which the only response to it is violence. I feel like that's a big bullet for her to bite, and some of these other ones as well. But yeah, he's certainly making a lot. I mean, let's look at this. Owens was not charged with incitement. I believe that was something that he conceded. So that's from Destiny. Things people said in the media about this clearly being an incitement is a problem. That's from Destiny. If they broke the law, they broke the law. That's from Lauren. The Trump crowd was literally shouting, "Hang Pence, hang Pence." That was from Lauren. The media is fucked. That's from Destiny. Lawyers say stupid shit. It's his thing. This, thank you for that. This was a horrendous historical event that our president pushed and we should focus on. She gave this? I don't really remember this. I guess she gave that. Some of the Democratic rhetoric was spicy. That's from Steven. Destiny prefers sometimes. That's from Steven. Oh, thanks for the 50.
Baguette.
Thank you. I'll count that towards the next batch. So that's 50 out of 100. Thank you for that. I appreciate it. Like, this is hard for me to do, and it's not as easy as being like a normal React Andy who just gets to play the video, which I've been enjoying doing lately. Thank you for that. But yeah, so I appreciate when we make money doing the thing that I think actually takes like work and brain power. There was absolutely misinformation in the Trump camp that led to the idea of an apartheid, like, I mean, yeah, it does lean in favor of Steven, but that could just be because I'm not calculating them like super correctly.
The misinformation that caused that versus the misinformation that caused the riots in 2020 with BLM, and those two questions of is...
Horrendous comment was from Destiny. Oh, was it? Okay. So that's a lot from Destiny. He is certainly doing a lot to bridge build here.
Saying the police are racist system, the policing is all racist, way more damage. No, we can have a conversation about general Trump misinformation, absolutely. But when we're talking about the riots in themselves, January 6th, and the misinformation that caused that versus the misinformation that caused the riots in 2020 with BLM, and those two questions of is saying the police are racist system, the policing is all racist, and the state says no justice for Black Americans, going to cause more or less damage than saying the election was a fraud. Well, we can objectively measure how much damage these things did.
If it was the case that all of Trump's misinformation led to January 6th, and then afterwards we went back to normal, I would agree with you. I'd be like, oh, I would say January 6th, who the fuck cares? But that's the problem. January 6th was just one of the many dominoes that fell as a result of the Trump alternative universe that he was selling to half the people in this country.
Oh man, I really want to listen to this again. Now that I think that I'm going to have time, I think we're going to hit the 100 for continuing this. But for now, I think we have, how much time do we have left? I'm stalling. We have 46 minutes left. Okay. I think I want to listen to this again because he's not, I don't think he's giving any give to her side here.
If it was the case that
the policing is all racist and the state says no justice for black Americans, going to cause more or less damage than saying the election was a fraud, well, we can objectively measure how much damage these things did.
If it was the case that all of Trump's misinformation led to January 6th, and then afterwards we went back to normal, I would agree with you. I'd be like, oh.
And the state says no justice for black Americans, going to cause more or less damage than saying the election was a fraud, well, we can objectively.
This is a crazy statement. I can't believe she believes this. I mean, I'll always be surprised by people that have a fundamentally different opinion from me, but this is crazy to me. I have to quote this.
Going to cause more or less damage is saying the police are racist system, the police election that caused that versus the misinformation that caused the riots in 2020 with BLM. And those two questions is saying the police are racist system, the policing is all racist and the state says.
I'll put all.
No justice for black Americans, going to cause more or less damage than saying.
What am I blueballing you about?
The election was a fraud. Well, we can objectively measure how much damage.
She really wants to push him into this objective measurement thing so she can get her points off about the economic impacts. But you're not going to win there because he has you beat with this. I don't think she was expecting this right here. This impact of unvaccinated workers dying and the corona impact and how the damage wasn't economically restricted to like she has to cope so fucking hard off of this. She has to cope so fucking hard after this because she's not going to be able to beat those points. She has to put Trump into a bubble and not like she has to put all the rhetoric just on the election fraud in January 6th. Like she has to contain this so much because she'll get her ass whooped if we really do objectively measure this. Like so much so that like, I almost feel like Steven should just go in on this, but
these things did.
If it was the case that all of Trump's misinformation led to January 6th, and then afterwards we went back to normal.
It was a good way to tie in COVID for sure.
I would agree with you. I'd be like, oh, I would say January 6th, who the fuck cares? But that's the problem. January 6th was just one of the many dominoes that fell as a result of the Trump alternative universe that he was selling to half the people in this country. If January 6th was just a one-off thing, and that was Trump's little splurge, and it was like, oh, whatever, then I would just be saying, like, who the fuck cares? Why are we still talking about Trump? I don't care. But the problem is right now in the United States, half our Republican Party doesn't think the election was legitimate. A quarter of the Republican Party thinks that Democrats are like raping children in satanic, sex cult rituals, right? Like the damage is lasting. And if you want to draw like a calculation for like, oh, well, let's just calculate like one thing and try to figure out like, first of all, you're comparing like the BLM riots, which a lot of their complaints are more rooted in fact than Trump's complaints, which is that there is a lot of unfavorability in our criminal justice system towards minorities. Even if you don't agree that it's as intense as it is, there's way more fact-based arguments there than there are with the election was rigged and stolen by like machines that were created by the zombie of fucking Hugo Chavez, right? It is a totally different world. I will agree that there's misinformation on both sides, but you can't tell me that all misinformation is equal. We both know that's not true. Some types of misinformation is way fucking worse than other types of misinformation. Being told that you can run your car on like 91 octane when you really only need like 85 is way different than being told to put diesel in your car when it only runs on unleaded gasoline. There's way two totally different things, different types of misinformation.
Yeah, and what I'm saying is, is not equal for sure. I agree there. But if you look at it economically, it's not equal in favor of this thing. Are we going to get another economic thing? Because he just repeated himself here. I don't know if he used that moment the best way possible. This is strong. I wanted to see this again. Focus on the economic thing because you've already said this before. You already said this. So I kind of wish we would focus on this, but it might just be a personal thing. This has to be sped up, but yeah, it's 1.5. If you're having a hard time at 1.5, you got a sad, slow brain, buddy.
And the Republicans you mentioned that don't believe that the election was legitimate, are they waging a revolution right now?
I mean, in ways, yeah.
I like you cut, G. Thanks.
A revolution right now?
I mean, in ways, yeah.
How is that revolution taking place?
The entire approach that we have right now to the coronavirus is one of the most heavily politically divided things right now, and I think that is a remnant of like...
Oh, yes. Yes. But is that revolution, my dear boy?
Revolution taking place.
The entire approach is, yeah.
The Republicans you mentioned that don't believe that the election was legitimate, are they waging a revolution right now?
No, but they're an open rebellion against a lot of policies that are meant to, I don't know.
I mean, in ways, yeah.
I don't like this. That's weak, pretty weak. Yeah, I'm not liking this. Like, you have a few options. So she brings up revolution, which sounds really bad. So you either like equalize it by saying, yeah, you know what? I do think it constitutes revolution a little bit. Yeah, they are revolting. Versus like, oh man, I don't know what other options you have here, but this doesn't seem like the best one. Maybe if I thought more about it, I don't know.
How is that revolution taking place?
Making a straw man Destiny. Where's the straw? Yeah, it's not the way that I expected him to go with this. Like, I like that he finds a way to get in the corona talking points. I just don't know if this is the best way to get there.
The entire approach that we have right now to the coronavirus is one of the most heavily politically divided things right now, and I think that is a remnant of like the Trump universe. The idea that we've got people taking the ivermectin now.
I mean, that has nothing to do with revolution. Oh, eek. I don't...
Did it with the hydroxychloroquine drug.
Whoa.
Yeah.
That's not a revolution. None of what you're saying is a revolution.
Well, then BLM wasn't a revolution.
I didn't say it was.
Okay, well, who's using the word revolution? Why would you use the word revolution?
I asked you, like, you're talking about these Republicans having beliefs that are misinformation is extremely dangerous. Well, I happen to believe that most people on this planet, probably even us, believe some information that is misinformation because, as we both agree, the media is shit.
Okay, just get to the fucking point, Lauren. Why are we talking about revolution? If you don't mean it for either side, it would appear.
But the degree of how dangerous said misinformation matters. So you're saying...
I like it that his chat is like brings up a random word, but like he bought into the random word because he's in mad mode and he's just going crazy, right? He's just jumping on everything and he bit this bullet pretty reflexively. So like, ha ha ha, DGG. Yes, it's so fucking funny. But like, he bought into that and he got caught in it. So like, now she has to explain revolution. She gets a bunch of free time to talk about whatever the fuck she wants. Every time you give her free time, she's going to put in a gazillion points and make your job much more difficult and be able to speak to more of the audience about her own beliefs. So like, you know, I think it is funny. And if she doesn't get back to the revolution point, that's even funnier. But like, he got caught in that. So who is laughing? I don't know. And she got a bunch of time to say new points.
Saying this idea that a good portion of Republicans believing that's not a
taking it. This is one
revolution that the election. And the Republicans you mentioned that don't believe that the election was legitimate, are they waging a revolution right now?
I mean, in ways, yeah.
How is that revolution taking place?
The entire approach that we have right now to the coronavirus is one of the most heavily politically divided things right now, and I think that is a remnant of like the Trump universe. The idea that we've got people taking the ivermectin now. We did it with the hydroxychloroquine drug before. Yep.
That's not a revolution. None of what you're saying is a revolution.
Well, then BLM wasn't a revolution.
I didn't say it was.
Okay, well, who's using the word revolution? Why would you use the word revolution?
I asked you, like, you're talking about...
Oh, no. He doesn't look good in this line by line, actually. Chat says random word because they're on Destiny wavelength and they can't... Oh, shit. Like, they got fucking thrown for the loop. They're doing troll faces and shit, but, like, they kind of get hooked on that.
About these Republicans having beliefs that are misinformation is extremely dangerous. I happen to believe that most people on this planet, probably even us, believe some information that is misinformation because, as we both agree, the media is shit. But the degree of how dangerous said misinformation matters. So you're saying this idea that a good portion of Republicans believing the election was illegitimate is extremely dangerous. But I asked, are those Republicans waging a revolution right now? Like, are they doing something that is extremely dangerous comparatively to how other people are acting on misinformation? Like in Canada, the mainstream misinformation that there was a genocide and mass graves discovered in Canada, which was completely false, which is causing churches to be burned down. Like, I'd say that's objectively very dangerous misinformation because we are seeing real world consequences to it. Misinformation that leads to people having silly beliefs that they argue with their friends about, not so much dangerous as misinformation.
He just can use January 6th to trump this, can he not?
That people feel the need to directly act on and are directly acting on, as we see in Canada with the Indigenous graves issue.
But they acted upon it when they stormed the Capitol. They acted upon it when they formed political rallies around the Stop the Steal and all that. Like, this point is so easy to shoot down. I feel really bad that he fucking bit the bullet on this stupid revolution thing. I'm going to put that in fucking agreement. Matter of fact. Actually, wait, no, they don't both agree on that. He just said that kind of randomly. She doesn't believe that, right? She made that clear. Sorry. I nearly did an accident. She doesn't. Yeah, I know. She doesn't think it was an insurrection. Okay. And his points don't support the idea that it was, so he can't do it. I forgot. Oh, I totally forgot. To make it clear to the other chatters, so she doesn't think January 6th was an insurrection. Stephen had to kind of agree on that because he said that only some percentage of the people were actually like tried for that, and it wasn't an organized thing, and 95% of the people were there just organically. So actually, he doesn't have this trump card because he lost it at the very, very beginning of the discussion. I didn't even think about that. So he can't jump back on this. Fascinating. I didn't even think about that. Oh, fuck. Why can't people make that distinct? Because we're talking about Republicans in general. We're talking about the voter base and stuff. That's why. He tries to talk about Trump in specific, but he failed here in biting the bullet on the conservatives in general undergoing a revolution. So that's why. Yeah, I mean, you got to take that up with Destiny, not her.
I just completely and totally disagree, but it's going to be hard for either of us to quantify this. I think that it sucks and it's bad, but like 15 churches getting burned down in Canada is nowhere near how fucked our country has gotten over how divisive we are over everything related to the coronavirus. Like, I would take 15...
Like... If I were to just give a side point here, but why exactly? He doesn't really explain it. So like this Corona misinfo thing, like I think another good point that I never hear is how the rest of the world copies us. I've learned that a lot while I'm in Europe. And I'm reminded of that because it was the same when I was in Asia. People like to copy the US, and they copy the kind of two-side divide that happens, whether it's extreme or whether it's between moderates. And I think that because there was so much coronavirus misinfo and it appeared as if 50% of people in the US like don't buy into all that bullshit, then like that's led other people in other countries to kind of copy that and feel more comfortable with that and whatever. So like that impact kind of extends even beyond our borders. Not that she would care about that, but like,
I would take 1,000 churches burned to the ground in an instant over the unbelievable divisiveness that exists in this country right now over the coronavirus stuff. But if you don't want to draw a line from like the Trump universe to where
you got to be careful about burning and killing and these kinds of statements, bro. I don't know.
We're at with that, and you only want to stop at like January 6th. I mean, if that's how strict you're
yeah. I think putting all
beautiful divisiveness that exists in this country right now over the coronavirus stuff. But if you don't want to draw a line from like the Trump universe to where we're at with that, and you only want to stop at like January 6th. I mean, if that's how strict you're
yeah. I think putting all of coronavirus skepticism on Trump is a bit silly.
Sure,
I don't. Whoa.
Yeah.
You look at groups like.
Remember what I said about all, any, only, right? This all. Oh no. And he bites into it here because he's in crazy mode. He's in like mind is going a million miles an hour mode.
I think putting all of coronavirus skepticism on Trump is a bit silly.
I would absolutely do it with a
whoa.
heartbeat. Yeah.
You look at groups like African Americans.
Steven, no. What are you doing? You're falling apart. Why is this happening? This isn't good. Destiny mode.
They are some
Whoa.
I would do it with an heartbeat. Oh no. Oh, he gave up control totally. No assertiveness. Well, the problem is he's assertive and putting his foot down in like piles of dog shit in terms of points and things to bite down on. Oh my God, this happened right before, didn't it? The bullet on concern. Oh no, not good. Seems strong to me. No, you're a dumb fuck. Nobody cares what you think, Morcane. God, no, that's not good at all.
You look at groups like African Americans. They are some of the least likely to get vaccinated right now, and part of that comes from the fact that they remember.
Like, you have to realize that this all thing, especially when we're doing a line by line, is super duper important. I care. Well, apparently you don't care enough to think through what we're trying to tell you, buddy. So I just don't care about your opinion. Like, I don't think it's strong to buy into this because it's like, if you think it's strong to buy into something that's wrong, then you're exactly a part of the problem that Lauren is talking about, except you're kind of submitting to misinformation on purpose. Like, I'm going to ask you this very upfront, and I want a response from you in particular, Morcane. Do you believe that putting all of the coronavirus skepticism, now think about what is encompassed in all, and I mean all of coronavirus skepticism on Trump, do you think that's something that you would do within a heartbeat? That you would put all of coronavirus skepticism on Trump in a heartbeat? I want to hear from you, buddy. Sure, buddy. Okay. So you believe
like
that
book fair.
all of coronavirus skepticism should be put on Trump? That you do that in a heartbeat? Okay. I'll write down your name, matter of fact. Morcane. All right, that's some fucking bullet biting, bro. No? Oh! Now you're going back on what you said. Okay. What happened to Sure Buddy? I don't care about your typing. This is a yes or no question. If the answer is no, then it's no. I'm not reading some giant paragraph you're going to send me. I've wasted enough time on you. The list, book stop. Okay, I will continue. If you send me a paragraph, Morcane, you're getting timed out for the rest of the night. So don't send me anything more about this point because you will trigger me. Okay, there's your warning. So do not post anything.
Running medical tests on them that were absolutely bullshit and being used as medical experimentation. Like, there are a lot more areas where skepticism comes from than just Trump. I don't think he started that at all. He may have contributed to it. Now he's telling people, get vaxxed, do it. But I don't think pinning that all on Trump is fair.
Can't pin it all on Trump the same way that you can't pin it all.
Oh, so now you're walking it back. All right, good. We got the walk back. Not good.
On the media, right? Like, there's going to be like varying degrees of responsibility.
Why to hide? Did he fucking say something? Did he say something? He did say something. They did say something. Unfortunately, I'm going to go out of my way because now you have wasted my time even more than you did initially. Now you have wasted my time, Morcane. If there is a mod in the chat, I want Morcane God. And if I see one more chat from Morcane, then I am going to have to tab out and do it myself. Okay? So Morcane, you can either be quiet for the rest of the night or you fucking say something and make me pause the whole stream
When we
again.
talk about like... I don't believe the medical experience. Like, people will bring up like Tuskegee for brownie points on a YouTube video without realizing that like those experiments.
Trump. I don't think he started that at all. He may have contributed to it. Now he's telling people, get vaxxed, do it. But I don't think pinning that all on Trump is fair.
I'm not going to pin it all on Trump the same way that you can't pin it all on the media, right? Like, there's going to be like varying degrees of responsibility. But like when we talk about like, I don't believe the medical experience. Like, people will bring up like Tuskegee for brownie points on a YouTube video without realizing that like those experiments affected like 400 people. It wasn't like that was an experiment across the entire planet.
It doesn't, right?
And black people do have issues with medical systems in the United States, and I don't fault them for that. I think they should still get vaccinated. But black people also account for what? Isn't it like 10%
of the U.S. population. Black people aren't the reason why our vaccine rates in the United States got overtaken by Canada in like 3 months. They're not the reason why we have like a 50% like, you know, full vaccination rate. It's not black people. It's the overwhelming. Okay, sure, but you're bringing up a very small minority of the population trying to say like, oh well, look, there was some misinformation.
I'm just giving an example that there are multitudes of reasons.
And I'm not going to. But do you think I would tell you that Trump?
Oh, he's like lost in the sauce. The only reason she had to mention that was because you literally said all of the coronavirus skepticism could be put on Trump. You see, like, now I have a lot of sympathy for Lauren here because he done fucked up.
Trump was the sole source of misinformation. I'm not going to say that. What I'm going to say
you right now, this whole discussion does seem to be like you saying Trump is the catalyst for misinformation and the most dangerous misinformation in the U.S. at the moment, when he's not even in power anymore. And the conversation you've gone off into has nothing to do with January 6th anymore, which is what we're trying to talk about. Was the information around January 6th of more damaging than the misinformation by groups like BLM?
But
I think that's why you're trying to pivot off the conversation, because it's so damn obvious that BLM's misinformation led to way more damage.
First of all, you're trying to get me to compare one man, Donald Trump, to the entirety of the media, and you want to compare like riots.
I didn't ask you to make that. No, you didn't. You started to make that comparison.
You started to make the comparison.
I did not ask you to make that comparison. You were the one who said you think Trump has been the catalyst of all of this misinformation.
Whoa. I did not say he was the catalyst of all misinformation.
No, you just said that you could put all of coronavirus skepticism on him, bruh. You done fucked up. Oh no.
I've been more dangerous than other misinformation.
No. I specifically said at the beginning of this conversation that I view the media as being separate from the legal system. That was one thing, which Trump is the executive is a part of. Okay, so I said that explicitly in the beginning.
Yeah, you did say that, but you also said you would put all of the coronavirus skepticism on Trump in a heartbeat, bro.
One, and then number two, you challenged me to quantify the damage, and you said, well, if we calculate the BLM riots, I was like, okay, well, hold on, if we're going to calculate like all the BLM riots, well, then I'm going to look at more damage Trump did than just January 6th. And if we look at the coronavirus stuff, because that's
okay, good. This reframing, if it works, is good, but she could just as easily be a broken record and surfs it and go back to the original point.
Obviously, you can say that he's not in office anymore, but we both know that doesn't mean anything because he was in office for his whole last year dealing with this, right? That all of the divisiveness, or not all of it, a large part of the divisiveness we have in the United States right now has to do with Trump's rhetoric and how he treated it. And I don't care that 10% of the population, black people, have some dumb ideas about the vaccine. That is bad and it sucks, but it is nowhere near the level of harm that Trump...
FYI, this is not greater than 2x. This is 1.8. So,
like put on the United States with how he approached
it. There you go. With it's Trump again. Okay, so if I'm interpreting this correct,
the level of harm that Trump like put on the United States with how he approached
it. There you go. With it's Trump again. Okay, so if I'm interpreting this correctly, and feel free to correct me, when we were talking and I brought up the media, you were trying to ask me to compare the office of the presidency to the media and how much damage or how much impact they can have. Is that a correct interpretation of the conversation?
Well, no, you wanted to bring up BLM first. I didn't want to talk about it at all, but you were the one that wanted to make that comparison between who does more damage from misinformation. Let's talk about the BLM riots because we can quantify that versus January 6th.
Well, right. The conversation that I was trying to bring up is essentially that I felt like the damage and the discussion of misinformation by Trump was largely overblown in the public's eyes versus how much damage other misinformation does, which then brought up the question of, I mean, I'll have to go back and watch it, but I do believe you said that Trump himself and the president saying something is far more impactful and far more serious of a situation than the media or other groups saying them. And I question that because I've seen the damage of why groups like BLM and the misinformation they spread, and I've seen the damage of what Trump spreads. Sure, we can say it's shocking that one man can have that effect versus large groups, but the overall result of the misinformation, who it's spread by or how it's spread and how that comes about and realizes itself in the real world, to me, is what we should focus on, as that's how it's going to affect us, not whether it's one individual or 20 individuals spreading it.
We don't have to, I mean, we can focus on a lot of different things. We don't have to just talk about one thing. I mean, like, if you're going to try to say, like, who spreads more misinformation?
Oh, but she gave you a really good foothold at the end of that.
As that's how it's going to affect us, not what comes about and realizes itself in the real world, to me, is...
This, how it affects us in the real world, how it comes about, that's an easy transition onto his point about the economics thing. Like, yeah, and I think if you look at the entire time that Trump has been president or he's been running and all of the effects, and you quantify that, I think that is going to be more significant than all of the effects and all of the, economic consequences and whatever of BLM. I think comparing these two, like, he could easily transition onto that. Easily. But he's in Metstany mode, okay? So he's not going to see that. And we're going to go really, really fast and just do it his way rather than the way that, like, could go really smoothly. He's in 2.5x mode, agreed.
What we should focus on, as that's how it's going to affect us, not whether it's one individual or 20 individuals spreading it.
We don't have to, I mean, we can focus on a lot of different things. We don't have to just talk about one thing. I mean, like, if you're going to try to say, like, who spreads more misinformation? Donald Trump, who was president for 4 years of just the United States, versus all the media and all the history of the world. I mean, like, obviously the media wins. I don't think that conversation is worth having.
Okay, good, we got there.
Okay, so that's I thought we were disagreeing, because I was like...
all the media and all the history of the world. I mean, like, obviously the media wins. I don't think that conversation is worth having.
Okay, so
and all of the history of the world. Why would we go to this and then That's more good faith than even I would do it. Okay, so there's a concession that she's just going to happily take, and We got nothing for it. Okay. Interesting section this was.
I thought we were disagreeing because I was like, I don't think you could say Trump was worse than all of the media have been over the last 2 years.
But that's the thing. Well, if you want to talk about just
but you have to understand now she could pretend like that's how the whole conversation. No. She was talking about all of the media. She was talking about BLM specifically, that he gave a concession to all of the media through all of history just so that she could win. Oh, even my chat gets duped. We can go line by line and you still miss it, fellas. Oh, Jesus. Fallen Sora, thank you.
B-U-U-K.
4 years of Trump, like what was worse, like Trump versus all of the media during the 4 years of Trump? I would probably say Trump is worse there because the expectations of the president of the United States are far higher than what I would expect out of fucking CNN.
Okay, so you're holding them to different standards. I guess that's the difference. Is I'm not holding them to different standards.
You hold
I
media,
think anyone with that level of power should not be a fucking idiot with it and spreading disinformation.
Like Trump versus BLM is different than Trump versus the media. Like, and we're getting whatever. I won't focus on it.
Wait. So to be clear, you hold for-profit media to the same level of responsibility as a head of state?
I hold everyone to the same level of responsibility to not spread misinformation. If you're spreading misinformation, I'm going to call you out equally. Sure, yes, absolutely. The president has.
Okay, that's an interesting point. Destiny is correct in this section. Okay, I'm happy that we know your opinion, random chatter. Good to know.
Has more power. There's no denying that. But when it comes to actually challenging misinformation, the media have just as much ability to spread that misinformation as the president, which is how it does damage, is by it being spread. And now, certainly with
State?
I hold everyone to the same level of responsibility to not spread misinformation. If you're spreading misinformation, I'm going to call you out equally. Sure, yes, absolutely.
You're not going to call them out equally unless you're pushed on it. But you certainly don't volunteer that.
The president has more power. I hold everyone to the same level of responsibility to not spread misinformation. If you're spreading misinformation, I'm going to call you out equally. Sure, yes, absolutely. The president has more power. There's no denying that. But when it comes to actually challenging misinformation, the media have just as much ability to spread that misinformation as the president.
Wait, what is she saying?
Has more power. There's no denying that. But
the Notes app is Notion.
When it comes to actually challenging misinformation, the media have just as much ability to spread that misinformation as the president, which is how it does damage, is by it being spread. And now, certainly with Trump losing most of his platforms, the media actually have more ability to spread disinformation than Trump. So yeah, sure, we should hold them to different standards maybe, but it doesn't matter really in what the effect of the misinformation is. If it's spread, it's spread, and that's how it does damage. Not, I'm more powerful and I said something. Like, no, it's the spreading of that misinformation that does the damage.
Well, but who spreads misinformation will determine how far it goes, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like if I say, like,
Right.
Anderson Cooper said this, that's not going to be as impactful as President Obama saying this. Maybe we just fundamentally disagree here, but I mean, I would say that it is almost self-evident that there are different levels of responsibility for people based on their reach and
I appreciate your content. I have had an uncontrollable urge to fornicate with books, so thank you. Woo, yeah.
Okay, dude.
based on their position. I could even say even within the media. I would
Forbes,
say
68% of Americans don't trust what Trump says.
that's a shocking number. That is that low. But the problem is that like there's like even when we look in the media, the responsibility that would place on like a local reporter in like a small town in Iowa is going to be way different than somebody that reports like the city media in like New York City, which is going to be way different than somebody who's like in like national or international media.
Now, he is entering an entirely new territory here with the individual members of the media. So before we were talking about the media at large, right? And now we're talking about individuals. The president is an individual, right? And the media is a big thing. But when you separate the media down to individual members, of course, every one of those individual members is going to have less power than the president of the United States. So he's setting himself up with conditions that'll guarantee him victory here no matter what, right? Because he's changed the game from media at large to individual members of the media, which is an important change. And if I'm being charitable to Lauren here, she needs to point that out. Otherwise, this is not going to be a narrative tree. It's going to be kind to her, right?
Like there's always going to be different levels of responsibility based on who you are and what your reach is. And also when it comes to telling stories, so if you spend a lot of time in media, everybody has like a different story. It is possible to tell two different stories without really lying, right? Because we selectively choose which facts we report, and it's not necessarily a lie. You're just telling a certain way. So there are ways that like Fox News and CNN could tell a different story about the same set of facts because they pick and choose what they want to report on. The responsibility that I hold on those people pushing a narrative. If I'm listening to Fox News, I expect that narrative is going to slant right. If I'm listening to CNN, I expect that narrative is going to slant left. If I'm listening to the United States of America, I don't expect maybe it's going to slant American.
Destiny, do you think that most people trust politicians more than they trust the media? I think most people trust the media over politicians because they're told politicians.
So she's just going to reframe it back to the media, right? She's moving away from this individual thing. And now she's going to actually do the opposite and group politicians into a larger group here rather than have it be just the president.
Lie, and the media are the ones that unpack what they say. If anything, most people probably think CNN is more reliable than their average politician. And that's why instead of holding one over the other, I hold everyone with a megaphone to the same standard.
But that doesn't work because you're assuming this insulation that exists in the media from politicians. But it doesn't work that way. Trump would literally listen to Fox News and then go on to talk about stuff that they said like later on that day. Or Trump or Trump's people would be like talking to people commonly from Fox News. They're not these completely and totally separate entities. Like the politicians and the media like oftentimes communicate and reciprocate each other's messaging. I don't think it's just one or the other.
But like earlier, I mean, you brought up Hannity and Fox, and like these are obviously not the majority of the media. Obviously,
well,
the majority of the mainstream media is going to be CNN, MSNBC. Fox News is huge, absolutely.
Fox News is the largest single media outlet in the United States. That's my understanding. So I mean, like, it's not like they're irrelevant.
No, I didn't say that. I don't think they are.
Okay. Well, so I mean, like, that's my understanding. So I mean, like, it's not like they're irrelevant.
Sure. Be careful with this because once you get into 2.5x Destiny mode, you accept things that are just really dumb. Like right here, this entire thing right here was really fucking dumb. You start to say shit that like other people aren't saying and you look dumb. So like, be careful with this, Steven.
News is huge, absolutely.
Fox News is the largest single media outlet in the United States. That's my
understanding. Well, the majority of the mainstream media is going to be CNN, MSNBC. Fox News is huge, absolutely.
Fox News is the largest single media outlet in the United States. That's my understanding. So I mean, like, it's not like they're irrelevant.
No, I didn't say that.
Like, because she's very intentional about like fighting back on those two. So like with a normal person, like they might handle it differently, but the way she handles it makes it look rhetorically or optically bad for Steven. So he needs to be more careful about that.
I don't think they are.
Okay. Well, so I mean, like, there are a lot of people that and also I'm pretty sure by polling data, people do trust in the president more than they do in the media.
I'd be shocked if that were true. I mean, I'd seriously be shocked. Maybe it's just different in Australia, but no, everyone doesn't even matter if they're left wing, right wing. They all just say politicians are cunts and don't trust anything they say. So maybe that's just a cultural difference compared to the U.S.
Hold on one second. Also, people say things, but
that they do.
All right, what's he doing?
Hold on, I'm reading this. 1 second.
Okay, he's reading.
So so on this polling, when I'm looking down at the bottom here, so like I'm looking at how much do Republicans trust something versus how much do Democrats trust something. So like Republicans trust newspapers at 8% and they trust the presidency at 13%, or they trust like television news at 6%, or they trust presidency at 13%. Sure, but it's still higher. But I mean, like, I think that Trump also played a lot into undermining people's trust of the media as well. Oh, and this was also done in July of 2021. So
honestly, looking at the media lately, they kind of deserved it, even if it was, no matter if it was Trump or Biden or Obama or whoever was saying, hey, start questioning the media.
Yeah, but the problem is people didn't question
They publish so much bullshit.
But you say that.
You know, you had stories published about you that are like Destiny is a big racist, evil, whatever. Like, you know, the media publish nonsense all the time.
But the problem is people didn't become critical of the media. They went from believing everything the media said to believing everything the alternative media says, which is even worse. That's the problem. Like, yeah, have I had some dumb stories published on me? Sure. That absolutely exists on places like Slate or whatever. I've had some decent stuff posted on me as well. When it comes to alternative media talking about me, Ralph said that I was under investigation for child porn. Okay? Like the Ralph Report people. Like, I've had tons of insane shit said about me by alternative media stuff. And I'm willing to bet that when it comes to you, I bet some of the worst stuff came out of like fucking 4chan or some of the lefty fucking YouTubers and shit as well. But so like this is another problem too, where people are like, oh, be critical of the media, just like think for yourself, whatever. People didn't do that. They just started alternative media instead, which tells even worse lies.
Dude, aren't you the alternative media?
Absolutely, yeah, of course.
Well, then is it bad that people have started listening to you to hear their news instead of just trusting everything they read on CNN or sites that say you're a racist?
I'm not saying that you should just trust everything, but in the alternative media and in the mainstream media, you can find like good sources of information. Like even in alternative media, there's going to be some places of information that's probably going to be better than others. Same thing with mainstream media. It's very rare that you're going to read like on the ground reporting from like Reuters or the Associated Press that's just completely fucking like a lie. I think that's incredibly rare. Now, if you start going to CNN or Fox, maybe if you get into punditry, it's going to be way different, of course. But you can still find good sources and like you can still find like good sources out there. But like there's just people will act certain ways if they are truly meaning what they say. So for instance, when people say shit like, oh, I don't trust the media anymore, I do my own research. Like, oh, really? What kind of research do you do? And they just start linking me like, well, here I read every single meme that's posted on this Instagram page called Trump will rise above all 2024, and it's like, what the fuck? You're not thinking about anything. You're not being critical of the media. You've just been suckered by some other alternative media that's now selling ads. And
so it sounds like there's just shit media everywhere, and you can find good media in the
Thanks for the sub.
mainstream and terrible media in the mainstream, and you can find good and terrible media in alternative spheres as well. But it's almost good that we've fostered a bit of distrust in the sense of trust but verify question. And I'd agree that there's a problem when people run from one problem to another, and we should probably tell people, get your information from a multitude of sources, read multiple outlets, so then you can weigh and balance what you think is more accurate or more truthful within those reports, especially sites which actually reference the documents, the legal documents that have been released, video, whatever it may be. But I don't think that
sources like me that read the cases and bring you the real scoop. It's funny how like both of them have to shit on these alternative medias and mainstream medias, while both of them are this, and both of them are part of the problem. Like, it's not even that like he's actually really, really good about this. He's bad too. I just don't talk about it as much because I don't want to get in a fight with Destiny, but like he's bad as well. If he has a preconceived notion, especially about psychological things or relationship things, and people give him a link that's like to the contrary, he very much so fights it, like to an extent that's like not healthy or is promoting misinformation. And she most certainly does this with her biased ass research into everything. So like, I don't know, like, you're the problem also. I'm not in a debate where I'm like making these points though. Like, I'm talking about the irony of this line that they both have to walk, especially since like neither of them are necessarily like doing a great job of that. I mean, he's doing fine, and especially compared to her, he's doing a lot better. But still, like, this is a problem that both of them really have, and they're trying to distance themselves from it while also pointing fingers. Like, I don't know. What's really bad is that even the fact/bias accountability sites are largely left-leaning. Yeah.
This condemnation of Trump or Republicans saying, hey.
It's not that I don't think they agree with me more. Also, all right, I cannot believe this. I cannot believe you're going to fucking make me go back. I told you no fucking chatting, and you don't fucking listen. You don't fucking listen. Actually, I'm going to fucking, you're gone for like a week or something. You're gone for a long time. I fucking warned you. You're making me do this to you. I didn't want to do this to you. You made me do this to you. You think I wanted to time you out for 200,000? I hope that's 200,000. That's a lot of zeros. You forced me to do this. I told you not to talk, and you just don't fucking listen. People will start thinking that like, I am not a man of my word if I don't act on this, bro. You like, it's like I'm the mob boss, okay? And you just like came out here and like spit on my shoe and then tripped over me. Like, what am I supposed to do? I have to kill you. Like, you leave me no choice. You've spat on my my power here, bro. You fucking called a bluff, and I need to show people that I have the cards, okay? That's on you. That's not on me. I don't feel bad about that, bro. You forced my hand,
Question the mainstream media is, I don't think that's
Trump didn't say question the mainstream media. Trump said the media is the enemy of the people, and then plugged like InfoWars.
Feels weird. Well, if I ever tell one of you motherfuckers that, just know that I'm packing, dude. I'm not going to fucking back down.
It's
and saying, hey, question the mainstream media is
like, I warned him he was going to distract me. Look at all the distracting that's going on. This is how my brain reacts. Like, and now the fucking RAM in my brain is reset because I had to be triggered by this fucking person. Like, this is why I told them not to fucking talk, because they're going to ruin the fucking show by like making me forget
Trump or Republicans saying, hey,
you sound like you'd be dangerous if you use all of your power. Hopefully you never play Among Us. That's why I don't play, bro. Because you guys are getting different levels of sympathy from me, bro. And this person has deserved level 1 sympathy. That's what it is.
Question the mainstream media is, I don't think that's
Trump didn't say question the mainstream media. Trump said the media is the enemy of the people, and then plugged like InfoWars. If Trump
did he plug InfoWars? I think he did InfoWars, but he's done CNN too. I don't know if he plugged it. If he did,
there was also the OANN or whatever people that always had every press conference. Trump did not just say.
Of course, he's going to plug an outlet that is going to treat him more favorably.
You can try to make these equivalent all you want, but no president has attacked the media in the same way that Trump did. Nobody.
But do they deserve? The question is, do the media deserve the level of scrutiny that they are receiving? And I think that the answer is yes, they do.
There is no scrutiny
but unfortunately, when it comes to an alternative, I think there's a lot of scrutiny from alternative media.
I think we're gonna move into just like a React thing, because I'm tired. I don't want to keep doing this, so I'm just gonna listen to the debate.
And here is the ultimate divide in America, is the mainstream media are constantly tripping over themselves to scrutinize alternative media, especially right-wing alternative media, as just being all horrific, stupid, conspiracies, blah, blah, blah. And then the alternative media, and certainly Republicans, are all trying to scrutinize the mainstream media as being stupid, lying. And it's kind of scary because when the mainstream media lie, they have way more authority behind them, or historical authority, although it's crumbling very fast. And it's both people calling out the shit on either sides. And the problem is we used to have a media in America, North America, that would call out the lapses in both the left and the right when they said dumb, conspiratorial, blue anon or QAnon shit. But now we just have a media that go out here and question QAnon quite accurately and fairly, but prop up blue anon conspiracies like Umbrella Man was a far right winger who started BLM riots in 2020, and now we have proof.
Key points only. No, after that last person fucking triggered me. I honestly can't remember like more than a few sentences that they're saying. I'm fucking tired. It's 3 a.m. I have to be up tomorrow to like go to a music concert. Like, I don't know. They've worn me out. They've successfully tired me. Like, I can only handle so many of those fucking, like, I have to go into the fucking Twitch thing and I have to find their fucking name and I have to do it manually because there's not a single fucking mod in here. Vels, you're here. You're a mod. Why didn't you take care of that? Why do you have time to app Booksmarts, Sleep Smarts, but you had no time to get rid of this person? Are you kidding me? Wait, are you kidding me? Motherfucker, you're next up on the list for getting fucking timed out because it's like you're not here. I just got back. I had to get insurance for my car. Okay, likely fucking story, bro. You better be careful. I'm at a fucking level 10 on the roast meter, bro. I'm fitting to fucking start killing mods at this point, bro. I'm just gonna fucking pick you guys off. Boom! There goes Vel's fucking insurance buying ass. Boom! There goes Lucifer, fucking no good troll. Like, I'm just gonna start taking you guys out in Grand Theft Auto, of course.
You did good, mate.
Thanks, Hector.
Right, we're actually the reason for leftist violence. That is the fundamental problem here.
So the fundamental problem is the level of accountability. Whatever conspiracy that you just talked about, I've never heard that before. Now, I'm sure there might have been some left-leaning site that maybe published that story. Maybe, I don't know. I'm going to be charitable and say that.
No, this was mainstream. This was like the Washington Post.
Okay, there might have been a post about it, but that is just not the same level of there is not. The
Wait, sorry, did I miss it? Did you say that Trump threw reporters in prison?
No.
Okay, good.
I know I know that Republicans are really keen to get on the topic. What about the time Obama kicked people out of the blah, blah, blah. They are not even remote. If you want to have a whole, I would bet my life on it. I'll be your slave or kill or in a video game. Never mind. I will. If anybody wanted to have a conversation over who attacked the media more, Obama versus Trump, people want to. What about Obama so fucking hard? Where they'll be like, oh, what about the time Obama did the thing with the dude? It was not even remotely close. Trump undermined the media as an institution more than any president.
But did they deserve it?
No,
is the question.
Not to that level.
Do the media?
No. Not to that level. Absolutely not. And for you to try to pretend that, like, yeah, sometimes the media published shit that was wrong or stupid, like Trump, like, dumping his fish food into the fish with the president, and it wasn't actually a real story, it was just them being fucking dumb. To try to compare stuff like that to all of these alternative media outlets pushing stuff like the vaccine conspiracy shit or stuff
I'm
like
not comparing
like,
that.
But you do.
I'm saying the shit on both sides.
No,
and
you're saying it's all the same, but it's not.
Okay. Would you not agree that if an accredited journalistic source, like, let's say like the New York Times, publishes something that is...
I don't want to watch any more of this. When is this timer going off? I'm done. I'm mentally checked out. We have 3 minutes.
misinformation. That is probably going to be more dangerous than some weird Annan's 100 view YouTube video saying that, fertilizer will cure COVID.
Not anymore, unfortunately, no. I truly think that the other thing is more harmful. Because if you look at the polling data now, and I can go find this, although you probably will believe it, more Americans today get their news from places like Facebook than they do from like mainstream media sources.
Like what on Facebook? Because there's plenty of mainstream media sources on Facebook and pages.
Do you think if somebody's getting their news on Facebook, it's all coming from the mainstream media?
I mean, they're probably some of the top sources on Facebook and top followed pages. And unfortunately, they also...
I actually frequent Facebook. I read a lot of my news on Facebook. I'm memeing at this point, bro. I'm over it. I'm fucking dead, dude.
So partaking the same level of just sharing memes. Look at...
I'm sorry, Lauren. I'm going to be bad faith to both of you at this point. And I'm going to appear to be a lot more bad faith to you because it's just so fucking easy. You just make it so fucking easy. You just say some fucking shit. You're like, oh, man. This conversation, when you talk to Steven, you look like a fool a lot of the time, and I can't help it. I'm sorry. You do. Some of the things you say are just completely foolish, and I just can't believe that they come out of a human's mouth, but, that's how it is. I get along with you fine in private. I think you seem like a cool lady, but, man, some of the shit you say is just really fucking dumb from my perspective. Most entertaining part is still coming up. Thanks for the suffering. Okay, dude.
You look at all these 5-minute videos from...
The empathy layers are gone.
Most entertaining part is still coming up. Thanks for suffering.
Uh-oh.
and all these sites that just condense this complex story to 2 minutes, and everyone liked it because it said Republican bad or Democrat bad in those 2 minutes, and it's just a really bad clipped, video of one of the politicians saying something stupid. I'm getting to the point where I'm starting to believe that lack of context to information is just as bad as misinformation itself.
And I agree with that. I think at times that happens, and I don't even watch Vox videos anymore because when I'm very familiar with it, I realize like this is pretty dumb. But there's a big difference between like Vox publishes a dumb video that leaves out context or it is legitimately misinformation that's bad versus like the society is breaking down now and is being destroyed by the level of like alternative media information that exists today. I don't know where we go from here, but I know alternative media isn't the answer because most alternative media is absolute dog shit. I mean, like we can do a whole day on like fucking like if some alternative media outlets were held to the same standard as mainstream media outlets, Project Veritas wouldn't exist anymore. That would have went under. Like
Demon Mama got on the list first, but that's because I had the opportunity to like talk with Demon Mama. Same with who's the other person? Chaos is Mel. Chaos is Mel literally told me I don't care about rhetoric or the optics of my statements. It's like, oh, well, that is an easy addition to the list. I've never had any bitches like straight up just. She was the first person. She like stun locked me with that. I was like, oh my god, you just really don't care that you sound like a loon. Okay. Are these combos on your YouTube? Like me talking with Mel? No, it was in like a Discord call.
Almost every major investigation that they've been under or that they've like been in charge of has petered out into nothing. Has been complete fake news. Has been decontextualized clips. Like that's almost all they've done. But there's no accountability there. James is still running around trying to clip people in a 2-second cell phone video. Like that's all they do. I don't know how you can compare and say that like the alternative media is like good challenge to the mainstream media when they just aren't. So much alternative media is garbage.
Okay. So let me read you a headline here. An ex-KGB agent says Trump was a Russian asset since 1987. Does it matter? Where do you think that headline came from?
I have no idea.
If you had to guess, do you think that would come from like something on BitChute?
Well, seeing as how you're trying to make a point, I'm guessing it came from something like CNN or MSNBC or Washington Post.
Yeah, it came from MSNBC, and that's what I mean. Like some of the headlines in these mainstream articles, you actually can't even. That's
You're
what I mean.
Gonna fucking make me Google this shit. I
think that would come from like something on BitChute.
Yeah.
Ex-KGB agent says Trump was a Russian asset since 1987. Does it matter? Where do you?
I'm gonna give you guys another 10 minutes. If we can get $50 in 10 minutes, I will continue. Because I want to see what this article is. Hey, Google. Can you set a timer for 10 minutes? Thanks. Okay, let's check it out.
Let me read you a headline here. An ex-KGB agent says Trump was a Russian asset since 1987.
Okay, here it is. Why is this on New York Mag, though, and not on... Wait, where did she say this was? Oh, thanks to the 5 gifted. If you caught one of those, thanks to Hebby was here.
Does it matter? Where do you think that headline came from?
I have no idea.
But if you had to guess...
I mean, I can... MSNBC. Why is everything linked to New York Mag? Thank you. Is this just literally from the New York? Is this from this? Why does she say it's from MSNBC? Why is it from MSNBC? Just fucking wait. But okay, let's read it. I'm assuming it's just from this. An ex-KGB agent says Trump was a Russian asset since 1987. Doesn't matter. Who wrote this? The National Interest. Thanks for that. Okay, by Jonathan Chait. What else does this motherfucker write? Oh, they're all by him. Let's go back to Trump, huh? In 2018, I became either famous or notorious, depending on your point of view, for writing a story speculating that Russia... Oh, thanks for whatever that was. I think that's just another sub. Destiny reads it for you? Oh, does he? Okay. I guess I'll just let him...
Yes. Do you think that would come from like something on BitChute?
Well, seeing as how you're trying to make a point, I'm guessing it came from something like CNN or MSNBC or Washington Post.
Yeah, it came from MSNBC, and that's what I mean. Like some of the headlines in these mainstream articles, you actually can't even differentiate.
Link me the article.
Okay. Most media starts out as alternative until it gets money and sources, and then stories that would generally be called crazy and alternative stories just become mainstream, and people accept them because it's mainstream and
Isn't that like what you're hoping for with your whole brand? Oh shit! I'm sorry. I'm gonna keep digging into lore, dude.
by
I'm
sources.
tired.
So I would say the misinformation is just as stupid for mainstream media. We just don't think it's as bad as alternative media because the alternative media don't have as good graphics as the mainstream when they publish their shit.
Okay, hold on. Okay, firstly, okay, one of us is fucking up really hard here. MSN is not the same as MSNBC, right?
Oh, MSN.com.
Okay.
Apologies. Still, I don't think we would disagree that MSN.com is a mainstream.
I would not consider
news
that's
website.
like Yahoo, or that's not. This is not like a number one. And number two, this is an opinion piece. It literally says it.
Wait,
I think that this is a different thing than like.
Wait, what?
Okay, firstly,
just don't think it's as bad as alternative.
Really hard here. MSN is not the same as MSNBC, right?
Oh, MSN.com.
Okay.
Apologies. Still, I don't think we would disagree that MSN.com is a mainstream.
I would not consider
news
that's
website.
like that's.
Is MSN like a big news website? This is like Yahoo News, is it not? Microsoft Network is a web portal and related collection of internet services and apps for Windows and mobile devices provided by the Microsoft Network, was a subscription-based dial-up online service. Okay. I mean, I don't care to go into this any deeper.
That's like Yahoo, or that's not. This is not like a number one. And number two, this is an opinion piece. It literally says it. I think that this is a different thing than like this.
Is it really? Wait. Then this makes sense. Here's what I wrote. I conceded. If I had to guess today, oh, hold on. You know, it doesn't even need to be labeled. You can tell by just reading it, no? The truth I suspect. If you guys didn't learn about like annotation and tone and looking at these sorts of things in school, like when you have a lot of talk in the first person and stuff, generally.
This is good books. Thought this was hilarious.
Thanks,
Here
bro.
you go, even though you're already here rolling on the floor
Oh,
laughing.
Jesus Christ. Okay, thank you for the 50, Nighthawk. I'll keep it going. It is in the link. What link? This? Oh, cool. MSN. Hold on, let me put my notes down. Okay, so now we're in MSN. But this isn't really from MSN, is it? I'm confused on the origin of this. In 2018, I became either famous or infamous, but okay. Jonathan Che, Intelligencer. What the fuck? So why is this on here then? What is the Intelligencer? And why is it like a huge heading for the New Yorker? Intelligencer seems like it's a part of New York Mag. It doesn't seem like it's even an MSN article. It like, am I fucking a word that I can't say? Is this a Pepega moment for me? I'm confused. The intelligence. No, you're correct. Okay. So why would she even say it's? Who cares if it's MS? Okay, hold on. I can't get dragged down in this because I'm gonna have a fucking aneurysm. Okay, let's just continue listening. So she made a boo boo, an oopsie, a mistakey yakey. Ooh.
99% of alternative media is opinion shit too.
But then, she said MSNBC to prove a point, but it's MSNL. Oh, that's not good. I need cream. Okay, so you need to improve your research process. Your bias leads you to use some fucky ass sources, yo. Oh my god. Oh, that's not good. You're a fuck. Okay. Well, big rip. Yikes.
They don't present themselves that way. Like when you listen to somebody like Tim Pool or Alex Jones or any of these guys, like they don't present themselves as just my opinions. They present themselves as like they're delivering the news.
Okay, wait. Let me see. Sorry, 1 minute. I'm just looking something up.
Oh, and I thought you were asking.
Yeah, looking it up is what you should have done before the debate. Oh, no. Lauren's not going to like me after this one, I don't think. I have to treat you fairly, Lauren. And you said nobody has criticism this fair to me and yada, yada, yada. I'm going to have to fucking deliver that shit. Deliver unto thee, dude. I'm going to have to pull some fucking Old Testament shit right here.
Me a question, but this is part of the headline. I don't think there's anything wrong with this headline. An ex-KGB agent says Trump was a Russian asset since 1987. Does it matter? I mean, like, it seems like even in the title, the guy's making fun of the headline. Like, let's say that an ex-KGB agent did say that. Does it even matter? Like, I don't even think this headline is necessarily bad.
Okay. Let me, so I'm just trying to confirm something here.
What is she trying to confirm? There are times when I would love to be in somebody's brain. This is one of those times, like, what are you looking at, Lauren? What are you thinking? Because I think you and I both know you fucked up. But the question is, where do you go after that? So Lauren is somebody that I learned from our one-on-one conversation is not good at handling criticism. She's not good at finding people that she trusts that can deliver such criticism. And she has no good approximation of the people who disagree with her. So I'm always curious, like when she's put in a corner like this, where does her brain go? Because I know it's probably like The Thing. You know? And for those of you that don't know, I usually like to go to this.
You tie up Palmer over here. We're gonna draw a little bit of everybody's blood. We're gonna find out who's the thing.
Right? So the premise of this movie is the thing turns into somebody and it looks like him and it talks like him or whatever. But it's got a self-defense thing and that's how we're going to find it. So we're going to apply heat to these different blood things. And if it don't react, then you're fine. You're not the thing, right? Everybody poured their blood in dishes.
Now I'll show you what I already know.
See, he's good.
Shit.
They're good.
Doesn't prove a thing. I thought you'd feel that way, Gary. You were the only one that could have got to that blood. We'll do you last.
And that one ran away. And then it's caught. It knows it's caught. It knows it's fucked. And it gets all crazy, right? That's like Lauren here. Lauren has been caught. And I'm just wondering, what defense mechanism are we employing here rather than just admitting that you might have fucked up on this? What are we trying to do? What's going on up there that we're trying to escape from this? Why not just concede? What out do you see here? Because you're shaking, but what comes next? You're going to transform? You're going to run out of the room? You're going to kill everybody? Like, what's going to happen? I wonder.
Yeah, look at okay, so first of all, Jonathan Chak, the guy who wrote this article, is an accredited journalist for the New York Meg. You can look him up. Sorry, I've just lost.
I know I said MSNBC. Let's forget about that for a second. This guy's written a few articles in his time. Look, I clicked his name because, missed the fucking title of the website. And now I'm like looking around. Yeah, he's written lots of shit, bro. I don't know. I'm not far off the mark. Like, okay.
Tab. New Republic, American Prospect, New York Magazine, he writes for. Verified journalist, New York Mag, 206K followers. So I don't think asserting that this is just some random story is quite fair. And then he concludes the article.
No, but you understand that asserting that it was MSNBC and it's from a mainstream... And the thing runs away, it transforms, it takes a different shape, and it runs away. It crawls on fucking 8 legs out of the room. Jesus Christ, Lauren. Just fucking concede. Jesus. Oh, this is really bad. It would have been okay to just concede here, I think. I wouldn't continue.
I somehow lost it in my links here, sorry. Let me open it again. He concludes the article by saying that the truth, I suspect, was simultaneously about as bad as I suspected and paradoxically anticlimactic. Trump was surrounded by all sorts of odious manipulated him.
Wait, is she not even going to talk about the fact that she fucked that up? Did I miss that? Did she ever at any point say like, oh, I'm sorry, I must have missed that? Or did I completely miss it? I'm
into saying and doing things that ran against the national interest.
Oh, whoops, my mic's not working. Oops, my Discord's cutting. Jiggling the fucking Ethernet on the modem. Oh, I'm going into a tunnel. My bad, my sources on my computer are like getting all mixed up. I don't know how this got under the title MSNBC.
Ran up against the limits that the character over whom they had gained influence was a weak, failed president. So this is once again, like, this is what you see in alternative media that try to lie as well. They'll take something that's shaky, and then with the opinion piece, they'll build it up and be like, okay, so
I know this isn't the mainstream media, but this is just like the kind of shit that they were doing. That's why I got them mixed up and I thought it was NBC. Just seems like the normal type of shit that those fucking mainstream media things are shoveling. Of course, I know this isn't mainstream media, but this guy's established. Like, let's be real. He's so established, he's copying what they're doing. I mean, if anything, it supports my argument, bro. It's indistinguishable from the mainstream media pulling shit like this. I don't like that. Interesting. Huh.
So maybe we don't have proof, but he was around Putin a lot, which means they did start to influence him a lot. And you know what? Even though they influenced him, the reason the Russians couldn't execute everything they wanted to do was just because the president was weak and failed. So it's the same thing, the exact same thing that alternative media
Okay,
did.
Can I read this article? Because this actually seems like a perfectly fine article. When I come across something that sounds absolutely ridiculous, tell me when to stop, okay? An ex-KGB agent says Trump was a Russian asset since 1987. Does it matter? In 2018, I became either famous or notorious, depending on your point of view, for writing a story speculating that Russia had secret leverage over Trump, which turned out to be correct. The story's most controversial suggestion was that it was plausible, though hardly certain, that Russia's influence over Trump might even date back as far as 1987. Here is what I wrote in that controversial section.
I like asking her to like pause whenever something goes wrong. I like this. Let's see how this goes. Now Lauren is taking some of Destiny's meth. Yeah, maybe, bro.
During the Soviet era, Russian intelligence cast a wide...
Did she actually read the article? It doesn't matter. This is like when you don't read the chapter of the books that you're supposed to for English class, and then you get in and the teacher's like, I really love this chapter. I love it so much. I just want to talk about it like paragraph by paragraph for you guys. So go ahead and take out your books. We're going to read it together like... Pog, dude, she's just gonna fucking read it. I knew I shouldn't have been a fucking nerd and read the thing, bro. They're just gonna read it. I'm just gonna interact in real time. This is a lot easier.
Net to gain leverage over influential figures abroad. The practice continues to this day. The Russians would lure or entrap not only prominent politicians and cultural leaders, but also people whom they saw as having the potential for gaining prominence in the future. In 1986, Soviet ambassador Yuri Dubinin met Trump in New York, flattered him with praise for his building exploits, and invited him to discuss a building in Moscow. Trump visited Moscow in July of 1987. He stayed at the National Hotel in the Lenin Suite, which certainly would have been bugged. There is not much else in the public record to describe his visit except Trump's own recollection in The Art of the Deal that Soviet officials were eager for him to build a hotel there. It never happened. Trump returned from Moscow fired up with political ambition. He began the first of a long series of presidential
Oh, fuck. It wasn't even a long article. Are we going to get through the whole thing without any problems? Wait, what the fuck? You guys laugh at Cora, but I actually kind of like Cora. Okay, I mean, we'll see.
Which included a flashy trip to New Hampshire. 2 months after his Moscow visit, Trump spent almost $100,000 on a series of full-page newspaper ads that published a political manifesto, an open letter from Donald J. Trump on why America should stop paying to defend countries that can afford to defend themselves, as Trump labeled it, launched angry populist charges against the allies that benefited from the umbrella of American military protection. Why are these nations not paying the United States for the human lives and billions of dollars we are losing to protect their interests? I conceded it was probably just a coincidence that Trump came back from his trip to Russia and started spouting themes that happened to dovetail closely with Russia's geopolitical goal of splitting the United States from its allies, but there was a reasonable chance, I loosely pegged it at 10 or 20%, that the Soviets had planned some of these thoughts, which he had planted some of these thoughts.
This is a conspiracy theory, and you're just willing to believe it?
There we are. There we are. Okay. But he pegs it at 10 to 20. Okay. Well, let's see how this goes.
Literally said, I speculate that Russia had leverage over Trump, which turned out to be correct without ever asserting any leverage. And he keeps saying, I suspect, and you're just willing to believe.
he says he conceded it was probably just a coincidence, right? So he said something wrong in the past and he's saying it different now. Am I misunderstanding her?
And you're just willing to believe it?
I reached its geopolitical goal of splitting the United States from its allies, but there was a reasonable chance, I loosely pegged it at 10 or 20%, that the Soviets had planned some of these thoughts, which he had planted some of these thoughts.
This is a conspiracy theory. And you're just willing to believe it? He literally said, I speculate that Russia had leverage over Trump, which turned out to be correct without ever asserting any.
Did he say turned out to be correct? I don't know. I just haven't heard that yet. Turn. If something like the most sinister possible story turned out to be... here it is. In 2018, I became either famous or notorious, depending on your point of view, for writing a story that's speculating that Russia had secret leverage over Trump, which turned out to be true. To correct. Oh, okay. The story's most controversial suggestion was that it was plausible, though hardly certain, that Russia's influence over Trump might even... Okay, so where do we hear about the correct part? Let's see how Destiny responds here.
Any leverage. And he keeps saying, I suspect, and you're just willing to believe all of this?
What? Hold on.
The suspect thing is a different problem from this, though, Lauren. This, I can see how you take issue with this, but it would depend on where that's mentioned in here. I don't think that he would mention this and then not have it anywhere else in the article, so we're going to have to get to that. But this suspect thing, like, I don't think this is worth like shitting on the person for, because he's saying like he's admitting like a concession and stuff. I don't know, right? I conceded it was probably just a coincidence, right? Like this right here. And the suspect is in the past tense. I loosely pegged it, right? That was his suspicion. So I don't know, bro.
He says that he pegs it at 10 or 20%, and it's an opinion piece. Like, what do you expect from this? Like,
so if I do an opinion piece speculating that, Obama is controlled by another country, that's perfectly fine if I just say I peg it at 10 or 20% or something?
If you say,
Lauren, you say some... Lauren, you say some really dumb shit that you probably only have a percentage chance to fucking believe it. Oh my god.
Books M1 Miso.
Oh God, can we please just be done with this? I'm gonna burn bridges.
Say that Obama went and visited Kenya, and then he came back after being involved. And Kenya had like a history of trying to like persuade politicians through blackmail of doing big investors in the country. And then Obama came back right after and was like, you know what? I'm gonna run for senator, and when I'm senator, I want to start the Kenyan Reconstruction Bill. And we're gonna send 100 million USA through it. And you wanted to write an op-ed, and you're like, he went to Kenya, they do this shit, he came back, and he did run for senator. Now it's probably only like a 20% chance. Yeah, I think that's a fair article to write. I think that's totally fair. Sure.
Never mind. I'm not going to make a sexual joke. How am I going to make this not a Oh, I know how. Okay. Man, he's just buying so many bullets, just left and right. This motherfucker's just catching bullets like it's wanted to with his mouth. He's just like, conk, conk, conk. This is crazy. I mean, this is a good time to bite the bullet, I think.
Oh my gosh.
Do you understand there's a huge difference between doing that and saying, like a lot of alternative media does, saying
you can do this whole dog and pony show. I mean, Dima Mama does shit like this all the time, and she has a non-insignificant number of people that choose to watch her every day. So, I mean, you could do this, but I don't think it's like a good argument to just purely do faces and rub your forehead like he said something that's not. I don't know. You have to say more than that, bro.
This thing absolutely happened because of this one email that we saw.
You are asserting all alternative media when you are alternative media yourself, man. I'm showing you an article in the mainstream media that is clearly an opinion piece conspiracy theory.
It's not a conspiracy theory. It's a fine piece.
He said he had, which turned out to be correct, that Russia had leverage over Trump without providing any example of the leverage except for his own opinion. This is a conspiracy theory. This is blue and on stuff. That Trump has been a KGB agent or has been an asset of Russia since 1987. This is absurd. And anyone in the alternative media published something like
She's not reading it at all, though. She's like mixing up every single point in here. You have to... Oh, man, you're really bad at this. I'm going to fucking highlight the point that I have about you. You really have to work on your bias because you turn off all ability to listen when it's just something you don't want to hear, Lauren. Like, this is not good at all. Like, this is just really bad. Sadly, this is common alt-right. I know, but lefty people have this shit too, bro. So don't you start with that, you know. I just don't have an example of that person to roast right in front of me, right? It's just hours and hours and hours of talking about two particular people. So we really get into the minutiae of things. But you gotta fucking work on that, dude.
Like this. Oh, I think there's a 10 to 20% chance that ivermectin is going to cure your COVID. You would be going ballistic over it, even if they had the
Because
science
there's a
behind
huge
it.
difference between saying something has a 10 to 20% chance to cure a disease versus saying there's like a 10 to 20% chance.
Versus saying your president is controlled by the Russians? What?
That they have leverage. Like, that they had some secret leverage. It's not controlled by... Oh, man. Oh, that's crazy. She can't fucking read, dude. You can do all this game about dancing around, but you got the fucking source thing wrong. You didn't read that it was an opinion piece. You backed off to, like, maybe he's mainstream because he has 200,000 followers. Like, you had to just do so much walking back, and now you're just freaking out and, like, dancing around on camera. This isn't a text editor, it's Notion.
So do you think that, like...
And FYI, here's a plug. This document will be available to all my patrons on Patreon who are at the minimum sub tier, which is $3. So if you'd like to support this content, it really means a lot because that's more predictable income for me. You can also donate. That helps a ton as well. It's not easy to want to continue doing stuff like this because it's not as fun as React Andying. So I try to give back to you guys, but you know, I like to bring the hat around and ask for donations because, you know, like, the second this becomes not financially viable to do anymore, I'll stop doing it, dude, and I'll just do React Andy shit that you guys pay for. I'll do stuff for streams. I'll do all that, but like, I thought it was important to take both of these people seriously and to do a line by line and to take a bunch of notes. So I did it. The last time I did a bunch of this work for this motherfucker, he chose not to even watch it or give me the time of day, and that really hurt my feelings. But you know, at this point, I'm doing it for the money, basically. So, you know, if the money isn't there, then I'm not doing this anymore, and I'm just going to React Andy.
Like, you should just never be allowed then to write...
It is kind of sad, but, you know, that's where I'm at with it, bro, because I can do other stuff, you know what I mean?
Anything like this? Like,
and yeah, it is sad that he wouldn't fucking watch it. That really bothered me.
You say that this article counts as misinformation.
I mean, I think it's pretty silly. I think, yeah, it's probably portraying it this way and saying that he correctly...
I'm not fighting Destiny on shit. If that motherfucker doesn't want to like take criticism or whatever, he wants to do it in private and implement it privately and never admit anything to me, that's whatever. I gotta stop expecting that out of him because like putting some part of my happiness in this like dude is really toxic, and I won't do it. I'm not Melina. I don't have to. I'm not tied to this guy in any way. So, you know, gambling any of my happiness on his goodwill is not something that I really want to do, and I won't. And I'm not going to argue with him about stuff. He wants to talk about it, we can talk about it, but yeah, I don't know. After that wolf thing, I kind of learned my lesson.
Found leverage that the Russians have.
It's like if you had this like cute dog that you love petting and stuff all the time, but then one day you were like walking out in the yard and you're like eating a hamburger and the fucking dog came up and like bit you in the face trying to get at the burger and fucking knocked it out of your hand. And you were like, oh my God, this fucking dog is crazy. Like that's, that's low-key how I felt when he wasn't willing to watch it. Like, bro, I put in so much time. You really don't care? Like, I thought you cared about my opinions. Oh, okay. Okay, I see the game that we're playing. When it's something you don't want to hear, you won't listen. All right. Good to have a reminder of that. Like, and then people are like, well, you know, dogs fucking bite, dude. You can't have food around dogs and not expect it. Like, then people start defending him and they start telling me I'm crazy for expecting that he was going to watch it when he seemed to have cared about every single other review. Like, and then I was like, oh, I guess I'm the fool because the dog was crazy the whole time and everybody knew that. And I, you know, that was my thing. So I learned my lesson, dude. What is this ego trip? It's your ticket to getting timed out for the rest of, I don't know, whatever 2 million seconds is. Let's find out. Shall we, Junice? Let's see. That sounds like a trolley name too. I bet you deserve to be gone. So I'm going to deliver. I deliver unto thee. Let's see. /ban. I'm just going to fucking hit you with a ban. Matter of fact. Good night, bro. Good luck appealing that.
Work.
Good luck appealing that. You hit me up in a week or two, and we'll see if you come back, motherfucker. But I'm not feeling it. I'm going to go ahead and also put in the unban command for you. That's where you go to get your unban. Don't fucking contact me 24 hours or I will put a note on your fucking username that nobody is to unban you for another 2 weeks. So good luck. Good luck. Yeah, bans are bad. You guys aren't allowed to ban. I'm allowed to ban. Okay? Sometimes people deserve it.
Over Trump without providing any. Yeah, that's misinformation.
Wait, hold on. What part of this?
I don't think it should be illegal. But what's the secret leverage that the Russians had over Trump?
Wait, hold on. Which part of the city?
Which he asserts in the first sentence.
Hold on.
Okay, in 2018, I became either famous or notorious, depending on your point of view, for writing a story speculating that Russia had secret leverage over Trump, which turned out to be correct.
I'd have to.
Oh man, you're playing with fire here. Oh Hoshi. I think he actually cares about your critiques, given he participates off stream, but I don't think you can expect him to review every piece of critique. It wasn't an expectation to review every piece of critique. If I do a line by line, it's very different than React Andying something. And I thought the line by line would be important. And we talked about it and he didn't believe me. So these are things where I feel like, well, if you didn't believe me and I told you you should reference back to the review and you've watched my other reviews, even if they weren't like prepared and stuff, why would you not listen to the one that's prepared, done line by line, has a Notion document that I could give you, and is timestamped? And then we edited it because he said it was too long. And he wouldn't even watch the edited down version, which was like 50% less than what the VOD was. So like, it was this entire thing, Ohoshi. It's not an expectation that he reviews every single bit of critique. It's that he wouldn't view that one. Like, I'm being very specific here. What's up, Zane? I'm heading out to a jazz gig. All right, have a good one.
Click through to his New York Mag and read this much larger story to see what he's talking about.
This is clearly him trying to assert that this was correct in the rest of this article.
I mean, if you want, I can read this whole New York Mag article, but I haven't read this. I don't know. This is way longer.
And like my chat are like, why would you writ an article for a mainstream media source about something that you admit is only 10 to 20% likely, and then conclude with?
It's an opinion piece, you dumb fuck. Oh my god. Do you guys? Be calm, Noah. Be calm. Don't say anything. Don't say anything too rude. Don't say anything too rude. Remember, her audience is a bunch of conservative people who are really into some yikesy shit, who don't know how to evaluate sources. They don't understand what an opinion piece is. They couldn't fathom why somebody would give an opinion in the media. Why should we be giving opinions? It's just facts, right? You're just supposed to put out facts, you know, like Fox does, like, you know. I'm dying. Oh no. Ban who? Why would they say? Was the original article an opinion piece? He just writes opinion pieces. That's all that this guy writes. Okay, let's just hurry.
Well, even if I'm not right, like, we know that the Russians were influencing him anyway. Trump was surrounded by all sorts of odious characters who manipulated him into saying and doing things. Like, how is that not a fucking insane statement about the president of your country? One of those characters was Putin.
You're overblowing so much.
I'm overblowing it. This article isn't?
No, because when I read the article, like, the language is all, like, relatively conservative. Like, even the
Alex Jones says there's a 20% chance pedophile Jews are trying to kill you without any evidence. You'd be flipping over backwards to say
Burn the bridge. Do it.
Insane.
Do you want to compare?
What was that? 20? Is that meant to be a reroll? I think it's just a sub. If you want to reroll that, you could reroll it, but I'm not doing that over a sub.
Compare an Alex
bro.
Jones article to something like this. If you can show me a place where
it was $50, no, it wasn't. You're full of shit. There's no way. Oh my god, it was. Lauren. I can't, you know, I can't, oh, Jesus Christ. You have to admit when you're wrong, dude. You have to fix this shit. You have to fix this media shit. You have to fix your bias, brother. Like, you have to. Like, it's such a huge problem. And I'm not going to be the one to debate you on it, to fucking win you over on it, or to like come into like a giant argument with you about it. But like, I hope that this one review kind of makes clear like what your problem is. And if you don't see it after this, I kind of don't want to hear about it at all. Because I think we fairly clearly lined out like what the problem is. And if you watch this and interpret it in some way where like you get out of jail free on it, like, I just think that you have such a large problem with handling criticism at that point that like I'm going to start disregarding you then when I do these. And I'm not going to consider like your feelings or a relationship or anything else, because like at that point, I don't think you're being reasonable with taking criticism. And therefore, I don't feel the necessity to like try and be very handholdy and easy on that the way that I was here. So should you not feel like these are fair criticisms against you or recommendations to you, just know that in the future, you probably won't receive that level of charitability anymore, because you'll be in the same camp as people like the serfs and stuff, honestly. You'll just have this critical flaw that makes it difficult to accept anything at all that you ever say, right? Like when you're overwhelming people with quotes and sources, you don't read your sources. You've admitted in other videos that you only did a cursory Google search before making an entire video. And when pushed on this, when put against the wall, rather than taking a step back and accepting that you may have been incorrect, you chose to do the thing that the thing does. And you turned into a giant monster and you crawled around and you fought like hell. Like you mix these things together and it's like, there's never any benefit for somebody to argue with you then, because you will offer them no alternative to the narrative and the things that you're putting forward. And if you mix like how bad you are at sourcing things and quoting things and understanding and interpreting sources that do not jive with your viewpoint on the world, with your inability to like hear somebody out when they point that out to you, then you're in a really bad situation, because there's no correcting the cycle that you put yourself into. You do a bad job at looking at your sources, you do a bad job at citing them, and then you do a bad job at somebody pointing that out. Then like you're in a cycle that you can never be brought out of, and you're one of the sheep. You're just a sheep and a slave to your own ideology, and you're a sheep and a slave to like a shitty one that's not even based on any reality. You're a wheel spinning in like slime, and there's just no friction or traction to slow you down. You're on a path that you're just going to be stuck on, and nobody's going to be able to get through to you. And where that slimy wheel ends up going is anybody's guess. It's got no traction. It's just like aimlessly going around, and I don't know in which direction it's going to be pointing when it actually does gain traction and it's able to take off. You're like a fucking car drifting on ice, you know? Like, are you going to end up in the gutter, or are you going to like get traction facing the right way, or are you going to go into opposing traffic? Like, are you going to crash into a tree? Like, there's no telling which way you're going to go, because there's no grounding you. There's no way for people to reach you. You're not good at reading any sources or understanding stuff. So like whatever your first opinion was about something, you're just going to be stuck in forever. And maybe sometimes the wheels will catch. Maybe sometimes Destiny is able to like knock on the window and get you to see something or fix something. But like, I don't think we can rely on that to fix some of the problems that you have here. And until you either get better at reading your sources and handling that, or more ideally, get better at handling criticism from people so you can improve, like you're just going to kind of be stuck at this level and you're not going to get better. So that's unfortunate. There you go. There's me being like brutally honest, I think. I think that's where we're at with this.
Alex Jones make an insane claim, and he says like, there's probably only a 10 to 20% chance that's true. I would be shocked. Like, are we serious? You think it's the same here? Like,
I'm going to go get a drink. Jesus Christ. Book, I was going to ask you, but it was off topic. But now that you are getting a drink, I should get a Mountain Dew or root beer. Also, I already picked, so please validate my choice. Mountain Dew. Book, become a hot tub streamer? Shameless? What are you talking about, bro? Cover it up? I am covered up.
If you want, we can we can start finding, like, I can try to search for like daily news, or I don't even know what the fuck the Alex
This
show is
article
called.
is okay. Here we go. If there's an article that suggests there's a 10 to 20% chance the election was stolen, we're not quite sure. We have to go through the information yet. Do you think that would be responsible reporting?
If they said that there was a process by which we could rely on the on verifying if the election was stolen or not, yeah, I'd be interested in seeing that.
Okay, and then if they concluded the article with saying, well, even if it wasn't stolen, we know that Biden was surrounded by odious characters who would have manipulated him into doing and saying things that were against the national interest. One of those characters wanted the election to be in Biden's favor. And in the end, we know, like, if they ended the article with that kind of language, basically suggesting, even if we don't have the facts, it's likely that it's true anyways, because insert words like manipulation, insert words like they're against the national interest, you would hate that. And we both know that.
We're reading this article in very different ways.
Yes, you're being extremely charitable to something you don't want to.
No, you're being extremely uncharitable. You're focusing on one very specific line rather than reading the entire article. You are very focused on this right here. You are very focused on this right here. You don't give a fuck what the rest of the article says. You don't give a fuck what the rest of the language is here. You don't give a fuck about anything else that this person says. They lost you in the first sentence, and you will refuse to look at anything else. And this is endemic of your larger problem with being able to interpret sources. You read this, you don't like them. Click on them. They have enough of a following that I could label in mainstream media. That fits into my narrative. You know what? They've said other stuff that's bad about them. That fits into my narrative. You know what? New York Mag, I've heard of that before. That's probably mainstream media too. Matter of fact, that fits into my narrative. And you just keep doing this. Like, it's such a big problem, Lauren. I don't know.
Because it makes you lose the conversation.
No, I'm not being charitable. First of all, even in the very beginning, for writing a story that Russia had secret leverage over Trump, that I don't know what he's referring to there. So, for instance, if he's referring to stuff...
Neither does she. She doesn't give a fuck. She doesn't care. Because she didn't even have the cojones to say, oh, you know what? Give me 2 fucking seconds. Because what I'm triggered by is this line right here, but I haven't read the original story. Matter of fact, I didn't even look at the fucking address and understand that it was MSN, not MSNBC. You know, I'm on a streak of fucking up with this. Maybe I had misinterpreted it. She doesn't have an alarm in her head that goes off that maybe she's fucking up, that maybe she's making a mistake, that maybe she's interpreted this incorrectly. And I don't know if it's because it's a source that she disagrees with or because it's a lefterly person or what. But, like, you have to give this more effort, Lauren. This is really disappointing from you.
Related to Michael Flynn, that is actually true. If he's referring to the fact that Trump owes a lot
You lost the conversation, bro. Move on. Do we have a mod? Can we time this dumb motherfucker out? You know what? We don't have mods. Even if we do have mods, they're fucking useless to me tonight. So you know what? I'm gonna fucking time you out too. Matter of fact, you just earned yourself 20,000 seconds, bro. Go watch something else. Go chill out. Fuck mods. True. I mean, tonight, maybe. They're gone, dude.
Money in other countries, for instance, Russia.
Please make me a mod. Stop doing this to yourself. Nah,
That
bro.
is true. I don't know what, but you're trying to attack me because I haven't read this like 35-minute New York Mag read to try to figure out like what
We
he's
can
referring
talk
to.
about it another time after you've read it, but I guarantee you there's a hell of a lot of misinformation about Russia and Trump's links to them in the mainstream media, some of which...
I like how like 8 of my mods reply after and they're like, huh? Who? Omega lol? Like, you guys aren't even fucking reading the chat. What are you doing? Oh, shit. I love that every time I talk shit on the mods, all of them pop their heads out of the fucking woodwork. Huh? Who? Huh? What's he talking about? Did you ask me to do something? Jesus Christ.
The headlines do read like they could be a random 50-view video on some conspiracy website. Because, unfortunately, there are a lot of people in the mainstream media who really do want to believe blue and on stuff, and they will work their best, no matter how many caveats of maybe possibly 10%, 20% they have to put in to get it published.
That might be the case, but this article, as I've read it, and I'm pretty sure we finished reading it, this article is not really that bad, and it's pretty conservative with its language. You're trying to take like a couple, first of all, you're giving me just the headline, which even the headline isn't that bad, but you tried to stick it with just the headline, and now you're going to the last paragraph, which again, even admits the truth, I suspect, was simultaneously about as bad as I expected, and paradoxically anticlimactic interacted, which is actually the realistic like interpretation of Trump's association with Russians. Did Trump have Russian friends? He's a billionaire, of course. Did some of those Russian friends try to exert influence over him? Almost certainly. That probably always happens. But was Trump like a fucking pawn of Putin and was able to fuck our whole political system? Probably not. He didn't really get that much done. That isn't. I don't think any part of that is even that controversial of an opinion. If you want to find me like an equivalent article that's like that wanders a little bit or asks questions about Biden, feel free to shoot me this. But you better believe that the coverage about Hunter was nowhere near as carefully like worded as this. The stuff about Hunter Biden and the stuff about Burisma and all of that, that shit was insane. And it was so much more aggressive than this. There was no, there's a 10 or 20% chance. It was Hunter got money to Burisma and Biden took that money and he fucking went. He got rid of that fucking prosecutor all alone, unilaterally. Like it was way fucking different.
And who are you talking about publishing this stuff? Because if I honestly, I can say I have not deep dived into the Hunter Biden stuff. I know there was a bit of a cover up from his laptop stuff coming out from the New York Post. But was there like mass information that came out with Hunter's laptop? If so, I'm against it, obviously.
Sure. There was no Hunter's laptop. That was totally fabricated. And
are you serious?
Yes. And I would have to go back and look through Fox News, but I'm pretty sure that I'm pretty sure I've listened to them talk about this on Fox News.
The first thing that came out when I look up the Hunter Biden laptop, is it fake, is the Wall Street Journal saying the Hunter Biden laptop is real. But let me read it.
Hold on. I mean, all the secret files on the Hunter Biden laptop that confirm the actual laptop is real. It was probably left like in a shop somewhere. But all of the top.
No. But the backpedal. Why are you not careful? I don't care at this point. Let's just
secret files that confirm like all the shady dealings or whatever. That is absolutely not true. None of that was true. It was never turned into the FBI.
I'm gonna start another. I'm gonna start another timer. Set a timer for 10 minutes. Yeah. I'll add another 20 and I'll make that 30 if we get another 50, but that's a lot of numbers. I don't want to keep doing this, fellas. I'm be real with you.
Or it might have been, but they didn't find anything on it. Nobody pulled any big files off of it to like leak it. It was like some fucking porn videos of Hunter Biden like fucking a girl while smoking crack.
Oh, that's what I thought it was. That's literally like I was just under the impression there were videos of him smoking crack on it.
But that wasn't the original claims. The original claims was a huge conspiracy that they asserted that Hunter and Joe were working together to like push this prosecutor out to get like favorable business dealings with a company that Hunter Biden was like sitting on the chair of. It was way more extreme than that. It wasn't just like Hunter Biden porn videos. And like every single mainstream, I even heard Rush Limbaugh talk about this. I
just believed in the thing that you said was correct. That's the problem. It's a game of information with people who are misinformed, bro. You got to be careful about how much information you leak to them because they can just treat it that way. I'm not saying this is very joking. I don't know if this is how Lauren is thinking or how she handled this, but you give them the opportunity to do that when you give them all the information up front. So just be careful.
I'd have to go back and look at it.
But I think he's just being good faith, but I wouldn't be that good faith. Bro, if you're doing weed instead of crack, you ain't one of the cool kids.
Are you talking about the Hunter Biden Ukraine stuff?
Yes.
I wasn't aware that had anything to do with the laptop. I thought the laptop was just crack and pictures of him doing embarrassing things.
Maybe I'm mixing this in my head or somebody checking me wrong, but I'm pretty sure that a lot of that started with the laptop. When they found the laptop, that was when a lot of that stuff started to be...
I'm just going to give it a check. Just give it a cursory glance.
Began the show with the latest on the Hunter Biden saga and how sections of the media are finally reporting aspects of the story.
Oh my God. Discussing issues and working for Ukrainian energy firms and telling them that he could get it. Is this the same Lauren Southern? Is this the same Lauren Southern? Maybe I got the wrong Lauren Southern. You see how charitable I try to be? This is how you have to be when you read, Lauren. Like, I'm still trying to be charitable to you, even though this is looking super yikesers for you. I hope that this doesn't have a video.
That they ignored or undermined during the election campaign. Joining his laptop, including information on dodgy business dealings and the big guy, being Joe Biden, were known before the election. But Twitter and Facebook banned or suppressed the story, and the media all pretended it was some sort of a Russian disinformation campaign.
Yes, Rita. Oh, wait, I'm sorry.
The ominous voice of Jack Dorsey in my ear set is telling me we can't talk about this. We're going to have to cut and move to the next story. Luckily, I'm joking, and this is one of the few programs that we can actually discuss Hunter Biden's laptop and what was on it and the many things that had serious implications for America. Of course, you had Hunter Biden discussing issues and working for Ukrainian energy firms and telling them that he could get his father involved, and Biden then pressuring Ukrainian officials to fire prosecutors looking into these firms. That seems like a pretty serious thing to investigate and talk about. But of course, the New York Post story on this, on the laptop, on all of the issues going on, completely not allowed on Twitter. You had, beyond this, just talking about indiscretion.
I don't want to keep watching. Did Steven look this up at any point? Does Steven know that this exists? If not, somebody should send this to him. Can we listen to how she talks about this?
All the secret files on the Hunter Biden. Are you kidding? And
are you serious?
Yes. And
was it like
questions? Did Trump have Russian friends? He's a billionaire, of course. Did some of those Russian friends try to exert influence over him? Almost certainly. That probably always happens. But was Trump like a fucking pawn of Putin and was able to fuck our whole political system? Probably not. He didn't really get that much done. That is, I don't think any part of that is even that controversial of an opinion. If you want to find me like an equivalent article that's like that wanders a little bit or asks questions about Biden, feel free to shoot me this. But you better believe that the coverage about
she would know. She was a. Oh.
Hunter was nowhere near as carefully like worded as this. The stuff about Hunter Biden and the stuff about Burisma and all of that shit was insane. And it was so much more aggressive than this. There was no, there's a 10 or 20% chance. It was Hunter got money to Burisma and Biden took that money and he fucking went. He got rid of that fucking prosecutor all alone, unilaterally. Like, it was way fucking different.
And who are you talking about publishing this stuff? Because if I honestly, I can say I have not deep dived into the Hunter Biden stuff. I know there was a bit of a cover up from his laptop stuff coming out from the New York Post. But was there like mass information that came out with Hunter's laptop? If so, I'm against it, obviously.
Sure. There was no Hunter's laptop. That was totally fabricated. And
are you serious?
Yes. And I would have to go back and look through.
Oh fuck! Because I did a whole fucking segment on Sky News about this.
Fox News, but I'm pretty sure that I'm pretty sure I've listened to them talk about this on Fox News over and over.
The first thing that came out when I look up the Hunter Biden laptop, is it fake? Is the Wall Street Journal saying the Hunter Biden laptop is real? But let me read it.
Hold on. I mean, all the secret files on the Hunter Biden laptop that confirmed the actual laptop is real. It was probably left like in a shop somewhere. But all of the top secret files that confirm like all the shady dealings or whatever, that is absolutely not true. None of that was true. It was never turned into the FBI or it might have been, but they didn't find anything on it. Nobody pulled any big files off of it to like leak any. It was like some fucking porn videos of Hunter Biden like fucking a girl while smoking crack.
Oh, that's what I thought it was. That's literally like I was just under the impression there were videos of him smoking crack on it.
But that wasn't the original claims. The original claims was a huge conspiracy that they asserted that Hunter and Joe were working together to like push this prosecutor out to get like favorable business dealings with a company that Hunter Biden was like sitting on the chair of. It was way more extreme than that. It wasn't just like Hunter Biden porn videos. And like every single mainstream, I even heard Rush Limbaugh talk about this. I know I'd have to go back and look at it, but I know I saw Tucker Carlson.
Are you talking about the Hunter Biden Ukraine stuff?
Yes.
I wasn't aware that had anything to do with the laptop. I thought the laptop was just crack and pictures of him doing embarrassing things.
Maybe I may.
Oh no!
Makes sense in my head, or somebody checking me wrong, but I'm pretty sure that a lot of that started with the laptop. When they found the laptop, that was when a lot of that stuff started to be asserted.
Oh, you mean the Burisma? To my understanding,
okay.
Yeah, for me, I didn't connect the two. Maybe it came out.
Oh fuck, I almost just passed out from laughing. Holy fuck. No way. No way.
With the Biden family. The New York Post story on this, on the laptop, on all of the issues going on, completely not allowed on Twitter. You had, beyond this, just talking about indiscretions with the Biden family, Glenn Greenwald in The Intercept, he had to resign because he wasn't allowed to publish stories that were too critical of Ukrainian energy firms, and Biden's laptop and what was on it, and the many things that had serious implications for America.
Get me wrong, but I'm pretty sure that a lot of that started with the laptop. When they found the laptop, that was when a lot of that stuff started to be asserted.
Oh, you mean the Burisma? To my understanding,
okay.
Yeah, for me, I didn't connect the two. Maybe it came out.
There's the clip. Oh no, that's unfortunate. You hate to see that happen. Jesus Christ. Well, Okay. I think
at the same time, and so lots of people.
I hope this doesn't get worse. She was one Google away from falling apart. I think this is like a recurring theme of This is a recurring theme of Lauren Southern is she's one Google away. One Google away. One Google away. That's it. Aren't you glad you lasted this long? Yeah, dude, I am.
Well, mixed channels, probably even me, but from my understanding at this point, certainly. Okay, here, in October, this is from the wiki page.
You better fucking appreciate the amount of fucking work I put into these stupid fucking streams to find things like this.
But I trust wiki these days.
Jesus Christ.
So New York Post published an article with the involvement of Donald Trump's personal attorney Giuliani and former chief strategist Steve Bannon about a found laptop allegedly belonging to Hunter Biden. The laptop contained an email, the authenticity of which was not verified, which showed what the New York Post characterized as a meeting between Joe Biden and a Burisma advisor in 2015, though that characterization was disputed by witnesses. The article's veracity was strongly questioned by most of the mainstream media, analysts, and intelligence officials due to the questionable provenance of the laptop and its contents, and the suspicion it may have been a part of a disinformation campaign. So even Wikipedia is still portraying this as questionable, so I'm going to have to read, honestly, I will have to read into this to find out what the truth is, because Lord knows you're not going to find it through one Google search.
Sure, we can do a whole thing on the Hunter Biden stuff, but the New York Post ran headlines for...
I'm just surprised that DGG nor Booksmarts did this. I mean, DGG nor Destiny found this out. My bad. Here you go. Here's the link. Enjoy. That's not good at all.
Fucking weeks related to this shit. Also, just real quick, I'm pulling a quick paragraph
Thanks
out of the
for
New
the
York
5
article that
gifted.
MSN had originally written. So he says, it's not difficult to imagine that Russia quickly had something on Trump from either exploits during his 1987 visit or any subsequent embarrassing behavior the KGB assets might have uncovered. But the other leverage Russia enjoyed over Trump for at least 15 years is indisputable. In fact, his family has admitted to it multiple...
When I'm reading the chat at the same time that I'm... When I'm reading the chat at the same time that I'm talking, that's when I'll slip words that don't exist, like Booksmarts instead of Destiny. Wait, Destiny, are you in here? You like, eek, kind of rough, brother. Not gonna lie. Thanks for the gifts and stuff.
Times. After a series of financial reversals and his brazen abuse of bankruptcy laws, Trump found it impossible to borrow from American banks and grew heavily reliant on unconventional sources of capital. Russian cash proved his salvation. From 2003 to 2017, people from the former USSR made 86 all-cash purchases, a red flag of potential money laundering of Trump properties totaling $109 million. In 2010, the private wealth division of the Deutsche Bank also loaned him hundreds of millions of dollars. During the same period, it was laundering billions in Russian money. Russians make up a pretty disproportionate cross-section of a lot of our assets, said Donald Jr. in 2008. We don't rely on American banks. We have all the money we need out of Russia, boasted Eric Trump in 2014. Let me finish. So going back to his original MSN article then, if that was his claim, that Russia could have potential leverage over Trump, I think that assuming everything he said there was true, then that is actually true.
Did a nuclear reactor somewhere just break open? Because I think Destiny's got this metallic sort of taste in his mouth from all these bullets he's been biting, bro. Left and right, dude. He's either a vampire or a based god who's just willing to fucking bite on all of these bullets, dude. I like it. I like it. I like to see it. Honestly, here's your other thing. Lefty people are kind of cowards. Like, high key, they're really not okay with biting bullets on stuff that they probably should be okay with, because they're really worried about being wrong. But he'll just do it, dude. That's what he does. Maybe too long, then why don't you clip it better? I don't know. Here, I'll take a look.
Somebody check me wrong, but I'm pretty sure that a lot of that started with the laptop. When they found the laptop, that was when a lot of that stuff started to be started.
Oh, you mean the Burisma? To my understanding,
okay.
Yeah, for me, I didn't connect the two. Maybe it came out.
Oh, holy
with the Biden family. The New York Post story on this, on the laptop, on all of the issues going on, completely not allowed on Twitter. You had, beyond this, just talking about indiscretions with the Biden family, Glenn Greenwald in The Intercept, he had to resign because he wasn't allowed to publish stories that were too critical of Ukrainian energy firms, and Biden's laptop and what was on it, and the many things that had serious implications for America.
Not great. I mean, I think it's a fine clip. Up to you guys. I don't know. That's a chat thing. That's not a streamer thing. I'm technically not supposed to be involved with it. I thought Destiny didn't want bite more than unnecessary bullet. I mean, I feel like these are all necessary. She kind of forces you into these positions. I don't know.
Sorry, in this article, they said potential for all of these things with Hunter as well. So this article is really no different than the one I showed you with all the conspiracies of Trump with Putin. It's all potential, maybe, perhaps, this happened. And all this it does is continue to prove my point, because the New York Post would not be considered alternative media. This is just more misinformation from mainstream. If that's true, I have to look through it myself. If it's true,
I'm not saying, I never said that all
I'm done listening to this shit. No more. That's where I call it, dude. No fucking more. No more. No more. I'm done with this. Well, you know, I hope that y'all have enjoyed. Well, you say no, but you know, I can't. You know, I can't keep going. I can't keep going. You know, it lasted a long time. It doesn't get better. Yeah, it doesn't get better probably. I got to go to bed, guys. I have like a concert in a few hours. You did so much for us. You deserve some rest. Thanks, brother. Well, I hope you guys don't mind the haircut and the change on of the looks. Are you going to watch the Doomer Politics hit on Vosh? Maybe in the future. Definitely not tonight. I'm tired as fuck, dude. Do you think you might be the first person to burn a bridge for Destiny? No, he's not going to burn a bridge with her. I think he's... Ooh, I can't say... I don't know. I think him and Lauren will continue to get along for some time. I don't know. I don't see the bridge burning over this. Have a good sleep. Have fun at the concert. The haircut looks great. Thanks, everybody. Anywho, where should I send you guys for the night? If you literally just got here, Mustafa, you have a really fun VOD that you can watch that I'm not going to timestamp tonight because I'm tired. Let's see. Let's go to Twitch here. Raid an alluring coward? I'd rather not, actually. I'd rather not do that, actually. That's not what I'm about. I don't know anybody that I really want to raid into right now. Gappy V? Okay, we could do Gappy V / raid. I don't think I've raided Gappy V. Raid Anna? You're out of your fucking mind. Gappy V. Enjoy Gappy. I'm not raiding Dylan, no. Dylan's got 1,000 people. He don't need no raid. There you go. Have fun. Goodbye, party people. Pile in, pile in. Have fun with Gappy V. He plays video games and he's a bit of a doofus, but he's fun. He's fun. Enjoy. Bye, everybody. Bloop. And to the people on YouTube, thank you for watching. I watch your guys' chat at the same time I watch everybody else, so just know that. It's been quite the ride. Quite the ride of a stream, but I hope it wasn't too offensive to you guys. I hope you guys enjoyed the time that we spent together. And, you know, if you're catching the tail end of this or you missed some part of it, the VOD is always there. And I try to timestamp them as soon as possible. So, yeah, if you'd like to support me, Patreon's a great way to do that. If you go on Patreon, you'll get access to these notes and notes from other conversations, other reviews. So, yeah. Thanks for supporting me. Thanks for showing up. Thanks for watching. Thanks for donating. Thanks for everything. I'll talk to you guys later. I'm going to get some sleep and then enjoy that concert. Maybe take some videos that will turn into something later. Who knows? Bye.